think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall. Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the BW Disrupt Founders Forum 2023. A small request from our end, as courtesy to our speakers and all your fellow delegates, please do turn your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you. And with that, let me set the stage with a brief background of what all is about to happen today and how did the journey commence. For the last 6 years, BW Disrupt, in association with BW Business World, has been recognizing and applauding the best of the very best startup founders under the annual initiative of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. Trailblazers such as Aman Gupta of Boat, Punita Singh of Sugar, Ghazal Alak of Mamahat, and Vikas Nahar of Happylo, and many more such trailblazers have been a part of this prestigious list. And taking this legacy forward, tonight marks a celebration of excellence as we honor the distinguished achievers of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 2023. And amidst all the grandeur, anticipation fills the air, and we'll not just the deserving winners of the 40 Under 40, but also introduce the outstanding talent acknowledged in the BW Disrupt 30 Under 30 list for this year. And to take you all that's going to happen throughout the day, I please request my team to now play the event AV. The theme for this year is how entrepreneurs are turbocharging India's economy. And today, you will witness insightful panel discussions where seasoned entrepreneurs share their authentic experiences unveiling strategies, navigating challenges, how to make sure that all of this is successful, and also illuminating the path to innovation. Join us as we discover the true sense of entrepreneurship where dreams meet pragmatism and let these candid conversations inspire all of us. BW Disrupt is a 360-degree platform to keep you updated on the startup world and covers all aspects of entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country. This includes founders' journeys, investment news, dialogues with founders and investors, and also other thought-provoking content. With this, may I please request our team to play the community AV to give us a glimpse of the BW Disrupt community. And BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder of the Exchange Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals of the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. So please stay updated of all the developments by subscribing to the magazines within the Business World group. Enhance your personal journey and also your professional for knowledge and for insights. And of course, a special offer is available for all our event attendees today. Our latest issue talks about or ranks India's top B schools and looks at how management education is changing in the age of AI. And for more information, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod at the registration desk where you got your badge from. He's there to help you and guide you. And because I mentioned that we're also going digital because times are changing, so today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. And I promise you, you'll want to go online to any of your social media accounts and share all that is happening because you will do it. That happens. So when you go, share your insights, share your reviews, share your feedback, anything that you wish to do. Please also use the hashtag Founders Forum so that we can also pick up your insights from there. I also take this moment to thank our partners for walking hand in hand with us for this summit. Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanly, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. Well, now that we have the tone set for today, for all that's going to happen, the awards, the panel discussions, sessions, etc. So on that note, let's begin with the first panel discussion for today. The topic for which is discussions and deliberations on the big picture and what entrepreneurs should look out for. And sort of the subtopic for this panel is beyond boundaries, homegrown startups attracting global attention. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Nalin Saluja, co-founder and CTO, Rohan Pavan Gupta, co-founder and CEO, BetterHalf.ai, Arjun Gupta, founder and CEO, Smart Jewels, Akshay Verma, co-founder, FitPass, And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Can we now collectively welcome all of them, please? Thank you. Also, I hate to say this. This is mentioned in bold in my script, the perks of doing what I do, that moderators, please keep a check on the time. Yeah, otherwise I'll be standing here, not being able to say anything, but wanting to say everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, everybody. As school students, December probably used to be the most awaited month of the year because it used to have your school's Christmas party. You also had the opportunity to flaunt your wardrobe the only day of the year. And then it began you used to begin a long break, winter break. But as our professional career began here in media, December starts that long haul of 2-3 months, which begins with PR people flooding us with year-ender quotes, what the year ahead will look like. Then January starts with what the industry is expecting from the budget. Then 1st February is probably when our inbox gets flooded with everybody, irrespective of those, if those expectations are met in the budget, they'll rate the budget 7 on 10. 7 on 10 is the base. But, as I was preparing this morning, and the main topic was the outlook for 2024. And if I rewind, last year around this time, December 2022, when we were looking at what 2023 will be looking like, the global commentary was that 2023 will be tougher than 2022 on every aspect. But now that we are just the last month, midway December of this year, we found that at least there's a consensus that 2023 was not that bad as it was expected last year around this time. So panelists, my first question to you, and in your opening comments, I want to understand that irrespective of your sectors, how was the performance? How would you rate the performance of Indian startups, the ecosystem in this year gone by? What have been your reflections on the performance of this ecosystem? In your words, if you would like to start, Nalin.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Nalin Saluja. I'm co-founder and CTO at Virohan. So in my perception, I think the year 2023 turned out to be a year of resilience, not just for Indian startups, but I think the Indian economy as a whole. We saw a lot of pain across, United States and Europe, but I think India really withstood because of the core strengths of the economy, I think. There is a lot, when you dissect the data, sure, there is some things to be said about, the way the capital has flown out of the country in certain months and but overall, if you just sort of zoom out, I think we have been based on the domestic investment as well as international investment. When all the trends are put together, I think the economy has held up reasonably well. The impact on startups, I think a lot of belt tightening had to be done. I think we knew that coming into the year, that, the way the money flow was happening for the last, the previous 5 years, that was going to change. What happened is as expected. Maybe it was not as bad as it was expected and again, that was because it's India. I think the belt tightening around the world was a lot more than we had to sort of undergo in India. But I think this much of belt tightening actually led to better discipline, perhaps, and has left the ecosystem a lot stronger and ready to take on the world. So I think in that sense, it was a good year, and I look forward to what that unleashes in the next year or so.
Right. So a story of resilience. Pawan, your reading.
Can talk about. I was at the heart of what was happening in Bangalore. Hardcore. We operate in Bangalore. I was seeing, many startups, especially, in my community, startups were great startups were doing still fine. Moderates were just recovering, and the bad ones, were getting, cleaned out in the system. I think if you talk about in the country level, this thing, in the year 2022, when the capital inflow, almost, it started getting to, a downward trend, with the inflation rate, growing in the US. The recovery time expected was close to 9 quarters. And still, I think, the position remains the same. that the recovery, was, it's going to be year March 2025. Lately, what has happened, India has shown more endurance, I think more faster growth, inside. That year was tough. 2022 was extremely tough, for many startups. 23, what we saw actually recovery. We started seeing that, startups every month, 1 or 2 rounds were started happening. People, I think the companies with poor, balance sheets, they started understanding the importance of the mindset of, running with important, strong cash flows in mind, profitability in mind, the product quality increased. I think people, companies which didn't used to take care of customers, we started taking, care of, customers. So I think companies got back to basics, of what we're building, which is always the right thing, to do. I think in Bangalore, our view was, when COVID happened, our view was 50% of startups will shut down. Our view was the same thing, during this time. And I think what's happening that we are becoming better. Startups are becoming way stronger. That we can see here. I think funding is getting back. Again, I think I was reading, and I think the influx of the capital has been preponed to India. So I think overall, the correction happened at the right time. And I think as a signal, I think our country is still leading, the race, globally. I think we should continue the momentum. I think all on track. I think we just keep doing it and keep building profitable and large companies, from here, the timing looks right.
Thank you, Pawan. Arjun, you're reading.
Yeah, I don't know much about the general innovation startups, but I know a lot about the climate tech sector. So I work in climate tech. And I would say this year is when CT becomes a new IT. Okay, climate tech is a new information technology. There's a lot of startups that are coming up. And I'll look at it from 3 perspectives. One is the demand, one is the talent, and one is the investors, right? In terms of demand, climate tech solutions are in extremely high demand, especially from businesses. Businesses want to decarbonize. They are looking for solutions everywhere. So that, I think this year that has accelerated a lot. In terms of talent, I think, young people usually like to go for hot industries, and there's nothing hotter than climate tech. So I find a lot of people from other industries looking for jobs in climate tech. So that has definitely happened. I've been in the sector for 9 years with my startup, and it's never been easier to hire people. There's never been better talent in the market than this year.
Right.
On the investment side, I think it's a little more nuanced view there. I think there are 3 stages. Early stage, then there's like the 10 to $50 million checks, and then there's beyond. Early stage capital has exploded this year. So many early stage deals, seed stage, Series A, Series B and C has been very, very slow. There are hardly any funds with $10 to $50 million, and that's the big gap. And then the large deals where large companies are being sold and big people, that's also happening a lot. So the middle is the missing piece where I hope for more action next year. But the early stage and late stage are doing really, really well.
Right. I'll talk on the aspects of green jobs and, of course, funding a bit later as well. But Akshay, you're reading as well, and especially, for your sector, one of the news that dominated 2023 was the world searching for an obesity drug. So all of those developments, how do you see the sector for your company sector in the year gone by?
Hi guys, good morning. I'm Akshay. I started my career in 2008 in the UK as a private equity banker, and that was the year that the world witnessed a very large financial crisis. And if you look at that time, one learning was that during crisis, consumer preferences change. And I'll give you an example. There was nothing known as luxury chocolates before that. Okay, suddenly in 2008, a whole new category came up with Godiva, Cadbury's, Boneville. Suddenly people realize that people don't have money and consumers want to spend on themselves and they can't take holidays. So they're eating better chocolate and drinking better wine. So usually when you go through a crisis and you go through a period where interest rates are high, capital is difficult to obtain, you also have to realize that how the consumer mindset starts to shift. And those who are able to identify that are the ones that survive. And I think that is what happened in the last 2 years, especially for our sector. Post-COVID, fitness and wellness became top of mind. And somebody mentioned that India had very strong fundamentals as an economy. We also have to realize that India is the only economy that moved from primary to a tertiary economy, right? We never had a secondary economy. So we never went through an industrialization phase. We went from agriculture straight to services. So which means people are a basic asset, right? That is the asset that drives the economy, people, services, IT, however you want to think, consulting, accounting, those are the sectors that are driving our economy by billing in dollars and paying in rupees. So this segment suddenly started understanding that people are the true asset. Fitness and wellness became top of mind. So now, how is our sector doing? I think once people realize that India is a very young country, like you said, obesity drug, a lot of people made a lot of noise about India being the diabetic capital, the hypertension capital, obesity capital, but that's all incorrect data. Actually, India is the youngest population in the world with an average age of 28. So these people are not sick. But somehow the investors before COVID were trying to solve for people who are sick. So a lot of money went into people who were solving for diabetes or people who was, because these are people who will always pay you. So the mindset, the noise that was created by the venture capitalists or the investors were very profit centric and for their own intentions. Today, the world has changed. Today, suddenly people have risen up to the fact that they don't want to be diabetic, they don't want to be hypertensive, and everybody wants to invest in themselves. And similarly, the companies are behaving like that. The government is behaving like that. So I think a lot of things changed when people get paused to reflect. So while capital became low, opportunities became low, I think the consumers responded very strongly. And that is the resilience that then transferred to the startup ecosystem. That's how I see it.
Right. Thank you, Akshay. I'm picking up some of the comments, Nalin, from the panelists. Arjun talked about green jobs, and since you're in that sector that looks at workforce, he also talked about India's demographic dividend, the young population in India. I want to understand from you, Nalin, that what are the industry expectations, how they are changing when they are looking at workforce, and especially, we are talking about a workforce which we call the Gen Z, how their expectations from their workplace are, what's the skill gap that persists, what are you seeing there in that space?
Yeah, happy to share my observations on that. I think I completely agree that, the climate space, even fitness, these are categories that have seen a significant boost in 2023. In terms of, how that is impacting the workforce development and workforce readiness. I think there, unfortunately, I have to say that I don't think that the impact is huge yet. That's not to take away anything from the sector, but it's starting from a very low base, right? So in terms of just numbers at a macro level, I don't think that we are there yet where green jobs is, say, making a big enough impact to a country the size of India. That's part one. I think that's just a function of low denominator. The growth rate is definitely very strong, but the denominator will still take time to grow, right? In terms of the aspiration of the youth, I think there is more clarity. I think so. Like, we are operating in the healthcare space, right? And we train students to across various different job roles in the healthcare space, across curative, diagnostic, rehabilitative, administrative services. And what we've seen is that there is a significant demand from students for job roles that come with a certain degree of respect and a certain degree of recognition in society, right? Anything that does not bring that with the job itself does not meet the aspirational value of the student. I think that, and we have sort of stuck to that as well, because for us, the student, is the main customer. So we only offer programs where that aspiration is definitely met for the students. But I think as I think as it was mentioned that, India went from a primary to a tertiary sort of economy, and so our aspirations have also, as a population, have also sort of taken that leap, which is, but there is a burden on the industries now to be able to meet that aspiration. For some of the new sectors, like I think healthcare is still one of the older sort of sectors. It's also growing fast, but it's still already the third largest employer in the country. But like how new sectors have to attract youth, attract talent for the front lines. I think that's something that is yet to play out. And for that, a strong aspirational value has to be created by those sectors for the youth of the country. I think what happens when an operating theater technician goes home and represents himself in a community, or how their family feels about their job, does like a and I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, but like, does a technician at a solar power plant able to feel the same way? I think that's something the sector as a whole has to address. There is no reason that they should feel any different. All jobs are equally respectful, but that doesn't mean that perceptions don't exist. And I think the industry as a whole has still has to address them.
Would like to add something or more of going deep down on the green jobs aspect, considering we are just at the last day of COP28 today, and clearly a lot of developments there regarding green jobs, and especially in the context of India. If you could tell us some deep insights on that.
Yeah, I mean, I talk daily to people who are looking for a green job, and that's my job to give them one. I think that hunger just to take the job because it's green is not there. Okay, we're still a developing country. People want the basics to be in place. I think more than the green element, the regular startup element is what I feel like. People want more responsibility, more openness, more ability to make decisions, and better work-life balance. These things are kind of on top of their list for when they're choosing jobs. I think the green element is like a nice to have at the moment. But I think as we see more and more successful companies coming out of the sector, then the green element will come in. I think I agree with him. Right now, it's a little bit early. We don't have enough success stories out there which are huge and making a splash for that green element to attract the people. Of course, there's a top slice of people who are very attracted by the green element. But if I need 100 people, there'll be 10 like that. And 90 will join because of salary and, what is the additional responsibility they're getting, what is the freedom they're getting, what is the culture at work. So I think we're still living in that era.
Very rightly put, Arjun. One of the things, Pawan, that I picked up from Akshay's opening remarks was his emphasis on the Indian consumer's propensity towards luxury and premiumization trend, and the disposable income that this generation is having. They're on a splurging spree. How is that playing out in your sector?
Yeah, so I'll just give a background of Better Half. So Better Half started as India's first matrimony app without parents. So that's when urban brides and grooms come in. So their behavior is different, than parents. They're more aspirational. Over the last 18 months, we started our weddings division, and we'll come to the luxury products. And I think then, we became, India's first end-to-end wedding planning and fulfillment platform. So we take care of your end-to-end wedding planning with full service ownership. And mostly, to people, with their wedding budget of 5 lakh to 50 lakhs. It's not a small budget in any way. What we see that, these young people, they're quite aspirational. They want to create memories. So anything when you look into, I can talk about my sector, VedTech. Venue booking, they have very different choices, whether it's resort, lawns, marriage gardens, forts, palaces, 5-star hotels, 7-star hotels. So there's an element of this is how I would like my life to look into. If you look into decorations today, we offer hundreds of designs. If you look 10 years, 20 years back, right, you just have 2 or 3 options that a venue is going to show you. That's their photography. You have tons of choices. Then there's bridal makeup, hairstylist. Now you need somebody, a designer, for the jewelry who's going to visit your home, show you catalogs. There are great, companies out there, like let's say Bluestone, or maybe Carrot Lane, they're going to show you, different designs. So it's now becoming pre-ordered than just going to shop or any company like Better Half or any jewelry shop or, anybody. It's like you like the design, there is a customization that's actually happening and you wait for some time. And then there is a service element where you're hand holding them and you're giving that experience, for them. This is what is happening to, I think, urban young professionals, from our view. And I think, look, it's westernized in some way. It's absolutely okay as long as, they feel that's their part, that's, their memory. As companies, our job is to serve our clients. So wherever they're heading to, we'll continue to give a great professional service to them, keep powering them with good products and services that they need, and in this build a sustainable business out of it.
I'll now shift my focus to a technology that started picking up last year in November, ChatGPT, generative AI, and it has developed so much in this 1 year that we saw a classic boardroom drama just a few weeks back. From a Indian startup ecosystem point of view, I want to understand that, of course, we'll talk about how it has impacted or being deployed in your particular sectors, but at large, how startups across sectors, how they have been at it, about it in the last 1 year. What do you see that path going to on the trajectory that it will be taking? Akshay, if you would like to start.
Yeah, well, I guess Nalin is the CTO, so he'll have more inputs. But from a business standpoint, I think we had built an AI coaching algorithm in 2017. Today, it is the largest in the world. We coach about 7 lakh people a month. But when we had done that in 2017, people thought we were stupid. People thought it was something that nobody will ever pay for. Videos, coaching is something you get on YouTube. And people didn't understand how important it was. And today it became a buzzword. Today people pay us for it. Suddenly, back in 2017, 18, it was something that we had to give out for free because we wanted to keep getting data and become more intelligent. Today, people are paying us millions of dollars for that same facility. So I think because there has been so much chatter about it, acceptability has grown amongst the users that AI or intelligence is something that doesn't necessarily have to come from a human being. It is something that, especially for repetitive tasks. From a business standpoint, I think most of our repetitive menial tasks have been taken over by any sort of generative AI. Google has one, Bing has one, ChatGPT is one. There are lots of other models that Salesforce has one. Depending on what tool you're using, almost everybody has some sort of generative AI capability. And the only thing we have to understand is that it only works on the rules that we set. So as long as you're clear about what your intentions are for use and how you want to establish your rules, I think it is very, very helpful. For a lot of people in our sector where we are into aggregating an unorganized economy and unbundling a previously bundled service to make it affordable, like what we call a shared economy or democratization. There is a lot of repetitive tasks from gym to gym, from human being to human being. So a lot of the efficiency comes from AI for us in our sector. And I think everybody who's coming, so I was a judge, I'm a judge at this DU Shark Tank type of thing. And I get to meet all these young entrepreneurs who are currently in college, right? And there are people who are running 2 crore worth of businesses a month. And these are college students, right? First year, second year. And I barely could get to class. And these are guys who are running businesses on Flipkart, have broken the algorithm at Flipkart, have the ways they're doing these things. Some people have patents. And when you talk to them, all of them are equipped on how to use ChatGPT. Everybody knows how to hack it. Everybody knows how to use it for not for their academic work, but to do a side hustle. Right. So I think the way it is empowering Gen Z is something that we never faced as a millennial or as somebody who was born in the 80s. I think it is definitely a tool that, if used correctly, is going to be very helpful as we scale. And there's a lot of people to serve in our economy, right, and a lot of skills that don't necessarily need to, they don't need to learn it at school. I think those menial things and those repetitive tasks, you can rely on ChatGPT to use.
So clearly the efficiency and the pickup by the Gen Z population. And Nalin, what are you seeing across sectors? What are the sectors that you've seen that have become some early adopters, some sectors that are yet to pick up? What's your reading on that?
I think in terms of the sectors that are early adopters versus the sectors that are not yet adopting, I think that trend, I don't think is different for Gen AI versus technology in general. I think any sector that has been a laggard in adopting technology, let's say agriculture, for one, I don't think that I have personally come across any applications of Gen AI in those sectors. So I think that trend I don't think is shifted. The adopters of technology are still the adopters of technology, and the adopters, people who sectors that are not doing that already, I think there's still, because there's some other structural challenges that are maybe holding them back, right? So none of that has changed. But in terms of, in terms of how I'm like, what I have observed is that, of course, like I think the potential of this technology, it's ultimately a general purpose technology, and it will fundamentally alter all industries, I think, eventually. But there was a certain level of excitement and enthusiasm when we first, like if in the first sort of exposure to ChatGPT about a year ago, perhaps. Since then, I think, there was an expectation about how quickly the world will change. I think it is changing, But I think that expectation has been tempered by, the challenges of execution, because as you start to execute, you realize that the burden of designing interfaces that can actually take advantage of this is still there. The technology does have the propensity to start hallucinating, and that requires a lot of work. There's limited amount of context that you can provide at any one point of time, and you have to be able to condense the right information in that. So there's a lot of sort of iterations that have to happen, which makes it very important that that every sort of use case is very well defined, very well executed, very well. The interface is also guiding the user to exactly that particular use case. It shouldn't be that like a use case built for and solving doubts is being used for psychological examination or something like that, right? Because it won't be able to handle that. But it'll love to sort of go astray. So like I think just challenges like that, those are on the execution side, and I think that's sort of what everyone's sort of going through right now. But I think the change is about to come. Like it's inevitable, and every piece of human interaction box in the product design roadmap is now seeing some sort of generative AI being thrown in there, and I think that's exciting. It's just it's still a lot of hard work for all the technology teams.
Right. Thank you, Nalin. Pawan, yes.
Just want to add something because we're at the forefront of doing this. So I agree with Nalin. I think it depends on the consumer audience. If it's very service oriented or less tech savvy, then it's going to take more time, maybe multi years, sometimes 5-10 years to get there. For people who are quite tech savvy, let's say in our case, it's all it's urban bright syndromes, mainly metro cities, tier 1 cities. They're just used to tech. I think 3 years back, we got a US patent on inventing single click matching technology. So just based on your name, gender and date of birth, we predict your religion, community, your partner preferences based on, I think the city demographics. We look into your median height, sometimes your annual salary, and we match all of these. And you'll be surprised that when we predict something, especially when we match people, for matrimony, 80% of our users don't even change their fields. And that goes to even your language and community. So this was the first invention. So this was true, I think, in one side, I think the AI part that we invented. Fast forward, if you go to betterhalf.ai, today you will find a wedding product. So you type something, maybe let's say type haldi decor, or let's say type engagement ring or jewelry, anything that comes to your mind. So whether it's jewelry or decor or photography, or ring or bridal dress, hairstylist, you'll see a lot of photos. That's going to pull up. And if you like a photo, you will see similar photos. And if you like one, let's say finally, you will see description of those photos, and to be updated, with pricing. So we see that for a consumer audience, I think India is ready. The other product that we have, which is first time that has happened in India, if you like any venue, which is usually, in the past, you have to travel 1-2 hours, especially in a weekend. You have to go there and you can't cover more than 2-3 venues, just, if you're looking for wedding. Today, you can do it at home. It's immersive, as if you are really, you're physically there. You can walk around, you can see banquet hall, lawns, you can get inside rooms. You can plan, your decor, over there. It's just very real. We've released it with 11 properties in India and Bangalore. We are just now going to launch in Delhi. That's how fast, our world is moving. And I think India is ready, as a country to absorb this tech from a consumer point. I call it convenience to them. Since on a B2C part, jobs are not directly linked because it's more about anything that you're looking at, the convenience of your time, sitting at your home, you have access to those products. So I think from consumer, I think this is real. I think AI is real. It's impacting our industry. I'm sure healthcare, it's impacting clean energy. It's impacting your industry is going to impact. We just have to see that the pros has to be higher and higher, for people to absorb and use these technologies for their benefit.
Thank you, Pawan, for elaborating on those use cases. Arjun, yes. How are they getting affected by yeah. What are the difficulties they face? Right. Ever practical. And to focus on that. Right. Right. We'll focus that on the next question as well. But Arjun, given how COP28 is unfolding right now, We're talking about climate tech. You're in that sector. Now, obviously, when we're talking about the transition to a net zero economy, we're talking about energy transition. We're talking about carbon mitigation. What's the tech that is playing out in this sector? Of course, that's not possible without just being relying on renewable energy or carbon mitigation. What's the tech playing out here in your sector, especially not just AI, but any of the disruptive technologies that are playing out?
Sure, thanks. So I think what the two technology, obviously, one is IoT, right, which is making automation cheaper, much cheaper. So like earlier, if 1 out of 100 buildings was automated, now that's moved to like 40 out of 100.
Right.
So more buildings are and factories are being automated. So that's IoT just without AI. And then what AI is doing is making the IoT useful. So if earlier your automation system used to create hardly any value for you, now with AI, that automation system which you spend some money on is creating more value than the cost. So I think these are two extremely powerful trends. The efficiency with which you are able to run your processes is increasing dramatically. And I see a very different world from what was spoken about earlier, that the tech leaders are going to adopt. I mean, I have field engineers with diplomas and people with not even diplomas who are using ChatGPT today.
Right.
So I feel like everybody's using it. It's just that use is limited right now to better communication.
Right.
But I think with people building more tools, like for example, we are building an automation system that you can talk to. You don't have to understand the machine. You can just ask the system, okay, how's my machine performing today? What maintenance do I need to do?
Right.
And that's it. So I think those are really powerful revolutions that are coming. And the combination of these two, IoT and AI, is where a lot of value is being created.
Right. Akshay, I now would like to focus on, the investment outlook, and especially how our homegrown startups have fared in the year gone by. 2023 was probably, as per many industry reports, was the worst in let's say the last 5 years, in terms of investments, in terms of funding. What have been some of the factors that have played out on this front? How resilient the startups were tackling these challenges? And going forward, given the fundamentals of the Indian economy, given the indicators that are there on the macroeconomic front, how do you see that playing up in the year ahead?
Okay, this is a very large question with a very wide ambit, but I'm going to address it. It is true that we heard a lot of noise about funding being a funding winter, and that was obvious. People also discussed it, that inflation was high, interest rates were high, and after the hedging costs and stuff, it's very difficult for LPs to make money in India, and the hurdle rates become very expensive. So it is not true that capital is not available. Capital is there. It has not been deployed today, because all the LPs and GPs have already put money in the Indian corpus. It has just not been deployed. However, while funding announcements were low, I think there were a lot of announcements about people turning EBITDA positive, people becoming profitable, which I think is something to celebrate. I think there has been too much focus on more liquidity not coming into the market, but I think the celebration should be about how many startups suddenly became resilient and declared EBITDA positivity, which meant that every investor who had invested in the India story is actually seeing those companies turn profitable and turn meaningful, right? That is what people were afraid of, that stupid money is going into the economy. Are these companies ever going to become profitable? And yes, the answer is all of them are almost becoming EBITDA positive. And this, I'm talking about large companies, right? Paytm, Oyo, Zomato, everyone's gotten there. Swiggy is almost getting there. Now for younger startups, India is very focused on a vanity metric that we are home to 1 lakh startups. I think we should start changing the KPIs we look at. We should look at how many jobs have been created, how many new jobs have been added, how many more households have prospered. I think instead of just focusing on the word startup, it is time for the media houses also to focus on the value these startups are adding in this economy, which is, as we discussed, a tertiary economy. And most of these tech-led startups are people heavy, right? So how are these people becoming more globally relevant? How are their skills growing? I think that is what the focus needs to be. So how do I see the macro outlook? I think, okay, man, there are things that we can't control, right? We just banned ethanol production from sugar cane, right? So there are a lot of political things that we cannot control, right? There are commodities we have to import, crude oil we have to bring in. So the economy runs on many variables, and it is not ceteris paribus. So only for the startups, I think 2024 will be great. I think till 2026 will be a great time, because as we go along, all these GPs who have money, they have a certain amount of period where they need to invest that money and then start going for exits. Very few GPs, and I come from private equity and did that for many years, very few GPs have the strength to return their capital to the LP without deploying it, because they think there are no opportunities. And no Indian GP, India is a very illiquid market. There are barely 19 funds of any standing, and most of them have raised money globally. So they will deploy. They will not be able to return the capital. So I think 24, 25, 26 you'll certainly see a lot of announcements about funding. But I hope we continue to celebrate what we're celebrating today, which is how the startups have become EBITDA positive or are gunning towards profitability at scale. I think that is what needs to be celebrated. Thank you, Akshay, for summing that up. Nalin, your quick thoughts on that?
No, I actually completely agree with Akshay. I think the timelines are different for me, but I think that every person that you ask will probably have a different guess on that, so that's okay. I agree with everything that Akshay said. I think there is significant amount of capital still available out there. This year of driving efficiencies that we've had, I think that brought out a lot of great announcements about profitability from the companies that have already listed, which is also something that we needed as an India story. We needed that, because the generation of startups before that, say the Flipkart, like we didn't see that go to the public market, becoming profitable, becoming mature organizations, right? So we needed that life cycle to essentially prove out the India startup story. And as a whole, as a country, we need a lot more of a startup activity, right? If we have to actually meaningfully and gainfully employ the number of Indians that actually make use of the demographic dividend that is available to the country today, we just need a lot more of this story playing out. And I think so in that sense, from a very macro perspective, even though the present in different contexts can be slightly painful, but I think in a very sort of macro sense, this year was very good. And I think it'll reap benefits in the next 3 years for sure.
Right. Pawan, we have 2.5 minutes left, and Arjun, your quick take on it.
I agree to, I think, the points in terms of more startups should keep coming in. I think we have to balance the initial phase of testing, experimentation, which will take more time, and the business model has not evolved. I think next year, with many blog posts and something, it's going to be 4x harder, as of compared to 2021 if you're raising funds. Now, how do you survive? I think the signal is become close to profitability. If you look into financial sheet, I think your line item is simple, right? It's revenue, minus, let's say if it's a take rate, that's kind of like your gross margin. After that you have contribution margin 1, which is largely your, if you have operational cost and variable, contribution margin 2, it's your variable marketing cost. So very simple. And then you have net contribution margin. I think our view is all startups should always at the time have a view of their contribution margin. You should be profitable. That's how you should balance your risk. After that, it's EBIT. EBIT is just all your corporate head and salary. If you have that, you can have that balance. I think everybody, largely what we have seen, every investor is willing to fund any marginally, profitable contribution margin positive, and EBIT, they'll say, hey, it's fine, we'll take care of it. If you do that, I think, we'll survive any venture. And more than that, it's actually better, because if in every round you are that systematically strong financially, you are not overly dependent on external capital. When you need your business to scale, you can raise those capital. But let's say at series B, C rounds, you are more optimized. D, E, F round, you're heading towards profitability. And when you look into IPO, you're already profitable company, which didn't happen. And now actually, companies which we look up to, they're turning around, which is a great signal for India.
Thank you. Thank you, Pawan. Arjun?
Yeah, I think a similar sentiment. I think there's more than enough money available, for good companies. I think the focus should be on building long-term value.
Right.
I think there's a short-termism there amongst founders as well, and I agree with what was being said that valuation and money raising is celebrated, but long-term value creation needs to be celebrated more,
right,
and encouraged more amongst the startup community. Money, I think there's plenty available.
Right. Thank you, panelists, for your time this morning and for talking to us and giving the outlook for 2024 and how the resilience story continues and India's economy story continues. We'll have one quick question from the audience, if anybody would like to ask. No questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you.
Hello. I think that's all understood very well. So no questions. A picture, please, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, very quickly moving ahead to the next panel discussion on how the startups are expanding across sectors in a tech heavy age. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Ankita Jain, co-founder and CMO GoPesa, Saurabh Deroha, co-founder and CEO Advantage Club, Vineet Garg, founder and CEO Milo, Mayank Gupta, co-founder and COO Zupa, and this session will be chaired by Rima Bhadouri, editorial lead, BW Business World. Please. Give me louder. Come on, everybody. This is the morning. The second one. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. So, hello everyone. Good morning. Firstly, a warm welcome to our fellow panelists here. So, our session is about strategies that goes beyond, boundaries. Rather, I would say, for scaling businesses. Firstly, I would like to introduce my panelists. So, Ankita, if we can start with you, a lady to a lady, if you can brief what you do and what your company is about.
Thank you, Rima. Thank you so much. My name is Ankita Jain. I'm co-founder GoPesa.com and Only. So we are into cashbacks and coupon. We work with 500 odd brands and we provide amazing coupons and cashback for every shopping that you do. Only is an influencer-led brand. We work with a lot of BFSI players like insurance and credit cards and various other for their influencer marketing needs. And been into the industry for 10 years now. Started when I was 20 in 2012. And the journey has been wonderful. We are a bootstrap profitable player, rare among the industry. So that's we have 3.5 million plus users on the platform. That's a little bit about me.
Myself, Saurabh Deora. I'm co-founder and CEO of Advantage Club. Advantage Club is a global platform for employee experience. We typically help mid to large companies manage the 2% of salary that they spend on their employees for benefits beyond the cash that they pay. And as a company, we're live with more than 1,000 odd clients across 100 countries. Last 2 years have been phenomenal for us, and we've scaled from 1 million users to 4 million users in last almost 20 months or so.
Hi, I'm Vineet. I am founder and CEO of Milo. At Milo, our mission is to help young parents raise happy and healthy families. In that construct, today we have built 3 products. The first one is Milo Community, where we are the largest community in India, about 10 million plus mothers, 3 million monthly active users. And the second is our Milo Baby. It's a consumer brand for for baby products. And lastly, there is a brand called Milo Care, which is a brand for the mothers. So overall net, we have in last couple of years crossed since launched the brands, we have crossed 100 crores in net revenue. So yeah, looking forward to further scaling it up.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Mayank Gupta. I'm a co-founder at Zopper. Zopper is a B2B insurtech. We enable large companies to offer insurance to their customers. We are a 10-year-old company with more than 800 employees. We have more than 200 clients, approximately more than 1 crore of end users. Yeah, we operate across the entire insurance spectrum, starting from device and appliance protection, health insurance, life insurance, motor insurance. And last few years have been phenomenal for us as well. And happy to be a part of this panel. Thanks, BW team, for inviting me to the event. And looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So, since our topic is how startups are expanding across sectors in tech heavy age, I think there is a lot of expansion that we see on the stage already. So, Mayank, if I would like to start with you on this, that we talk, startups are a very crucial part of our economy. And especially when we go through an economic downturn, we have seen startups navigating and scaling themselves right then and there. Either the country is going at a high, even startups have a much higher pace then. When we are seeing an economic challenge, then also we see startups, expanding to a various assumption, consumption, sorry. Also, when we talk about technology, technology is changing like every 3 months, 6 months. And of course, innovative ideas are just popping out every now and then. How do you adapt to these strategies when it comes to startups? How do you, in order to see these innovative approaches, cost effective measures in order to sustain growth for the organization?
Sure, interesting question. And since I come from insurance technology background, I'll refer to that. So until 2018, 2019, we used to be primarily a device and appliance protection company. We used to offer extended warranties and device protection plans on smartphones and appliances. However, when COVID struck, the need for insurance became very, very obvious because a lot of people realized that if they had medical insurance, then the trouble that they're going through due to the financial, burden of healthcare may have been averted or delayed. And that was the need of the hour of the industry of insurance, that more people are covered under insurance in the country. Just to give a quick context, India's insurance penetration is very low. We are at about 4% insurance penetration, which means that our insurance premium is only 4% of our GDP. If you compare with comparable countries, this number should be around 7 to 8%. So we can grow 100% from here in the next few years, and that's the target that even the regulator of insurance, which is IRDA, has given. So back in 2019, 2020, when the world was realizing the need of health insurance, at Zopper, we, figured that opportunity. And we, started creating our InsurTech platform to go beyond device and appliance protection. We also applied for the insurance broking license. And in the last 5 years, we have, built a lot of capability using our tech platform into enabling all sorts of insurance, not just health, but health, life, travel, motor, and any kind of, group insurance. So, from an entrepreneurial perspective, I think it is very, very important to keep an eye on where the market is growing. Probably the markets are going through an economic downturn, but even in a downturn, there is an opportunity. We saw that during COVID, a lot of businesses, got a lot of opportunity. Insurance was one of them, obviously, but then education, home delivery of products and services. So a lot of, online fitness, since we have, I think somebody from FitPass is here, online education, and a lot of businesses got a lot of adoption during COVID. However, many of them could not sustain that wave. And now I think the environment has changed. So as an entrepreneur, if you're running a startup, it is very, very important to keep an eye on where the customer is moving. The economy may be moving up or down, but where the customer needs are moving. And if your business can adapt to the evolving customer needs and provide for that. So I think that would be my initial statement.
Those who sustained are sitting here on the panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vineet, your thoughts on this? On adapting strategies on in order to maintain a sustained growth for the organization.
Yeah. So, just reflecting on a journey at Milos, we are now about 5 years old company. And our journey so far has been split equally across first 2.5 years, just building out the community with zero revenues and no business model. And last couple of years, just kicking our monetization engine and building out the monetization, one of the fastest 100 crore plus brand in the country, sitting on top of the community. So in terms of adaptation, I think it's imperative for any startup to kind of, and the odds are stacked against you heavily to even survive forget about scaling and thriving. And I think the nimbleness and ability to quickly adapt to the situation is a must. So there are multiple vectors of nimbleness that is required. One is the agility inside the organization, and as a founder, as a CEO, also trying to understand the external environment. Now, external environment, again, like was put across, could be a function of what is happening in the markets. Because I mean, your company in the initial stage, if you have picked a venture path, if you have picked a path that you want to grow very, very quickly and want to take external capital in, then you're definitely subject to the way the sentiment of the market is on the investor side. Those may or may not necessarily correlate with the consumers. Right, today, if you see, the equity markets are the highest ever, but the sentiment on the investor side is very, very low. So I think it's important to understand that almost as a data input. You look at a lot of internal data in your business metrics, but almost processing the external environment like a data input into your company growth strategy, and thinking through that what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and also adapting. Like, back in, I remember 2020, 2021, growth was the only vector. So everybody was implementing on the top line growth. You were only asked about ARR percentage, and it will be foolish if you have picked up you have decided that you will go with the venture industry and you will make them the integral part of your company's growth. Then you of course adapt your situation towards that. So at that time, if you were doing it, suddenly if the sentiments turned primarily because bond yields in US became very, very attractive for the risk investors, and suddenly the capital for startups is very low. That's fundamentally what has happened. Nothing has changed at the ground level in terms of how consumers are consuming, how people are using tech, but fundamentally suddenly the risk capital to venture capitalists have dried out. That doesn't mean anything that you're building in the company is fundamentally wrong now, but you have to adapt to the situation. So how we adapted by looking at our costs. We started a cost first execution rather than a growth first execution. We looked at all our costs. We said, okay, who are we paying? What is the contract? A lot of contracts were signed in so much hurry that there were a lot of leakages in that contract. So we kind of adapted to all of that. So I think, I as an organization, I would like to build the company in a way that tomorrow, if the tide turns, and since we have picked up venture as a path, we would love to again, quickly pivot ourselves back to that. So I think my closing statement to this is that external environment is almost like a data input to your business metric, and you schedule your moves for a quarter or a year ahead around what you see from the market.
Saurabh, your take?
Yeah, I totally agree with my fellow panelist. I think the biggest advantage startups have over large enterprises is that we can be very, very adaptive. And that's the core difference. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons startups become large companies in future. Because one, you are very adaptive. Secondly, the people who are decision making are working on the ground, because otherwise in a bureaucratic setup, that entire communication get lost. So it's very essential for all of us to build an organization which is built upon the same core value. Now, in our space, like we operate in employee engagement space, so the world completely changed. Like pre-COVID era, especially when you look at Southeast Asian market, employee engagement was more of a nice to have. Then during COVID, it was more about survival. By the end of 2020, it became imperative that this is going to become a mainstay, and almost every organization would look at it as a must have and not just a nice to have, because the workplace became a lot more complicated. We went into a hybrid setup. It's not only that, I would say even the generations or the people who are working in the office, their expectation changed because they saw a different side of life, where a lot of them started valuing their life beyond work as well. So the onus fell on the organizations to create a setup in which people want to work and are also maybe wanting to come back to office, to driving and creating unique programs. Now, as a startup, of course, we had to be at forefront of it. Another thing, the biggest challenge for us in terms of adaptability was that the world became one globe. So it meant that overnight, when we went to pitch to large IT companies like say a Tech Mahindra or an HCL or a Hexaware, they had this requirement that on day zero, you have to cater to all my countries. And we were a startup which was operating out of India and barely dabbling into Southeast Asia. So in a span of 1 month, we practically had to create a footprint across 100 countries for existence. Let's forget scalability. So otherwise it was planned that we'll do it in 5 years. We had to practically execute all of that in 2 months. So those were certain days which, when we look back, we feel that we did well, and that's why where we are is where we are. So I would just close this by saying that as a startup, you have to be nimble, you have to be adaptive, and on the cost side, luckily, at least in Advantage Club, we had the DNA of cost efficiency, so that never became a big problem for us. But I know a lot of startups which have built with the mindset of growth at all cost, which was the VC mindset back in 21, and to switching that out is very, very hard because you're not switching it out only as founder, but throughout your entire organization. So all your spends have to be looked at. So it's for those guys, it has been harder, but as I said, most of the startups who are successful are adaptive. So I think we are already seeing a large pool of companies which is now moving in that direction.
Perfect. Ankita, your take.
Yeah, so I think being in the B2C space, customer retention has been our key, and it's the customer who's the decision maker. If I get the customer to keep be invested in my product, I don't think we have a problem. It's only when the customer is not interested or the customer is not having liking the product. So our everything revolves around the customer. Overall, being a bootstrap company, our agenda was always to earn money out of the business, and a very banya mentality, I would say, is the genesis of GoPaisa. And the idea is to earn money, to make money, be it whatever categories we are working on. So that has been the core of it. Being the customer centric company, I think we've adopted as the needs of the customer changed. Whatever they required, we were there to provide it to them. Because if we fail on those grounds, it is the overall failure of the company. So I think listening to the customer has been our key. We keep on listening to our whatever signals our customer is dropping, and we adapt according to what our customer is sending signals. Has been our key to adaptability. Our organization, definitely I agree to them, agile is very important. Agile, it is very the decision making lies in the hands of a lot of people. That is very important, because if there is one person controlling everything, you do not know, and it is not somewhere right. So it is important to delegate authority. So delegation of authority is another key that we have discovered over our course of action. So I think these are the two that I would like to highlight.
Thank you. Understood. So there's also what we are seeing right now in the industry is that there are a lot of partnerships happening, or rather a lot of collaborations that are taking place between startups or between a startup and an established company in order to enhance their reach their right audience. So, Vineet, if I come to you, because Milo has a lot of subsections under it, how important do you think? I mean, when we talk about collaborations, when we talk about partnerships, the first thing that enters our mind is data, the division of data. Data naturally enhances. You can reach to more people, not only tier 1 cities, but tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. And of course, the young lot that is coming, we are also focusing upon them. So, how crucial is at that point of time does data driven making decisions become a part of scaling those strategies when you talk for a startup?
Yeah, so I think I mean if you're building any startup today's world, and like I run B2C tech platform, it's absolutely like it's like 100% data driven is what we drive, at least in the team. And but even in the case of partnerships that Ankita you referred to, there again I think any partner they are generating data, and fundamentally I believe that all of us, we're basically in the business of generating data, and we're creating the data, and the data is being valued by other people who look at your data, be it a company P&L, be it your share price, be it your revenue numbers, be it any of this, right? So I think in that sense, pinning yourself back onto the data is one core and a very fundamental skill set that I have deeply inculcated in the company. And this is something I go long back in, post my MBA, spent around 4 or 5 years just building data driven strategies for sales and marketing for various clients. And then whatever work I did in tech prior to founding Milo, just valued data inherently. And I think that's the advantage of today, that you can be very, very granular with your data. You can look at your PNL from so many different directions. I mean, we have at Milo things running at hourly basis, wherein people are looking at how many orders what a particular channel got an hourly basis and responding to that and able to compare the same hour of that day to the previous hour yesterday and the previous hour last week. So that's how granular and how fast you can get with data in terms of decision making. And the same thing applies with your partnerships, which we were talking about. And ultimately, in the contracts that are being made, for example, in a consumer brand space that we are running. So of course you need to build partnerships with last mile players like a delivery or a Shiprocket or a bunch of other players. Or even on the marketing side, you build partnerships with platforms where you're running marketing and they are kind of providing that sales to you. In both these contexts, for instance, the connectivity by data is extremely critical, and that's something we go very, very detailed about. And I think that's something that can keep you honest, keep the partners honest, and that probably reduces the ambiguity in the room by bringing everybody on the same page. So I think the technology has advanced to extent that you can, of course, do all these deep integrations without it being very extensive on your technology team in terms of time spent. So, I mean, I would say that this is irrespective of the ecosystem, even if you're building for growth or you're building for cost optimized way, pinning yourself back to a data first execution is fundamental from where I see it.
Lovely. Mayank, in your industry, how does what role does data play? Because as we are talking about a tech heavy age, how significant is data when you talk about collaborations, when you talk about partnerships? How data is significant in this industry?
Sure, I'll give a quick context. So we are a B2B organization, and the core premise of our scale and growth has been partnerships and collaboration. So if you look at any large company today, typically most of them have couple of things. They have a very large distribution channel. They will have millions or crores of customers, and they will have a lot of manpower. These are some of the things that all the large companies have today. What they do not have is the agility on the technology, speed of execution and thinking on the feet, which typically is lost when you scale beyond a certain level, which I think is the common theme which all the founders here are talking about, the agility that startups provide. So what they do not have is speed, agility, product innovation, which startups have. And that calls for a very strategic alignment and partnership amongst startups and large corporates. And that becomes the fundamental foundation of any collaboration and partnership. Now, where data comes into play is if the startup is able to dive deep into the distribution channel and the customers and the employees of that large corporate, you can create a lot of interesting opportunities for the partnership to flourish. In our case, we work a lot with the financial sector. We work with e-commerce. We work with retail chains. And they have a plethora of products and a very different kind of audience for each of the products. For example, a bank will have an asset class and liability class. They will have banking products. They will have loan products, lending products. So for different class of customers, and you can also segment customers by online customers who transact through net banking. You could classify customers on the basis of their geography, tier 1, tier 2, rural, urban. If you can segment the customers of a bank into, let's say, 5, 6, 10, 20, 50 cohorts, and for each cohort, you can offer a product or a solution which can be plugged in via an API or via an off-the-shelf solution. There is no reason why a prospective client, it could be a bank or NBFC or any large company for that matter, will not partner with you, because the areas where they are willing to invest capital but they do not know how to invest, where to invest, how to find the right team, that is the area where the startup has created innovation, but the startup lacks distribution channel and the customer. So instead of investing in each other's strengths, you invest in each other, and then the magic happens. So that's how we have taken the path over the last many years, and that has worked very well for us.
Beautifully explained. Ankita, being in the similar industry, how much do you agree to it? Like, as he was talking about technology, how bringing two companies together, it actually absolutely helps any startup to eventually grow. For you, how important is data-driven decision making becomes a path on scaling your strategies in order to present it in front of your consumers and your potential customers?
So I think we've partnered with a couple of companies, and for us, partnership is the key. We have worked very minutely into data. I can give you an example. We were working with an insurance company who was only targeting with an age group of 18 to 25 to 30 maximum. And on the basis of our data, on the basis of our study with the consumers, what we found out that a 40 plus is what their insurance audience was. And 40 plus male into tier 2 and tier 3 is what their audience was, which they were not even targeting. Excuse me. So this is where we actually changed the perspective, and then the partner also changed the communication. They changed the creatives to a more mature audience. The creators went out in a similar way. So all the money spends were going to a more younger audience, whether they had to shift to a more mature audience, and their ROAS and their conversion rate increased tremendously well. So I mean, those small nicks and bits, because those are very important. As a brand, you're spending somewhere, maybe your consumer is not that. And because we work with multiple partners, we get to understand the consumer behavior more intrinsically. We get to help our partners in their decision making of who their actual customer is, because there are two kinds of customers, I would say. One that a brand perceives that they have, and another one that they actually have. You know, a lot of times the brand says that I don't want to give out a deal, my brand value will be spoiled, and all of those things. And we tell them that, that's how your brand is built on. I mean, even if you're giving a deal, it's a value conscious customer. The customer is not bad or good. The customer is what you have. Give him a deal that brings loyalty to your brand. So that is what I always tell them, that it is very important to look at and accept who your customer is and talk to them in the language, because maybe you're talking to somebody else and your customer is somebody else. So that's how we partner with brands, and that's how we have looked into data, even at Flipkart end. So we realized that a lot of housewives who were coming to Flipkart to buy grocery were also interested in financial products, and they were not the one who were taking the decision making, but they were influencers to the decision making of the financial products, because they were going back and telling them that, yeah, we need a health insurance, we need a life insurance. So all these people who were coming for grocery on Flipkart were also researching about the insurance bit of it for financial products. So that's how a lot of data comes into play in our case of things.
And the responsibility also gets a little higher then.
Yes, because then a lot of brands come to us for those data, and then we have to partner for the same. Yeah.
Lovely. So, Saurabh, in your case, like, do we see that there will be partnerships or collaborations rather taking place? And along with that, with the data that you collect, because naturally, as I said, that the responsibilities naturally increase when you have a lot of data, the amount of work doubles, rather, I would say, to reach your right audience. How does it work in your case when you have to make decisions according to the data? Because naturally it helps a lot. It helps us companies to expand their reach to the maximum core. How does it help in your case?
Sure. So I would say data is almost like a fuel to a startup, just like a car. So data can be utilized in different things. In a lot of cases, data is part of the product, like what Ankita mentioned. And also in our product, data is very important because we personalize the experience for the end users. And we have an AI engine built using that data, which actually drives 28% of the redemption rates. The second impact of data is the business output that you're creating, both for yourself and for your client. I'll just back it up with example. So like in our case, the employees who are recognized on the platform, their retention rate is 55% higher than the people who are not recognized. So that's another use case of data. The third use case of data is to actually identify your own GTM, that where you're able to sell, how you're able to sell. And fourthly, of course, you have to analyze your cohorts. I'm sure most of you guys would already know it, to see how your existing customers are actually behaving over the time. While you can hear and probably track the anecdotal stories, which are great for probably PR articles, but the real businesses are built on seeing the repeatability of the customer on the data level. Now, moving on the other side, the partnership. So we are completely built on a partnership first approach. Again, partnership plays different aspects of life in our business. Firstly, it's part of a product. Like I said, we went live to 100 countries in a month. The only way to do it was by partnering with all the leading players all across the globe. Second, partnership is a very important part of GTM as well, because you're partnering with some of these large organizations. We work with a lot of consultants, the big four, to also deploy across large organizations. And thirdly, partnership is also very important for brand building. So that's where we partner with PR houses like BW, which has such huge reach, to kind of enable the people to know about Advantage Club, especially among the relevant EG. And the last one for any organization is to build the internal efficiency, because practically it's not possible to reinvent the wheel, everything internally. And that's a mistake we have done in the early stage of my business, where instead of using a third-party app internally, we decided to build something from scratch on the CRM side to protect our leads. But then we realized that's not how it would work, and we'll never be able to match the power of, say, a Salesforce or something like that. So that's why I'd say you have to be all-rounded around both partnership and, of course, when on the data side, it's not really important to collect data, but to also find the use cases and the impact and use the data accordingly.
Great. So, Ankita, coming back to you on this, when we started this panel, we were talking about cost effectiveness. I'll bring that pin back and put a dash on it and want to ask you, and I'm very intrigued about it rather, how do startups implement these cost-cutting measures and also ensure that there's no compromise being taken at the core functions to have a proper resource allocation or resource utilization as per se? How do you work in this? Because startups have very agile business models. They allow to quickly make adjustments in order to the capacity of the market. How do you vision that cost-cutting implementation without compromising the core functions of the company?
So I think upskilling has been the key for us. We continuously upskill our employees. That also leads to a better retention of our employees, and also helps them work in various departments, not just like, I would clearly say there's a person who was into customer support, who was handling a customer support, is now working into process management, because of the factor like he's been into the company for more than 3 years now, and he's worked in that department. Now he understands the process, he understands the customer more, and has gone to the process side of it as well. So he takes care of both the things. So I think again, growth and marketing is what is combined at our end. If it is every bit of money that is getting spent needs to result in some kind of growth or some kind of advancement, it cannot be a mindless decision. So those decisions again come at a lot of deliberation is done before any marketing plan is created and anything is executed. Third is looking at the data again and again has been the key. Fourth, a very hard truth, I would say, performers stay and non-performers leave. I mean, if they are non-performers in a bootstrap, in a profitable, where the entire vision is to make profits, to earn money. So a person who's not working cannot just stay. So because the essence of the organization is that you have to be at your best, and you have to you have to be invested with the company as much I am invested with the company. Because if you are here for a part-time or just as a next leg of your journey, we do not want to encourage such employees to be with us. So upskilling we only do when we know that the employees are as much invested. So these measures help us create a resource pool for ourselves that is long term, that is sustainable, and that works towards building the organization rather than just building for themselves. It's like the vision should be aligned, and if the vision of the stakeholders are aligned, I think cost cutting, whenever it happens, the other person also understands it very well rather than taking it in a negative manner, because it's for the advantage of the organization.
Lovely. Your hard truth does make sense because you're also that person is also representing your company. So I think it makes sense. Vineet, same goes for you, but again, as I mentioned, you have various subsections. So again, I'm very intrigued because how do you maintain those cost cutting measures? How do you challenge those cost cutting measures? And again, with those subsections, also ensure that they're working very smoothly. What strategies or do you apply in order to scale your business?
Yeah. So, like we said, like I mentioned, like Milo is a venture-backed company, and we are very clear that venture track. So I think this clarity to say that okay, we are on a venture track, and hence we are a fast-growing organization. That is very, very fundamental to us. And and towards that, again, responding to the ecosystem change, there's a lot of focus on now cost-conscious growth. Right. So there's just the growth still needs to be there. It just needs to be more cost-conscious. And hence, adapting to that. Again, just 2 years of our execution from a monetization point of view. It has been like, so as an organization, we run like quarterly OKRs and monthly OKRs. It's about what constraint variable do you put in your team's OKRs. Earlier, if it was only about X% growth on a monthly basis, now it is the bottom line number also gets added to the fact that now the execution is actually on the bottom line number, and the top line number is a subset to the bottom line number. So I'll give you an example. So if you are picking up a product story saying, hey, I will improve the conversion of the app by X%, and this earlier that will lead to increase in revenues by X rupees. Now it is okay, I'll improve the conversion of the app, and that will lead to improvement in CM3 or CM4 contribution margin by Y rupees. And that may mean a top line growth, or that may not mean a top line growth. Sometimes you can just work in the efficiencies of the existing revenue, or you can just increase the revenue and your unit economics looks the same, and you still get generating more bottom line. So I think for us, it has been honestly at the most basic level, just this shift. And once this is implemented, team, they are well trained, well oiled engine to kind of execute on top of it. So they have found their ways. I mean, and in that process, once I pivoted this, okay, your core variable is actually the bottom line, and the top line is actually supporting variable. I think then the interesting things we're going to uncover, you begin to look at all your costs, you begin to look at, hey, why am I really spending over here? Do I really need to do this? And why am I paying this particular software company 3 lakh rupees a month? What does my contract say? Can I really squeeze them? Can I get on a meeting and saying, boss, why am I paying you this much? Can we renegotiate the contract? So all of this happened in the organization, and people were given their, like, we're a very data-driven company, so people run their own P&Ls. And within their P&Ls, they were able to figure out a lot of hidden small costs, which otherwise, as a fast-growing organization, you may not even look at. Sometimes they're like, okay, at a later scale, we'll look at this optimization, let's grow. So I think for us, it has been this one shift, which then as a concept gets applied across different areas. So in terms of community, we begin to look at, how do we really reduce our CAC significantly? So you like brought it down by 60%, rather than only saying, I don't care about the CAC, let's get the monthly active users to grow. Right. So I think the approach changed, and for us that approach changed because the data from the external market changed. External market suddenly begin to value a lot more cost-conscious execution versus a growth-first execution, and that's how we adapted. Similarly, on our brand side, we said, okay, how is our logistics cost really happening? So I mean, just to give you a context, we would have sold like 1 crore baby wipes in last 1 month itself. Now that requires a lot of logistics transportation. It's coming from the vendor, it's going to warehouses. We have 8-10 warehouses across the country. So somebody sat on it and saying, okay, why are we sending wipes so many places? If we can have it from one vendor and only go to respective warehouses, and on those warehouses, if we optimize and basis all of that, and the person was able to reduce our cost significantly on the transportation, and that was a great execution. In the prior world where growth was the only variable, this execution may not even valued or looked at that, hey, this doesn't lead to more sales. But as we shifted focus, as we adapted ourselves towards a cost conscious execution, all these stories, all these concepts were picked up by the team and executed. So I think that's how, I mean, in terms of problem solving culture, in terms of data driven culture, it stays the same. It is that you start to respond to a slightly different variable, and your solutioning therefore adapts to it.
And cost optimization is the key. So Saurabh, coming on to you, like, how do you look at, this cost-effective measures in this ever-changing market? Because, and with the advent of AI as well, I would like to touch upon that. We have got AI, generative AI, now regenerative AI. A lot of things are coming up every second day, or I would say every second month. What is your take on those cutting measures? Where do you see uh, for scaling your strategies, for navigating the company at the right direction? How do you vision that?
Sure. So first thing I would say is that what we believe is that we are never cutting cost. We are always saving money for the future. This was something I learned very early in the entrepreneur's journey, that even if you're asking an employee to leave, you're never asking an employee to leave, you're saving jobs. So whenever we look at any kind of such measure, that's the approach. The first of all, you would look at what all is extra fat in the organization. What can we live without? If 10 people can do that job, can, with the new technologies which are there where people are a lot more efficient, can 8 people do that same job? And can 2 people be reallocated for any new business demand? So we're very, very efficient as a organization. And like, we generally believe in small teams for a particular job. We don't believe that even the hardest tech problem should have more than 4 people working on it in principle. So you'll always find very small, nimble teams doing the job at Advantage Club. And for making that happen, the back end of the thought process is the hustle. So the entire organization has a hustle mindset that everyone has to do whatever it takes. And if there's an objective, that something needs to be achieved in 2 days, no one can say that we are less on resources for that. So I think that has been one of the cornerstone which has helped us throughout this journey, especially I would say over last 1 year, where the market has been a little more tumultuous, especially on the cost side. Secondly, we don't believe in overpaying. Like, we are generally frugal. We negotiate hard with everyone we pay. Wherever we get money, we negotiate hard. Again, I would say 1.5 years back, when the mindset was a little different, our goal was also to win accounts at all costs. So we would give very attractive proposition to our clients, and just to increase the market share, thinking that probably you don't care about margins right now. But this year it has been very different overall. So this year the focus has moved a lot on margins. So even when we're pitching to client, we are very conscious that every client is profitable in some form or the other, either in direct revenue or in future revenue point of view. And then we are very, very focused in terms of our spend as well, both in terms of market, the client targeting, all of that is much more focused. A lot of it is also data-based learning that we have achieved in last 1.5 years. But because there's a cost focus, that's why we are like allocating it to like only relevant places and not everywhere.
Lovely. So Mayank, I started my panel with you, and we are almost about time. So I would like to conclude the session along with you on your thoughts on this cost-cutting implementation that takes in the companies. And as I asked Saurabh about it, that with the advent rise of AI, generative AI, regenerative AI, what is your take on the cost-cutting implementations that take place for companies?
So I think as founders, there is a responsibility that each one of have towards the investors' money that we have raised. It could be any stage, seed, series A, series B, C, D, IPO. And I think cost is a mindset that every founder needs to develop. So before you actually resort to cost cutting, I think that stage should not arrive if you have done your cost planning ahead of time and you've been frugal in your approach. So, few things come to mind. If you look at some of the largest corporations of India, the Tatas and, the likewise, they have never done cost cutting in terms of laying off, mass layoffs, etc. And they are respected for that. They've been in existence for decades, sometimes centuries. And, the core reason why these companies are respected is because they never got swayed by abundance of capital. They never resorted to glamorous or luxurious ways of operating. So as founders, we need to realize what is good to have versus what is must have. I think that differentiation is very, very important. It is important to have an office in Cyber City, or you could have it in Udyog Vihar. I think that's an important distinction one needs to make. Secondly, what kind of employees you are hiring? Are you hiring very, very specific skill set folks early in your journey? Or are you hiring journalists who can adapt into a new role? I think Ankita mentioned that some people who were in customer support department are now doing procurement or processing. So I think that's one of the other things that you could do as a startup, that hire people who are flexible, who are agile. And thirdly, I think the entire dialogue within the company, is it only limited to the top line growth or the GMV growth, or is it linked to revenue and bottom line? That helps in bringing a DNA not just to the founding team or management team, but to the end employee, that this company is cost conscious, and therefore, every thought and action that I bring on the table has to be cost conscious as well. And I think if you follow this mindset, cost cutting is something that may not even be required by the organization. So, and I think we all should try our best to avoid cost cutting to the extent possible, because somebody's gain is also somebody's loss. And why to gain at somebody's loss if we can create synergies for everybody? So yeah, that's my bit.
Lovely. So thank you, my panelist. I really had a very nice discussion. In fact, I got a very large, broader alignment of how to scale businesses in the right way and the strategies to adapt. I hope everyone else also had a nice time. If you could please give a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Aditya, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. So a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now from discussing expansions and technology, all of it together, let's move ahead with our next panel discussion on the topic. With the ongoing lull period, decoding what awaits for founders going ahead. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Amit Sinha, co-founder, Unnati Agri, Ankit Mehta, co-founder, Idea Forge, Laurent Samandari, co-founder and CEO, Laupera, and this session will be chaired by Jyoti Khetarpal, entrepreneur-in-chief and founder, Brisk Check Solutions. Everybody wants for them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our topic, as mentioned, is predicting 2024 road ahead for Indian startups. So before starting, I would like to give a small introduction of mine and would request my co-panelists to introduce them quickly. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm a full-time mother of two. My girl is 87 years old, my mother-in-law, and the boy is 17 years old in high school. I'm a chartered accountant and all right. I'm a chartered accountant and I am advising both on risk mitigation and management strategies and solutions. So over to you, my co-panelist, in case you can introduce yourself one by one.
All right. So my name is Laurent Samandari. I am the founder of a bakery and pastry chain, which is located in India, which is called Laupera. I have more as a business background as my training, and it has been now almost 15 years that I'm established in India, and I'm a French national, but in terms of my heart, I'm feeling as part of this country right now. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon. I'm Ankit Mehta. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Idea Forge. Idea Forge, if I may help everyone jog their memories, was the company whose early prototype was featured in the movie Three Idiots all the way back in 2009. So we've been around for a while. We've in a way pioneered the drone space in our country, and we are building drones for defense and civil applications for our country and for the global markets.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Amit Sinha. I'm the co-founder of a company called Unnati. We are focused on the B2B agri supply chain services and financial services firm. We too have been at it for the last 13 years, and we are backed by some of the leading agriculture sector companies like NABARD and Incofin. And we reach out to more than 60,000 retailers and traders across the 7 states, catering to more than 2.5 million farmers. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful introduction. So, when we talk about startups in India, we do understand that startups in India face many obstacles, such as a lack of skilled labor, shortage of funds, stiff competition from the established businesses. At times, there are challenges like regulatory ambiguity, inadequate infrastructure, you would have seen, and difficulties in scaling up as well. So, keeping all these obstacles in mind, what are the emerging trends in the Indian startup ecosystem and how these trends are shaping the future of startup in India according to you? So may I ask Amit to start with your insight?
So very true. In fact, because we primarily work in villages and in very remote locations, all our centers, all our offices and people are, majority of them are in the, I would say, either in the villages or tier 3 towns. This whole shortage of skill set and things have always been a challenge. In fact, when we started off long back, many people would not even like to join like companies like us because they would like to join some larger company names and all. But thankfully, things have been changing today because of the whole explosion of information. People are happy to join and work with us. We have a 300-member team. But one critical thing I think, which is very important from a startup's perspective. And I think this will be true for all the startups because we are always trying to create something new which did not exist. So the idea is, how do you go ahead and get people who are ready to learn on the job, not only learn themselves, but also make you learn, because you are only as good as your last team member who is out there in the field or your customer. And they are the guys who are actually executing on ground. So the trick is to find people who are able to learn fast and educate you in the process, and also help you make processes which can then be replicated at a much larger scale.
Right. Ankit, do you want to add something to it?
Yeah, I think one of the trends that I'm observing is that there is a lot of deep tech activity that has started to happen in our country, and it's really heartening to note that people are no longer just looking to build software websites or services based solutions. People are looking at building hardware based solutions in our country. People are looking at building intellectual property in our own country, which is, I think, extremely important for a country like ours, because as a service economy, primarily we cannot build global value and scale and grow highly profitably and at a very accelerated pace without having our own brands, without having our own technology. And the dependence on the rest of the world is something which we have to progressively be a net contributor to as well, where we will continue to consume a lot from the rest of the world. That's the nature of a global economy, but we will also have something to contribute back to the rest of the world. So I think that is a trend that I'm seeing increasingly change, and it's very, very heartening to note that.
Lauren, do you want to add?
So what I have seen in the startup ecosystem in India is that it's a very dynamic force which is happening in India. I think that right now there is 110,000 new companies that has started, which is technically now placing India to the third country where there have been the most important number of startups in the country. Now, from my understanding, I think that there is many ideas and many concepts, which is very interesting. But in some ways, my view is that I think entrepreneurs has also to consider to be doing new concepts, new ideas, not to be just copying what the others are doing, to have a real understanding of long-term views, to be established a new business in India, which is taking into consideration the stakeholders, technically they will have to do a nice business planning, new concept, new ideas to be really facing the whole market. I think that India is a very important market by its own. So I have a less of an expertise on global markets, and I've been looking at only the possibility to be doing our business, which is more into agro and retail in India, which is a huge market itself. And of course, I think that we have to be well prepared, plan well in advance. Even in our company, we have just before really the starting point of our business already with interviews spending $100,000 just to be just elaborating the plan and to be looking at opening this business in India. And of course, I think that funding would be not only the only criteria. I think there is many solution in India to be founding the businesses, to be starting an activity in India, but the focus should be not only the financial perspective. I think that technically many consideration has to be taken into consideration, and looking also at a long-term business that is viable and that would be also taking care of all the different criteria in India.
That's precisely was my next question. What are the adaptive strategies or risk mitigation measures founders can take, considering all these emerging trends in the startup ecosystem? You have given your inputs. Ankit, do you want to add something about adaptive strategies or risk mitigation measures, or do you want to give any example of that in your company?
I think in general, if a business does not have differentiation that can be sustained, it is going to get disrupted. Like Laurent mentioned, there are a lot of people doing the same things. And if there is no differentiation in what you're offering, and that differentiation, if it is not protected, if it is not defensible, then it becomes a point of disruption. And therefore, the point that I was earlier making, that building intellectual property first businesses is in itself a defense mechanism that can prevent disruption from happening very easily. And I think that's an area which a lot of focus needs to go in, wherein we build differentiated solutions. There is a tendency, in our country and globally as well, that if it's an attractive area, everyone tries to get into it, be it in the form of trading or in the form of, creating a business with a lot of Me Too products. But the sustainability of a business has to be largely, if you look at all the large organizations in the world, they are all built on intellectual property that is highly defensible for all of them. So, that would be my broad thought.
So you mean innovation is required for long-term sustainability?
Yes, absolutely. Innovation, not just in services and, the way we present things, but deep innovation in how we do things that can be protected, that cannot be replicated without probably paying you a tax for replicating it. So I think that is something which we have to understand is very, very critical. Today, large businesses are able to defend their turf because they own the intellectual property and they can defend it legally in the public, in the rest of the world.
In the courts. Right. Thank you so much. Amit, do you want to add anything about adaptive strategies or risk mitigation measures, whether your company has taken, or you want to tell future founders about it?
So I think one of the most key things that we have always seen, and which is very important, is like, if you are loved by your customer, if your customer is ready to buy your service or product, every risk mitigation will follow. So if you are facing a crunch on your funding, if you have customers, then funding does not matter. The scale of the business might matter in the short term, but in the longer term, it won't matter. Similarly, if your product or service is being bought by the customer, then minor fluctuations in the demand and supply and everything will be managed, as long as you have a demand for whatever you are offering. And that's I think the most key factor for any entrepreneur or any founder, is that his product, his service should be liked, whatever audience he is targeting. If they like your product or service, then the risk mitigation will happen from whatever the environmental factors might be. They are all short term. They can always, the markets will change, the scenario will change. If your product and service is being bought by the customer and he's ready to pay for it, then everything else will fall into place.
Right. Very well said. So you all will agree, whether we have high spirit or experiencing low moments, we resort to food. And that goes to your credit and your company's credit. Still, I would like to ask from you that how thorough market research and the regulatory considerations impact a business.
Okay, so as I said at the beginning of Opera, we have been trying to look at the Indian market and our potential customers in India, and that has been very valuable for us because in many ways it was part of in every entrepreneur venture there is a part of risk. So we are trying to avoid all the risk which is taking in place and trying to make this business successful. So in terms of the market research, we have been ongoing many research in terms of first, the type of product and suppliers that we could find in India. We've been looking in our domain if even the concept would be a point of interest for India. And in many ways, we've been engaging these things to many people in India, which has been in some ways really valuable for us. And we still continue to be trying to get as maximum of information from the market itself. So it's not only as market studies, but it goes to people who are real professional, who have also the expertise of the Indian market, of their domain. So we have been associated with many stakeholders of Lopera, which are really professional and knows also the country. And of course, we are trying, as we are also involved in retail, we are trying the best to be finding the right spot, the right place where we could be high values of our product, of our businesses. And of course, as we are also into luxury retail, we cannot really take too much risk to be also losing some money. So we have really to take many consideration even when we start even one store. So we have to see if we have the potential clients, the right places, that we make things in the right manner in terms of our cost control. So all these things has to be well prepared. It has to be well understanding. And technically, of course, there is many players in India who are really looking at all the elements for making successful businesses. And of course, for getting a success, all these elements has to be really taken into consideration. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ankit, do you want to add something? A part of it you have already answered, but still, in case you want to add something, in addition to intellectual property, whether market research or regulatory scenario is impacting your business, you are coming from completely unique area, I would say. So what is your take on this?
So market research, it's a very interesting area. A lot of times we do have product teams and they're trying to understand what the customer wants. What we've found is that often it is not what the customer imagines they want. It is actually the customer's experience that matters more in market research. So I'll give you an example. When we started our company and we built our first drone, we used to pitch a drone to the end customer that could fly for about 30 odd minutes. And we would go to any customer of ours and we would tell them that we have a drone. They had never seen a drone before. But the first thing they will tell us is that it only flies for 30 minutes. I need minimum something that will fly for 60 minutes. So it's us, defending their imagination. And the only thing we would tell them is that now that we are here, would you like to see it fly? And I don't think that we had a customer, wait for the demonstration to ever get over. We would never be able to fly our drone full 30 minutes in front of that customer. In 10, 12 minutes, he would say 30 minutes is okay. We'll go ahead and take this. So the user's experience is very, very critical as far as market research is concerned, because a lot of research done on users' imagination can lead you astray and make you build things which are not necessarily essential to be successful in the first iteration. Eventually, you have to catch up to the user's imagination, but it may not be necessary in the first iteration itself. So I think that is one part of what I wanted to talk about on market research. And of course, I think the regulatory environment is an essential factor for the growth of any business. It is important that a country should have a regulatory environment that looks to establish the domain first and regulate next. That sequence is very critical, because if you regulate before it becomes a market, you will basically miss out on a bus that might evolve somewhere else in the world, and then we will become net importers of that technology or that space. So I think that is something which is extremely critical, and it is something which we've experienced in our own domain as well. We have caught up on regulations as a country as far as drones are concerned, and now we have a very, very adoption friendly and a very aggressive domain where our own stated mission is to become the drone hub of the world as a country, which was not something which we started off with. We actually went through a full cycle of recovery as far as drones are concerned. We were ignored first, we were banned next, we were then grudgingly acknowledged that we exist, but we had a very, very unwieldy regulation at that time. And then now we have a regulation that is embracing the technology and wanting to accelerate its adoption. So I think regulations do play a very important part, but they need to be measured for getting things to a scale first.
Very well said. Amit, do you want to add any experience into this domain, market research as well as regulatory environment?
Sure. So as Ankit very rightly said, I believe that the first at least 2 to 3 iterations of whatever the product or service might be can't be dependent on the market research, because you will always get misleading cues from your customer who haven't experienced what you're trying to build. So it has to be based on your experience, your understanding of the market and stuff that you build, and gradually get into the market research mode, which is more, I would say, for evolution of features rather than the core product. On the regulatory front, I'm coming from an industry which is anyway very, very regulated, both from an agri and financial services perspective. It's very heavily regulated right up to a district level. So we work in an environment where we have to cater right from local district level regulation to pan-India regulations. Okay. And my view there is that few things that are very critical. One is one should understand the core agenda of the regulation itself. Okay, why it is being done, and that would help us as an entrepreneur or as a founder to navigate that much better. And many times, especially for industries like us, which are ages old and which has regulations going up to the British era, it's always important to first get on the right side of the regulation and then try to change it, rather than trying to change it from the outside.
Absolutely.
That's because then you get an audience that, okay, ye kuch kar to raha hai, as per the current regulations. Now let's look at improvements. And I think that is what good part is. A lot of those regulations have been evolving very fast as scenarios have been changing. And many times, these regulations also make you build in a way that it becomes very, very long-term sustainable, because some of these regulations, if they were understood right and implemented in the right spirit, it will actually also help you mitigate a lot of risks which otherwise might crop up. Okay. And from that perspective, it is very important to handle it upfront and sort of build your solutions around that.
Perfect. Absolutely. So now let's go global. I understand that 2 of the companies here are India-centric. So question will directly go to Ankit. So before asking you the question, I want to share some data points that India ranks 4th in the world in the number of scale-ups or startups that have received more than $50 million of disclosed VC funding. So it is disclosed VC funding in 2023. And ahead of India is, of course, US, China, and UK. And however, we have declined from third position to fourth position in 2023 because we had third spot in both 2021 and 22. So considering all these data points and beyond that, my question is, what are the challenges faced by Indian startups in the global market? Because you already have your office in US, Ankit, as we were discussing. So in case you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, I think when we look at global expansion, I think it's very important to localize and understand the local conditions. Like I mentioned about experience here in India and having a user use the product and then give feedback. I think for us, the journey right now is at that stage where we have systems there in the US that we want our customers to experience, give us feedback of how we can build it such that we can solve the challenges that they are facing with the technology that we've built in our conditions over here locally. What is great about India is that when it comes to physical products, particularly since we are serving both defense and civil customers, we have to build products that can operate anywhere in our country. And when I say anywhere in our country, I'm talking about operating at more than 6,000 meters takeoff altitude to operating in negative 30, 40 degree centigrade temperatures to operating in the deserts of Rajasthan at plus 55 degrees.
So our products are also resilient now.
So essentially that level of variety of environmental conditions that you have to design for is actually a benefit for Indian companies who are building for some of these applications. And if we can do that well, we can hope to operate anywhere else in the world, but the context of how they will get used has to be learned locally, which is what we are doing at this point in time. And most companies will have that challenge where they'll have to understand the local dynamics of what those geographies need so that they can tailor their products for those users.
Absolutely. Before we let audience ask certain questions from our panelist, one last question. According to you, what is the success parameter for founders and startups in 2024, in case you can throw some light, Lauren? Yeah. And this question is for everybody before we open the question.
Well, I think that in every successful business, of course, there is at first sight an entrepreneur who has a vision, who wants, of course, to introduce something which is, from my understanding, something which is new, that can be serving the whole society, that could be also as a new concept that will be also changing the market. So I think as an entrepreneur, it's really the initial concept that has to be of a new concept. Of course, we talk about the way we implement a project, but at first sight, there is an idea. And of course, this idea shouldn't be something that, from my understanding, is something that everyone does. And I think that this is the concept. Now, of course, there is also the way you implement your ideas to get also the best of people around you who will be also working for this initial concept. Of course, in our company, we have been trying also to bring numbers of values. So in terms of gender equality, transparency, spirit of service, because we are also in retail and we have also numbers of clients which are really open to everyone. So we are really into this retail business. So I think, as I said, I think the concept initially has to be new. It has to be an innovation at itself. We have also to get the implementation by competent co-shareholders, employees, and of course, in some ways, the values that you bring in some ways have to be something that could be also as a change for the entire market where you are working on. Absolutely. And yes, so that's few elements. Yes.
Absolutely. Amit, you want to add something?
So I think looking at the current scenario and the way things are, especially on the funding front and stuff, are revenue generating and financially sustainable sustainable business is the most critical thing to be built. And the only way that can be built is if you are building along with your customers, whether it is a B2B, B2C, whatever kind of a business you are. If your customer is buying it, ready to pay for it, you would have built a sustainable business at whatever scale. So the ultimate and the only truth is that your customer loves your product or service, and that is what will make it a sustainable good business.
Absolutely. Ankit.
So I think, 2024, and if you have to take any lesson from 2023, then the lesson would be that the focus has to shift from valuation to creating value. And I think that's going to be the focus. And that's something that we should all embrace and focus really hard on, because I think that's how businesses, like Amit mentioned, will end up creating lasting impact on the society.
True, true. So I totally agree that rather than having deep pockets, in case we can have our own revenue generating businesses with sustainability as a part of, or maybe one element of value system of the entire enterprise, then we can actually create a mark and have our add worth to the Indian economy, because we are heading towards 3 trillion. That's the goal. And though we have slipped down on the global scenario in the ranking, but definitely we are doing really well. I have a few more data points. I think I have missed somewhere those data points. Sure, I got that. If we look at 2023, India startup ecosystem, though we ranked 4th globally, we boast over 99,000 recognized startups, which is quite a huge number. 108 unicorns valued at US dollar 340.80 billion. So that's not a small number when it comes to revenue generating and sustainability and creating new startup ecosystem in India. So with that, our question answer session starts. In case anybody from the audience would like to ask any question, could you please help her with the mic? Anybody? We have extra mic here.
Yeah, hi. So my question is to Mr. Ankit Mehta. You talked about that you have started with new like drones. And by the way, I'm about to buy your shares. So that's there. How do you protect it? Because I started my business by the name of Zip Out, years back. And we were the first market movers, and we were in service industry. And we really made a mark, like, media coverages, and everybody was buying our products. So there was no problem in that. But somehow I was not able to protect, the people who were delivering it. So it actually backfired in the sense that because it was a service industry, I had to empower them to, train further. But then, of course, that poaching and all the things happened. I'm not regretting. It's a lesson. So I want to know, how do you protect? How do you protect what you have created and you have empowered, your team to deliver?
So I think one thing that I have realized is that while I do speak about IP and intellectual property being a very important defense, I think there is no, defense against the market unless we continue to innovate. I think the fact that when we started Idea Forge, we were very clear that when we build something, we have to not just build local best, but we have to always endeavor to build global best solutions. And maintaining that over years and making sure that at every point in time you have something that is at the top of the line and innovative that the customers are aspiring to get, but is only available with your capabilities included in the package. I think that's been our core focus in terms of building differentiation. If I were to sort of broadly put it in words for us at Idea Forge, we reiterate this everywhere, that we look at 3 core areas of improving our products every iteration. One is performance, of how much it can do for customer every time it can go up, every time it goes up in the air. Reliability, which is ensuring that that performance can be delivered, one, in varied conditions, and two, many number of times, so that they can get the lowest cost of ownership. And autonomy, ensuring that the cognitive burden is the lowest possible, and you don't have to deploy the most expensive resource or the most skilled resource every time. In every iteration, you keep making sure that the skill needed or the cognitive load on the operator is the lowest, progressively leading to greater autonomy and more scale for the end user, and thereby lower cost as well, because the operator cost can then therefore be lower. So those are the things that we have iterated on year. We continue to do so, and ultimately we do it to make sure that we are driving the adoption of this technology. We are making sure that every iteration is leading to the user wanting to deploy this more and more, making sure that they are benefiting from what we are offering to the market. So to give you a very small example of how we track it, our customers have flown over 400,000 missions on our drones. Almost every 5 minutes, an IdeaForge drone takes off to do either a surveillance or a mapping mission in the country. So we keep tracking utilization and making sure that we are doing something which is effective for them.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I hope this answers your question.
In a way, it does. I do have a follow-up there if we have time. So you were saying that you protect your like IP and all by keeping it to yourself, like certain skill sets or certain, technology, you keep it to yourself. You don't pass it on, right?
So basically patents, we have filed over 66 patents globally. We have 28 of them granted in our favor. So basically people can't copy our technology and get away with it in that broad sense. So that's the biggest defense. Then there are certain things that you prevent people from accessing because they are embedded in your software code. So there are ways in which you can protect your technology by being innovative, by going and recognizing the intellectual property that you've embedded there. In services, of course, there will have to be different ways in which we can protect the concept, but there are enough ways in which you can protect software concepts, at least, is what I understand.
So there are ways of risk mitigation measures we were talking about, and you can always connect with any one of us after this session to have more light or insight on those aspects. Anybody else would like to ask any question? So I think that's it. We are on time. One more question. Could you please help us?
Hi everyone, I'm Kapil Bhargav. I have a very small question, if anybody can answer. How do you see IoT architecture implementation and IR4 as well for the future, 2024 and onwards? Thank you.
Amit, do you want to take this question?
Yeah. So on the IoT front, I can tell you from how it has been in the agriculture sector and all. In the agriculture sector, there are a large number of IoT solutions that have come up. We are at a stage where it still needs to be distributed at a wide level, okay, at a very, very wide level, because of the nature of the agriculture industry in the country. It's smallholder farmers. So somewhere there has to be a conversion from the tech solution to the business model, because our business models have to be oriented to small farmer adaptation, which means that services will become a critical part of its adaptation. So there have been solutions. None of them have become yet very widely distributed. And I think 24 and 25 would be the years when a lot of those business models will evolve to make it a wider, more adaptable solution, rather than a particular technology aspect which would have proven in pilot, but maybe not expanded yet at a very wide level.
But if we talk about the tier 3 and tier 4 cities, so majority people are not educated much. So don't you think that digital transformation is going to be a difficult, it is not a walk in the park, So what kind of architecture can be designed, and the slide or the transition can be easily designed or architecture? Thanks.
So my experience today, there is very little difference between tier 1 and tier 3, tier 4 or a village as far as digital adoption is concerned. I can tell you there people in rural areas are much more evolved than us in terms of their usage, because they have the time and energy to go ahead and devote to the solution. So adoption is not a problem. What needs to be done is a solution which will appeal to them. See, if a solution appeals to anybody today, you go anywhere, you will see Paytm being adopted, people buying from Amazon, Flipkart, everything. Everybody knows everything. It's not no more a market. People using, you know, all kinds of making reels and stuff. So just think of it, if they're able to use the digital apps for their entertainment purposes, which is normally the first adoption anyway for any industry. You know, if people can use it for entertainment, they can use it for their really important utilitarian needs also. What we need to do is, as entrepreneurs, build solutions which will appeal and add value to them. Then people will go ahead and adopt it. The architecture and adoption is not a challenge. The right solution at the right price is the challenge which need to solve.
Absolutely.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Absolutely. And when it comes to adoption, I want to give you a small example. I started using UPI because my house help asked me to pay her salary through UPI rather than cash. And she is from tier 3 city. So as rightly said by Amit, when it is quite interesting.
I'll give you another example of drone. Okay.
Okay.
And this was a very interesting thing. We were trying to implement drone in agriculture field and doing our own experiments. And we had one Delhi guy going deep into Sajapur, एक sugarcane के 4 acre के farm पे. We said, let's do a drone spray. You know where we failed? We failed in the fact that land had to be mapped for the drone to operate and spray in that particular area. Just think of it, 45 degrees centigrade summer, a guy walks around the farm. A 4 acre farm would be a couple of kilometers actually of walking. 2-3 दिन में वो भाग गया वहां से. So the challenge was not that the farmer liked it. He vouched for it. His kids and everybody was so happy that we don't have to spray by hand. But the challenge was somewhere else in terms of making a solution which would not make somebody walk across the farm to go ahead and do that. So there are ways to resolve that, and that is what we need to learn and deliver.
Thank you. I think, okay, one last question, then we have to wrap up this session. I'll help him with the mic.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Harsharan Kohli and I represent a freight forwarding and warehousing company. So my observation or my question is regarding the most important asset, which is the human manpower, basically. And we talk a lot about the health of the employees. And nowadays, mental health is, I think, that is the core thing. And of course, there are job pressures which are bound to be there. And also, I think some politics within the employees has also crept into the corporate world. So I would just ask you a simple question, that how you ensure that you keep your employees motivated and they always are in the right frame of mind. They're always motivated to deliver the best.
So I would like to start answering this question, and then they can add with their real time. So when we talk about risk mitigation measures and sustainable businesses, so one aspect is employee health. Because without employees, if it is labor intensive or employee intensive industry, we won't be able to work. So when we talk about sustainable businesses, this is essential part of it. Now, how do we do that? In case any one of you would like to add any example, do you want to?
If I am not wrong, in our company, we have put in place also a program where we could also provide health insurance to our employees. So of course, beside all the regulatory and all the things that you have to compile for your employees, we have been also associated with some private health companies where we could have where we were providing this health protection to our employees. And of course, it was what we could do, but it was covering many of the health issues that some employees could face if there is an accident. Also, we are involved in F&B, so sometimes these things happen also in our production center in kitchen. So we, as the company, we have been trying to provide a necessary health protection solution for the employees. Of course, it has some impact for the company, but in the long term, we have been able also to restrain many of our employees in the company where they were having such a solution and services from the company itself.
Wonderful. And when you talk about politics and other stuff which is impacting employee health, so I would like to say only one thing, that you need to have you have to set right tone at the top, and transparent processes, making a more process oriented business rather than people dependent processes, which will definitely curb those corporate politics which normally impact employees' health. With this, I think our times is up. And thank you so much, Lauren, Ankit, and Amit, for your valuable time and inputs. I would request everybody to please give a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Also, thank you so much, Jyoti, for finishing that on time. Thank you. A picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. I always say this, from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:05. Lunch is served right at the end of this hall. 2 o'clock, we will the next panel discussion or next standalone session. Thank you. Do enjoy your lunch. Hello. Attention, everybody. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. So if you've had your lunch or if you're still finishing or wrapping up, please do so quickly. If your colleagues are outside, we request you to ask them to come inside so that we can begin on time. 5 minutes more, and then we'll proceed with the next session. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. May I please request you to take your seats? Also, your colleagues are outside. Please ask them to come inside as well so that we can start in the next minute precisely. Just clearing the stage and we shall. Thank you. Okay, first questions first. Everybody had lunch? Lovely. Only you, sir. Anybody else had lunch? This table also. They're having a good party you guys are having, no? I'm now conscious now. No, okay, good, good, good. Yeah, good, good. Okay. It's now time for the first spotlight session of the day. And now that you've had lunch, I assume you'll show more love and more energy to our upcoming speaker. Please join me in welcoming on stage for this Pranav Chaturvedi, founder, Fabsi Venture Builders, everybody. Yeah. Hello.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So welcome back, post-lunch session. The most difficult session always. I mean, I don't know if I'm sleepier or you are sleepier, but I'll try my level best. The topic that I have been bestowed by Business World, thank you, number one, Business World and Dr. Batra for having me here, is founder's mantra for creating wealth, and there's an apostrophe there, to get more, give more. You know, the topic is strange in multiple sense, right? Because it assumes that the speaker who's going to speak on this topic has, number one, made wealth. And the second it assumes is that he or she has made wealth by giving more, right? So that's the topic I'm here to speak on. What I've done is, you know, when I got the topic, I assumed that there'll be a nice little panel here, and I'll be sitting with one of them, you know, a moderator asking questions. And I was quite surprised when I was invited and I realized I am the only speaker, right? So that's another good 20-25 minutes that I have to speak. What I've done in the interim is I have decided to break this whole 20-25 minutes that I'm going to be speaking into 4 parts. All 4 parts are very close to me. They're from my life, and they all have an outcome that I like to share. Eventually, I'm assuming when you add up all those 4 outcomes, you should be able to get a perspective on the topic here. Is that okay with everyone? Thank you. The first part of the conversation is actually a nice little poem. This poem was penned by my father. Unfortunately, he's not anymore. He left us on 15th of October this year. So it's not a eulogy, but it's a nice little poem that he penned. And I'll share this poem with all of you here because perhaps the last gift to all of us. And it should also set the tone for what I'm here to speak on. And the poem is like this. It's in Hindi. So if anybody, I can obviously translate it a little later, but it's in Hindi, the poem. So I'll say that. ये जीवन क्या है सोचा है, माया का खेल अनोखा है, यहां चलते फिरते सब चल देते, यहां किसने किसको रोका है, बहुधीर हुए, विद्वान हुए, जाने कितने बलवान हुए, अब कहां है वो कहां गए, ये जीवन एक झरोका है। इस काल चक्र की परिधि में सब चलते फिरते दिखते हैं, विरला ही कोई ऐसा है जो केंद्र में उसके टिकता है। जो ठहर गया वो बुद्ध हुआ, जो ठहर गया वो बुद्ध हुआ, या कहिए जीवन मुक्त हुआ, वरना यूं ही आते जाते जीवन सबका व्यर्थ हुआ। ये जीवन क्या है सोचा है, माया का खेल अनोखा है। Right? That's a poem, and I'm sure my dad would be very proud that somebody recited this poem. But why did I share this poem? I think this poem, as the first outcome of my learning, has been that everything is absolutely transient. Everything is temporary. By the end of our journey, at some point of time, God bless us all, but at some point of time, we would have realized that we've only given, because there's nothing to really take away, right? So that just sets the tone for the topic for today. To get more, give more. That's all you can do, actually, because you won't really end up taking anything away from here. So just give more, do good. That's the first part. The second is a short story again of my personal life, right? And I said, I'll keep building it over the next 3 episodes that I'll be sharing. The next one is another story of my childhood. So my dad had a very strange financial management structure, right? I come from a middle-class family, and my dad was a retired bureaucrat, my mom a school teacher. And my dad had a very, very strange financial management system. He used to take out all the salary on the first of every month, put it in a brown envelope, and keep it in a drawer. That was his financial management structure. So I don't know how the government is working, but I'm certain it's doing well. So he took this out, he put it in a brown envelope, and he used to keep it in a drawer and saying, take what you got. So I used to go there and I used to take out whatever I wanted to for my, canteen, cricket, tennis, multiple things. My brother was I'm assuming was doing the same. My mother was doing the same, right? By the 20th of every month, I realized that there was hardly any notes left. There were some notes left, but hardly any notes left, right? Because we were taking it away, right? On the 21st, 24th, 25th, by the time, the last some notes were left, you started believing that, maybe I don't need this today. I can do it without this, right? Believe me, on every 30th and the 31st, right? And for the purest, February 28th or 29th, there were still notes left in that brown envelope every single month, which basically meant somewhere that between all of us, we were leaving these notes for each other in an assumption that, you could take this, perhaps I don't need it anymore, or I don't need it today, right? Very later in my life, I realized there are essentially only 2 kinds of culture. First is a culture of abundance. You think abundance, you build abundance, you give abundance. And the second is a culture of entitlement. This is mine. This was supposed to be mine. Extract as much as you can. The first one assumes a system where you believe that, okay, you can create abundance by thinking for the other. And in the second one, it assumes that life is a zero-sum game and that somebody has to lose if you've got to win. I, fortunately, because of this strange financial practice, believe, and as you will see in my later 2 stories, believe that it is about abundance. So as founders today, if you're not thinking abundance, I don't think you're thinking very clearly. You've got to be thinking for others. You are at best custodians of building a business. You're building this business for the people who work with you. You're building this business for the people who have supported you. And eventually, because this grows into such a big giant, it takes care of you, right? So there's a culture of abundance. So the first one I said was, it's a transient nature, right? So we sometimes just over-assume ourselves in thinking that, let me take whatever I can take. The second one is culture of abundance over culture of entitlement. The third is a little longer story. So I am also a founder at Pratham Test Prep, right? Among other things, I'll share that story with you now. And Pratham is what Akash is to science, Pratham is to commerce. So few of you might have heard of the test. I founded that company in 2008. Till 2008 to 2012, I'll be as honest as possible because I promised Dr. Batra to be honest today in sharing numbers, facts, and figures. Till 2008 to 2012, I was actually a pseudo-entrepreneur. Now, you might want to know what's a pseudo-entrepreneur. A pseudo-entrepreneur is a person who doesn't take the risk himself. So what does that mean? I was building Pratham as a part of another financial group where I was given 24% to build that, right? I was given 24% and I was drawing some salary. The salary never came. That's a separate part. That's a separate discussion. But I was building it as a pseudo entrepreneur. So 2008 to 2012, I was building for somebody else. And I realized it's not possible for one person to build this. So what I did was I shared my 24% with two other partners because my financial large conglomerate that was supporting the venture refused to share any equity further. I said, okay, no worries. So 24% was shared with two more partners into, so 8, 8, 8, right? That's the maths. One of the partners left, so it became 12 and 12. 2008 to 2012, while we were building this, 2012, the larger financial conglomerate partner said, Pranav, it's time to call it quits. Thank you so much. I said, wow, now that sounds like a dream. Okay. And he said, I'm looking to sell the venture because I need money. And they had done some investments. We didn't do very well. That's another story. But yeah. So I said, but we've built this business completely ground up. We've actually spent 12 hours a day teaching kids. We've put our names on the line of fire, and we've done whatever we could. He said, so sorry, I have to sell. So I said, okay, what's the offer on the table? He said, I need about 2 crores. The number exactly was 1.91, but 2 crores. 2 crores, right? Now, I am coming, as I said again, from a middle-class family. My dad, you now know, is keeping notes in a brown envelope, right? So that's my background. And my partner's background was very similar. He said, so where do we get 2 crores from? We've been given a week. And at that time, unfortunately, I didn't know Dr. Batra very well. He would have been the first person I would have approached, but I didn't know him then. So I said, okay, 2012, 2 crores, 1 week. I went to my dad and I asked him, do you have any notes left from those bound envelopes? He said, okay, I'll do something. I'll pull up something from here and there and life savings, etc. worth about 55, 60 odd lakhs, etc. Good. Something done. I went to Ankit. Ankit went to his parents. Similar amounts, 55, 60 done. So we had about 1 crore. Now we had 1 crore left. We didn't know what to do. So we went to another gentleman, Mr. Sood. Mr. Sood at that time was a 64-year-old retired banker. So we went to him and he said, sir, can you help us with 1 crore? He laughed at us. He said, what kind of a joke is this? What do you mean by help? I said, I need 1 crore and I need 1 crore in 5 days. Can you help us with 1 crore? He went inside, spoke to his wife, God bless them, very, very fine couple, and came out and said, okay, I'll mortgage my house and get you 1 crore. Right? This is a 63-year-old gentleman. He knows us. He doesn't know us that well. He's went inside to his wife, taken about 6-7 minutes and come back and said, 1 crore to you by mortgaging my house. I said, wow. Right. And we were all sitting across the table like this, a circular table. And Ankit was speaking, I was speaking, Mr. Sood was speaking. And I immediately said, sir, we'll be having 100% of this company now. Do you want a 1/3 share? And he laughed. He said, I can only do debt, Pranav. I can only do debt. I can't do equity at my age. I said, this is not equity. This is debt. 1/3 comes from our side. And Ankit looked at me. I didn't look at him. I said, 1/3 comes from my side. He said, why are you being so generous? I said, because I believe you are the right partner with whom we would like to build this company. And so it happened, right? Ankit, a week later, also came around it. But this happened, and Sood sir was like completely confused on why this has happened to him. And we said, okay, we will return your debt in 2.5 years, but you get 1/3 of the equity as well. So there are 3 partners now. The 3 of us still exist as partners today. The company, we are not VC funded, we are not VC backed, we don't have VC valuations, but the company is worth about 350 crores. So we've done reasonably well on that company, right? My third lesson from this was sharing gives stability, right? 28-year-old kids have no clue how to run companies. We're pseudo founders. We didn't know how to make company. We didn't know how to make processes. We didn't know anything. We were just hard-working kids. Now, there was a gentleman, we took his help, built processes, systems, and the company has done reasonably well. I'm not saying, it's the largest in its category, yes, but it's not a it's a good small company. There's a decent PAT. We're very happy, right? So the third lesson that I learned was sharing gives stability. And I'll repeat the three for you. Life is transient, right? So please do not think too much. Share. Second, right, which was after the thing was that, culture of abundance over culture of entitlement. And the third is, sharing gives stability. The fourth one, another story, another real story from my life, right? So in 2012, after this happened, I retained my 1/3 equity and I moved on to help another venture. I moved to Bombay with them and very lucky, very, very lucky. We put in some capital from Pratham. It did very well. The founder there in Bombay was extremely good. He came from US, had a Citibank investment analyst background, and the two of us scaled that company, got that listed. So that was another great exit, but I'm not here to speak on that. That happened by 2015. 2015, I set up another company called FAFC Venture Builder, the company that you see my name with today, right? So at FAFC, I'll have to give you a little background before I start my fourth and the final story. FAFC is a venture builder. Basically, we co-build with startups, right? So we take an idea, we take a founder, we co-build with them, right? So it is like Ankit, Sutsar, Harsh Shetty, all my partners put together as a venture builder, saying that we'll help you to build a venture properly. So that's what we do. I also am a GP in another fund. I don't like to talk about it much because I really believe in building a strong, stable venture, right? That's my philosophy. That's me as an operator. So no offense to anyone, right? But that's the venture builder I built. The current story is, so when we came back 2015, I put in some money, and a family office in Pune put in 4 crores over 15 to 18, right, around that time. And 19, I was quite unwell, and obviously the company was finding it very difficult to sustain. That gentleman called up and he said, what do you think happens now to my money? And I said, you get an exit. That's what happens to your money. And he said, oh, Pranav, I just love you, man, but I know the state of the company right now. I said, don't worry. I've told you you'll get an exit, you'll get an exit. That was 2019. Cut to 2022, right? There was a check of 20 crores lying on our table from an investor who wanted to put money in the venture builder. The venture builder did really well after that. So I mean, I'm assuming the hygiene checks are there, right? 19, 22, we scaled up, we did very well. 22, there was a 20 crore table check on my table where he wanted to put a primary in the company. And I asked him, I said, sir, he said, yes, Mega, would you mind if I give you more equity? He said, how do I get more equity? I said, by giving an exit to my previous partner. And he said, are you crazy? I'm putting this money in for you guys. Take the money, grow the company. I said, I'll grow the company irrespective. But will you be okay to give an exit to my previous partner? He said, okay, help me, make me meet him. So I flew Mr. Goyal from Pune to Ahmedabad. We were sitting together, we had a chat. And I asked him, Rohit, do you want to stay? Do you want to go? And he said, I'm a fund, family office. I'd like to, I said, okay. I got the answer. I went to the gentleman. I said, sir, he's happy to transfer your equity. It's substantial. Would you want to just take that right now? And Mr. Shah in Ahmedabad was like, wow, I mean, you have some courage to just say no to 20 crores lying on your table. I said, doesn't really matter. Why? Because if I don't give you, as a custodian of the business, an exit to Rohit Goyal, I'll not be able to give an exit to Mr. Shah. And my job today is not to just keep all the money for ourselves, but to grow the company for all the stakeholders so that the company really creates wealth. Very happy to announce that worked out very well. Rohit is very happy. Would be in Spain dancing on grapes, but that's a good story for him. At the same time, what happened was that this Ahmedabad ecosystem really picked us up, grew us in a period of 1 year. We are about to announce an acquisition of another venture builder I think we'll be combined value about 400 to 450 crores. Now that's the story that I just wanted to share. As I said again, I am not the biggest, in terms of valuations or wealth, etc. But I know what I've done, and I just believe that ultimately, if you combine all these 3-4 lessons, the pivotal moments have always been where we decided to give more, right? So that's how I would like to, I've also crossed my time, but that's how I would like to just, make you think a little, pause a little, and just go back on all these four things. I think founders today are literally thinking too much about themselves. I would really urge you. I'm an operator, venture builder. I've been, as I said, a partner to a fund. But I would really urge all the founders here, if there are, right, to take a step back and realize you're just custodians of business. Please learn to give more, because if you give more, you get more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions that you have for him? One we'll allow while just setting up the stage. Can you have the mic for so there? You can take it from here. You can take it from here. You can ask then. The mic's on there. Next question.
Okay. Here goes. ये जीवन क्या है सोचा है, माया का खेल अनोखा है, यहाँ चलते फिरते सब चल देते, यहाँ किसने किसको रोका है। बहुधीर हुए बलवान हुए, जाने कितने विद्वान हुए, अब कहाँ है वो कहाँ गए, ये जीवन एक झरोका है। इस काल चक्र की परिधि में सब चलते फिरते दिखते हैं, विरला ही कोई ऐसा है जो केंद्र में इसके टिकता है। जो ठहर गया वो बुद्ध हुआ, जो ठहर गया वो बुद्ध हुआ, या कहिए जीवन मुक्त हुआ, वरना यूं ही आते जाते जीवन सबका व्यर्थ हुआ। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Good stories. I think stories do wonders always. You agree with me? बहुत ही हल्का yes था वो. After asking a repeating of the poem, was a very light yes from you. Okay. Let's move ahead with the next panel discussion. The topic of which, the umbrella topic of the upcoming sessions, is the impact of new gen D2C brands in redefining traditional retail with technology, signaling a dynamic revolution. And now the subtopic, a topic for this specific panel discussion, is matching the pace with changing consumer behaviors and market dynamics. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Gagan Anand, the founder, Exclusive Eyes O Magic. Malini Adipu Reddy, founder and CEO, The Deconstruct. Paridhi Sekhri, co-founder, Tidy Up. Mihir Gadani, co-founder, Oziva. Udita Bansal, founder, True Browns. And this session will be chaired by Sudhir Mishra, founder, Trust Legal. Let's please welcome them now collectively, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Sudhir sir, I hate to say this, but ये घड़ी वक्त बस दिखा रही है. Just say.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, and this is a very exciting day because we are celebrating top founders, disruptors who have made a huge difference to the economic ecosystem of our country. As a lawyer who is working with many startups and established companies, I find it quite unbelievable what is being achieved in last 10 to 15 years in this country, especially with the kind of younger generation and kind of ambition they have in variety of areas and the landscape they are creating. I have to tell you that if you see, we have done a subtopic and the impact of new gen direct to customer brands in redefining traditional retail with technology signaling a dynamic revolution. So when you will hear my panelists, you realized that how they all have actually used pandemic as an opportunity. Especially when I was reading about them, I realized that all three of them have done huge advantage to pandemic. Whosoever has come out of the pandemic with all guns blazing, you have three of those stars right here. You can celebrate them, you can clap for them before I start. So, Malini, I think Malini we haven't got, right? Okay, Udita, we'll start with you. Tell us your story. What is the business and how this is a disruptive time for D2C, and what all plans you had, how pandemic disrupted it, and how you made it to your advantage.
Hi, everyone. So I'm the founder of True Browns. We are a lifestyle brand. We do women's wear apparel, jewelry, and very recently we launched menswear. And the entire brand is built on the concept of going back to the roots. So we just don't sell products, we tell stories, we sell a concept, and the idea is to build a brand movement around bringing roots and our traditions to the modern lifestyle. And so started this in 2016 in terms of inception, in terms of product market fit study as to see where we are lying. One of our core propositions for the brand is to be size inclusive. So that was the market study that I was doing at that point of time. And 2019 is when we actually started in full-fledged way. And initially it was only marketplaces is where we were selling. So Myntra, Ajio, Nykaa, and the likes is where we were selling. And pandemic 2020 is actually where we were confident of going all out, and we started our own brand website. And that's the year it changed. The entire game changed because the kind of resonance we saw on our own brand website was humongous. And the consumers clearly were shifting from, very clearly from retail to online. And all the big players at that time also was entering online. So, but we also went online completely with our own brand website at that particular point of time. Disrupted it in a way where everything from, which is hygiene today, we built our basics right at that point of time. And we held our story very, very tight in terms of bringing roots to the modern lifestyle. And this is what I would say our consumers love us for today. It's not just the product, it's also the story that we hold very strong for.
Good initial thoughts, and Pariti will come to you. And you are in a very, very competitive field, the kind of products which you go with to the direct to customer. They have high-end retail presence in all the major markets. If you talk about the established brands in the shoes and the bags and other categories. And when did you start and how did you decide to take it head on? And what is the pandemic angle of it?
Sure. Hi, I'm Paridhi Sekhri, co-founder of Tidy Up. So Tidy Up is a brand that's dedicated to helping you find your calm and making your life more convenient. Pandemic has a huge role in playing with it because, I'm a very strong believer that when you do your business with a lot of passion in something which you believe in that rose from a personal problem, you'll find a lot of people out there, all the consumers who are facing the same problem. So when you're finding a solution to your personal problem, you're finding a solution to others as well. Yeah. In pandemic, so I was just sitting and how we did not have any access to the outside market. I was homebound like all of you. And I found that all of my products that I valued, whether they were luxury or just something that I cherished because of memories or emotional bonding, they were all getting damaged and deteriorated because they were not being taken care of. In India, there's a lot of problem of dust storage. And I was finding because I could not send them outside to be taken care of, they were just getting spoiled. And all the solutions that we were using here per se in India were not sustainable at all. We were using a lot of plastic, a lot of paper to take care of our products. When we store our bags or our garments or shoes. And being in touch with how important it is for leaving a positive footprint in today's environment, I was a firm believer that we need to come out with products that will help solve this problem. At the same time, the product that's solving it should be sustainable, affordable, and easy accessible. So we launched this product. I would slightly differentiate when I would say that I'm in a competitive market because I had the first movers advantage, where products like this are currently not available in India, which are so affordable, at the same time sustainable. We do have a market outside that we can send our products for, say, dry cleaning or damage repair, but not something that you can take care of at the ease of your own home. So pandemic made us see all the different problems that we were facing inside our own home, and that made us design and research and develop products that could solve this.
Okay, good. We'll come back on going more in detail. Gagan, coming to you, and I want you to go because we have covered the retail, we have talked about the clothes, how to keep them properly, and the shoes and the bags. Now we are on ice cream and everything related to the newest thing. And I was just reading somewhere that two areas, and this is a guy, and we have somebody sitting here who has done massive revolution on bakery, and everybody knows him. So tell me, what was your reason for entering into this segment, and what do you see happening here? Started in 2020, which is like hitting the six on the first ball in today's terms. When you're talking about 2020 is like pandemic. So tell us your story.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gagan. I'm the founder of Scuzo. Scuzo Isomagic is like, I spent my 18 years into the F&B industry. And after spending my 18 years, I thought to turn my hobby, into my passion. So I just, followed my passion, and then being a part of a F&B industry, I thought what should I do? Because the first thing first, I read when I started my career that treat as you want to be treated. Right. So that this is the first, mantra which I have got to know exactly. So I thought being a part of it into F&B industry, I want to serve, I want to come out with something innovative. When the whole world was suffering through pandemic, and especially doctors had let everyone say that not to eat anything cold during pandemic, right? And after the first lockdown, I thought I was sitting at home, I was just thinking what is my favorite, my favorite is sweet, but sweet at the same time it is cold as well, but doctor has prescribed not to eat it, right? So I thought let's make it something sweeter and then healthier option into this. So I entered into this dessert cafe segment.
ये वो time है जो beer भी गर्म करके पी रहे थे आप लोग.
Yes. So I mean, at that time, I just thought let's start something dessert cafe segment where it's not just the cold one. If somebody was so I started Scuzo Isomagic at that time, the first outlet in Delhi, after the first lockdown. But almost 4 months of our store we ran into it, and then that was basically the concept again, thought of innovation, because at the same time doctor said you can eat fruits also. Kiwi is something was being selling as a hotcakes and so expensive. Kiwi was 100 rupees each kiwi, right? I thought let's promote kiwi there, because if I'll be eating, because people, I saw people, they were ordering Baskin Robbins and the other brands ice cream at their home. So at the same time I just thought if people are ordering ice cream, then they are allowed to eat also, but at the same time they want something healthier option.
Wow.
Right? So I played with fruits. Right? I played only with the fruits. right? So I started India's first live popsicle making concept. Again, I thought of innovation. So I said, whatever the fruits you want, we can turn those fruits into popsicles within 5 minutes. That was our concept, right? So that is the first concept Scuzo Ice Magic Cream started. And today we are sitting with 40 odd stores in India right now within 3 years of time.
That's so amazing. And because you started in the pandemic, there's no going back on this. Udita, I'll come back to you. And there's one connect common between us that I worked with Shahi Exports in 99, 2003 with Harish Bhai. Very regularly, I used to work for, because they were in Noida, whatever they used to fee, they used to have problems with regard to. So I used to help. I just remember to tell you.
I spent like a very short while there.
He
4 to
is
5
one of
months.
the finest businessman, very reputed, and of course, it must have given you something to understand. But tell me this: when I read True Browns, I was calling it unknowingly, knowingly Brown Monday, the song. It rang in my mind. So True Browns, you mean like right? You are talking about right of everybody to wear a proper. ये मेरे जैसे लोगों को बहुत problem आती है. If I go to Raymond's also,
100% of the people.
so I'll tell you what happens.
Brown is Indians.
So Udita, you answer first. See, I'm talking as a prospective customer here. It will help everybody. I go to Raymond's, their showroom, and it happens. 5 years back, I used to go regularly. They will show me the maximum size possible, which is 44. Now, if 44 shirt, if I'm wearing, I can wear it very easily. But the moment they will give me a coat of 44, it won't fit me. So they will say, "Ye se bada hai hi nahi." But the fact is, their whole size thing is so improper. Most of these brands, all of them which are there on the high street and the malls. Now, what difference it will do to D2C? If I want to take it from your place, how do I get it which fits me?
So over the last 3-4 years, we have delved very, very deeply into the size and the fit matrix of apparel for our consumers. And now we have a tool on our own brand website where bases your height, your weight, and a similar purchase if you've done in the past with us, we will recommend a size to you for your next purchase. So, and we keep collecting that data, and that analytics is, of course, working at the back, and it keeps throwing us a lot of understanding as to which silhouette, which size works the best, where the returns are happening more, where the returns are not happening. And we incorporate that data analytics into our future collections where we say, okay, for these particular set of collections, we will do these sizes in this way. And for the rest, we will turn around in this way. So we've incorporated this over as a brand, we are size inclusive from day one. At that point of time, we started with 10XL. Today, we have ready sizes up to 6XL for women, which is sizes up to 52 in that way. So, which is a huge offering of ready garments, which are smart, branded, which otherwise is an unorganized market completely. So, we started there, and today we have this data analytics with us, where we keep building on, and this is how hoping that when you shop with us, we give you the right answers and you are not going back.
So what is
unhappy.
what is the touch and feel part of it? Because in D2C, if you are into fashion or clothes, how do you deal with the touch and feel? What are the interactive technological options there?
Touch and feel, I say that the customer representative, the one who's taking your calls, is the touch and feel that you can give to the consumer today. In D2C, beyond that, it is definitely difficult, and we have to be very real about it. And that is why it's very clear that a lot of online brands, or 99% of the online brands, are actually moving towards having an offline expression. And a lot of offline think that online is also very important. So we have started our offline journey this year, where we've started with our SIS. We have presence with Shoppers, Iconic, DLF now. And in an online space, it is all about you need to get your shoot correct, because that's the visual appeal that you can give to your consumers, and that is going to lead to a conversion, nothing else.
Agree with you. So I travel a lot to smaller places also in different high courts and other places. But even in smaller cities as small as Banaras, Gorakhpur, if you call them in small cities, and the kind of penetration which the e-commerce has managed to do or the D2C has managed to do, even in our immediate families, is something phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Like people like me used to feel 2 years back that this is largely confined to bigger cities, bigger clusters. It's not the truth. So, Paridhi, what are your markets you are looking at? Because this is very nuanced what you're doing. And tell us a little more in detail that who all can approach to get this kind of premium thing. And is it very premium? Or is it something which you ultimately you are expecting a consumer awareness and eventually a revolution around it?
So, to be honest, initially when like I mentioned that I made this product because I was solving my own personal problem. So when I made it, that time I was targeting it for luxury products. But eventually I realized once we launched and everything, that because it was so well designed and thought of, and I'd like to say me and my partner both have quite a bit of OCD. So we are quite particular about, this should fit right, this pocket is particular, this should suffice multiple purposes instead of just sticking to the design. So what we've noticed along the line is that as much as it's being valued for taking care of your products when you're storing them and keeping them as new as possible, they're also providing a lot of functionality. For example, one of my continuous and repetitive customer response is when my clients are traveling. I get n number of calls to my customer care service where they are ready to pay 3 times the expedited delivery fees, whereas the product is just for, say, 2,000 rupees. But they are ready to pay 500 to 800 delivery fees because they need to have it before they travel. That's the kind of functionality it's providing. So whereas I started from providing it just to the luxury sector, because at that time, like we all know, the luxury market is booming in India. So the prospect and the target audience for that itself was wide enough. But now the amount of value adding it's doing for your functionality and other prospects, the target audience is just expanding for us day by day.
And what are the products typically?
So the products, typically we started with back care products. It's organizers inside your bag. So, when we women, we are using bags daily, they get disoriented, they get D-shaped, the linings of the bags get spoiled. At the same time, at least for me and many like me, I believe, I carry my world in my bag. From day to night, I'm good to go. I do not need to go back to my house. So, but when the time comes, like I'll lose my phone in a minute, I'll lose the keys, it'll take me a while. It's just everything is available in a blink of an eye with the help of an organizer. At the same time, when we guys are storing our bags and our shoes, earlier we used to put papers, tissue papers, plastic, just so to keep their shape and no moths are added to it. Or, in old time, the naphthalene ki golis that our mothers used to put, that used to leave such bad smell in our products.
Yeah.
Now we are adding silica gels inside our products that will leave no smell at the same time, take care of humidity, moths, and all the product is fresh smelling. It's completely sustainable, eco-friendly, not a slide of paper is in there. So keeping all the factors that will actually add to the value for every kind of thought that is out there.
So this happens to the bags and it can happen to the clothes also.
Yes. So
because typically when I was growing up in the small cities, people never had a place to keep their winter clothes. So it will be invariably with the dry cleaner. And he used to charge a money for that. At that time, because so you leave it for 4 to 5 months there only. The places I remember in my childhood, so it will be told it has to come in October, November. I will go back there. So is it something you are?
Yes,
so do you store also?
So very rightly pointed, except the dry cleaner, then you were paying a storage fees on
Exactly. Yes.
And at the same time, people who had, those trunks and everything, like our mothers and our grandmothers used to store our clothes in. So they had to put naphthalene balls and smell. And when you took out, you had to put your clothes out in the sun or send them for dry cleaning to get the smell out. So once we had launched our back care and shoe care, then we saw the huge market because it was accepted so well. Then we launched into linens. Then we've launched into homeware. Now back care, clothing as well. So we've already launched products for all of that and many more are coming. So now just from a women-centric, we have delved into kids, home style, men's, so making it a full-on lifestyle brand now.
Yeah, because men are competing harder now. They have 20 pair of shoes and all kind of stuff. Yeah.
But as long as I feel men are very brand loyal. If
Yeah.
they like one shirt or one shoes, they would want to take
Very well
it
said.
even more than women. Women are very, okay, I want this as well, I want this as well, everything. But men are very
Well
brand
said.
loyal.
Gagan, men are brand loyal, so they eat your ice creams.
She's right actually. Sometimes I really find it like that when it comes to loyalty in terms of our product, in fact, right? So our maximum of our like consumers, if I'll say, are basically from south part of India, and I'll say exactly the women's contribution of women's are still 39% out of my total business. So I mean basically the decision makers are basically where it is coming to our store, and then data analytics. I see exactly. So we have got
Who is the decision maker?
I mean of course like it is either kids in terms of our product.
Yes.
In terms of our product, the kids are the decision makers, or else the men. Because when it comes to south part of India, I think the women's there they don't take the decision by their own. Yeah.
And take us to your typical store, how it looks like, because you are more into you are not, you are of course D2C, but in a physical form also. So you have 40 stores now?
Yes.
What all is there typically there? In Delhi you have?
Delhi we have in NCR basically, and we have 5 stores in NCR. And so ideally what I have understood so far is D2C is like direct to consumer. Right. So when it comes to D2C, what I personally feel, anything which consumers can experience directly. I say when I have studied about D2C, saying that we are taking middlemen out from our we are reaching directly to our consumers. We are taking all the data, we understand our consumers, we understand their behaviors, what they like, what they don't like, we understand each and everything. So following that, when I thought to start my brand Stuzo, the first I did is I started my own manufacturing unit, because I wanted my consumers to experience my product directly, so that I'll understand exactly what sort of, so anything whichever I'm launching, let's say a new product, I'm letting I'm introducing the same thing at my store initially, and I'm taking the maximum feedback from our consumers, whether they're liking the product or not, right? Or anything, whether in regards to their feedbacks, I always take it like I have got my one feedback feedback section where I'm taking their direct feedbacks, understanding their behaviors, and based on that only I'm taking it. So for my understanding, D2C is direct to consumers, so that we are doing, right? And after offline presence, we are reaching to online as well, right? Initially we started offline, but now through we saw post pandemic digitalization has gone into extreme level. So I'm utilizing that thing also and reaching to my consumers directly through digitalization as well, right? And talking about my stores, so we have, in fact, following the digitalization as well, we have made our stores like Insta-worthy stores. Our stores follows a rainbow color out of it, so that anybody entering inside our store can have a feeling. Because ideally, I feel people go to a good brands and they taste the product later, and initially what they do, they take the selfie with the stores or their interiors, they enjoy their interiors, right?
मतलब ये tick list हो गया.
Absolutely.
So tell me, Gagan, I'll just interrupt you. Tell me, just when we say ice cream, if we say Sitafal comes to our mind, then natural comes to our mind.
Yes.
So what is your one product which is already talk of the town? How? Because that must be the reason why you reach to a huge turnover and 40 and plus outlet. What is one product which you think is your USP?
Thanks, Sudhir. In fact, that was one of my favorite question actually.
That's my job.
So, actually, when it comes to our product, I started when Chatpata Jamun is one of our hot selling product. Why I named it Chatpata Jamun? We are the Desis, right? So I understand it.
So that so we will say Scuzo Eyes Chatpata Jamun.
Exactly.
That goes on at least on my LinkedIn, because I'm not on Insta and other places. I have 90,000 followers on LinkedIn. I'll put it there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got a story as well for the Chatpata Jamun. I remember the whole Delhi was in lockdown, and we were having only one store there in Gurgaon, which was open during that time. So we were having many stores from the Pitampura They were traveling, they were taking e-passes, coming all together to Gurgaon store to buy 10 chatpata jamuns in one go for 3 days. And they were saying after 3 days again, I'll get another e-pass and I'll come back.
So this is a story. This is what we wanted our people to listen to. All of them are startup founders, that these are the stories. Udita, coming back to you, one of the companies I work with, they have so much similar thing to you in Paridis and their journey, and somewhere bordering to what our Gagan also is talking about. Now that's a company called Spalba. Have you heard of it? So they are into virtual places. So what they do, they are the booking.com for meeting places. Okay. So if you are going to say any city in the country and you want to book a meeting room in a hotel or a club even, or any place, how will you book it? Unless you go to that hotel, you check in, then you decide, Acha, I have a 15 people meeting, now where do I do it? And even the banquet, even the marriages, everything. So it started with that during the pandemic. And these guys had solid background in Wizcraft and otherwise, so they were knowing the business. What they have created, and I'm part of that journey. So because you were talking about it, so I just thought to say, so they actually, their technological superiority is so big now that they give you the entire hotel's every meeting place with the salt and pepper and everything kept properly. What stationery you will keep it for the meeting, everything is virtual. And then you tick and book it directly. So, and that is started from India, and they have gone to Singapore, they have gone to Middle East. So a lot of B2C is starting from India now, and it is going to Southeast Asia or Middle East now. What do you think? Where is your journey heading?
So we are already international. We started our journey last year, and it's one of the highest growing channels for us today. Wow. US is our biggest market, followed by UK.
Shapes का बहुत problem है.
वहां पर our plus size is contributing even higher.
Absolutely.
So it is at least 15% higher than what the contribution is in India.
Yeah.
And it's a huge mark of marketing for us in that particular territory, and we're going to make it bigger with time. But internationally, there is a huge scope of Indian brands to make a mark, and especially if the why of your brand is strong, because consumer people there, and today in India also, they love if there is a story behind of what you're doing and why is cleared out quite well in front of your consumers. So this is what we've just started this journey. It's only 1 year into it. It's growing very well, so I'm very positive about it. But yeah,
so that's a journey you are looking at.
Yes,
very good.
Yes, the international and offline
absolutely
is the growth.
Where do you see your business going forward? And because it's very, the more we will hear from like examples like Jamun one, if you have some examples to share, that why this space of conserving, preserving, and having a nuanced handling of these things is something, if you ask me, this can be a separate ESG study actually, that it's all about preserving, recycling, and it helps in the circular economy. If you preserve it for a longer duration, increases, wastage will stop. So you have many other dimensions attached to it. So what is the profitability part of the business for you, and how much is hygiene part of it?
Okay, so very rightly said. I was about to use the same term. When you say circular economy, that's exactly what our entire product and ethos of our brand is based on. Now, what is happening is, thanks to, I would say, the exposure, the customer today, the Indian today, I would say per se, is very conscious. They are very educated with the new Gen Z coming. They know exactly what they want. A lot of our generation was based on conditioning and what we were told for our parents and everything, whatever was passed on. Today's generation is not afraid to ask. And thanks to digitalization, everybody has an easy access to ask, but why not this? But why are you not making our world a better world? And that is where the entire basis of Tidy Up is creating products that will add to that sustainability. The products itself are sustainable, whereas they're further on making your luxury products, your hand-downs from our grandmothers, your vintage, anything for that matter. They're making it longer lasting. the trends that are going right now of reusing, reselling. So many brands are coming up where they're saying, resell your bags, resell your shoes, and then preserve them. This has just started taking momentum. For it to grow, you first need to make sure the products that you have, they are kept well. Also, the way, you and I were we guys were having a very interesting conversation where we're talking about how the government are putting such strong policies to maintain our forest, to maintain our environment. So how will we maintain the environment if we are not taking care of not wasting paper? The way I see it, not very long, far enough, it will be a paper-free community.
Yeah.
So that is where we are reaching for. In order to say where we are expanding, we already are in Dubai. We have a lot of clients. We are shipping worldwide. We had a very nice offer where Amazon US reached out to us themselves. They wanted us to be on board. And we were right there. But then we saw that the market out here in India is so much.
Yeah.
And I'm a very pro-Indian, make in India, stay in India person. And I want the population, the way we are the third largest economy right now, who are after US and China, who are on digitalization, a digital podium of increasing and being on e-commerce. So I feel the prospects are humongous.
Amazing. And I'll just tell you on this note that it was 2019, January, when Amazon had reached out to me because they were bombarded with all kind of these plastic issues and other thing, and I was handling that entire transition. And but for the pandemic, if pandemic had not come, banning of plastic, which happened on 1st of July last year, would have happened much earlier, 3 years earlier. Now the second part is that how much goes into packaging of all these e-commerce companies and how much effort the government has taken last 3 years. I was part of some of these strong initiatives from pollution control boards. You rightly said that they were multi-layering packaging, and even to reduce it to 70% today, which we have succeeded in India. In US and in most of the Europe, it's not happening even now, but India has succeeded. Tell me, how many people have seen, if you go for buying your vegetables now, you won't get a plastic bag from the Sabji wala bhai sahab. He will not give you anymore. And that change has happened. That's one. And on conserving part, I want to compliment you that even in movies and in our lives, it's always treasured that this is our great grandmother's sari, which I'm wearing in my wedding. So that is something so conditional to our system of conserving and preserving. And it's something which happening. Yeah, Uttara, you say?
Story to tell here. So we are built on the concept of consciously designed. So we are minimal, consciously produced, consciously packaged as well. So it happened at one point of time that we ran out of packaging, the paper packaging that we do. It's fully there's no plastic in it. So we ran out of packaging, and the team, of course, packed in an alternate one of the orders. The consumer called up and said that I'm not going to accept this because this is not plastic free.
Wow.
And I loved it. I said, great. I mean, it's a check for us that, wow. But this is where we are heading towards.
Lovely.
I mean, literally, she was like, this is not plastic free. I'm not going to accept this order.
Gagan, I give you the last word.
Yeah.
What do you think? Where are we heading? And
about that, actually, I have a very good thing to say.
And also, just to our two leading ladies have said so much about environment and conserving. The next selfie which they take, there's some mentioning of giving back to the environment also in your stores.
Yeah. So in fact, like I would say exactly the moment when I started, I thought thought of packaging first, because that was the talk of the town. Actually, I would say everybody was talking about packaging, the plastic packaging, and all the stores in regards to all international brands. In fact, wherever I'm a person, if I'll buy a glass of soft drink, I won't sip it until I won't get the straw. Right? Or else if I'm traveling, I'll buy something and it doesn't have a lid, I won't buy it. Right? So I thought how we can think coming out of it. At the same time, actually, one of my friends has started a new business of making straws made out of rice.
Wow.
Right? So I started I was the one who started the rice straws first in my store. Though it was expensive, but I thought, because when I'll talk about CAC, So the customer acquisition cost, I included that also as a part of it. I said, though it is expensive, but let's introduce it. Let's keep the same thing at my all the stores, and I won't keep like anything which is made out of plastic. Right? That was the first, innovative thought I started my store.
Amazing. So how it looks like? It dissolves or it remains like the paper one sometimes.
Yeah, the paper was having issues of glue and gums in it,
yeah.
right? And it was having a bad smell.
Yeah.
And this rice straws are made out. It has a color also in it. It has a made out of if I'll talk about it, there's a
Yes.
beetroot color. It has a
Yes.
green spinach color in it, and it won't give you smell. And after once you will sip it, 100% you can eat that straw.
So perfect. Then put some stories about them, even on the social media. So wonderful. We are absolutely out of time, and I'm very happy we just had 4 of us here, and not even 1 minute we had no stories to tell you. We are done with our story. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you so much, Sudhir sir, for giving a check on the time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think stories have been doing their wonders and magic. With that, let's move ahead with the next panel discussion on progressing and disrupting with tailored strategies to personalize deliveries across niches. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Paul Rai, co-founder, Nika Bar, Himanshu Adlakha, co-founder, Winston Puneet Gupta, founder and CEO, Clensta, Vikas Bagaria, founder, Be Safe, Akash Agarwal, co-founder, Zoff Foods, and this session will be chaired by Soumya Sehgal, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World. Please welcome them, everybody on the stage. Aye.
Hello, gentlemen. A very warm welcome. It's an honor to be sharing the stage with you. Okay, so in the previous years, the conventional retailing was our go-to, but ever since the pandemic has hit us, the entire face of retailing has changed forever. Right. So in this particular session, we will talk about how technology is catalyzing this overall revolution in the D2C sector. And what, in return, as marketeers, how are you building strategies to serve to the consumer better? So as we were discussing backstage, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Adlakha, my first question is to you. How do you think the pandemic has really panned out for your brands and your takeaways, your lessons from, because you belong to brands that were fairly established around the COVID only. So hence my question to you, please.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. We started our business in 2018 mid. And it was 1.5 year COVID hit. And we were doing general trade that time and slightly focusing on the e-commerce part. And there was a boom in the e-commerce, especially in the personal care, apparels, electronics. But grocery was something, there was not that much focus in terms of e-commerce because delivery was the challenge. In grocery, you need your delivery fast, the same day or the next day, or nowadays 10 minutes. So as COVID hit, so we were struck in our model because the major of the business was coming through general trade. So we had to change it. Within 6 months, we had to shut it down, the general trade model. We asked all our sales team to leave. That time, this grocery model was picking up. And I was very much sure that if e-commerce is growing in all other category, there will be time when grocery will also grow. So, and I was absolutely correct in that term when I got a call from Flipkart grocery. This was the different model which was happening from the marketplace model. And I started working with Flipkart and I saw amazing results. People were started buying grocery from online platforms. And we pivoted our model. And today we can say Zoff is an e-commerce first brand, started with general trade. But I think if we would have taken this step during that time, I don't know how we would have survived. But today we can say in terms of e-commerce spices sale, we are probably, I think in number between like we are top 5, we can say in terms of grocery, in terms of spices selling. So this was a step which we took in after COVID. And I can say for some brands, COVID may hit badly, but for us, I think COVID has given us a next, you can say next boom, which we got from there.
Okay, amazing. Mr. Adlaka?
Yeah, hi everyone. So with us, actually, our brand evolved in COVID. So this was something me and my wife got time to really think about it. And if you talk about the products that we are into the beauty tech appliances. So at that particular point of time, the entire salons were shut. Right, personal hygiene and all of these things were becoming a concern especially for the women. Right, and we introduced the products which give you a ease of the luxury having a feeling at home, a salon-like experience at home. So that's how the brand started, and we introduced one product. Eventually, more and more came in, and we're still. So COVID gave us time to build this category also, right? And people who like, if a woman is going to a salon, eventually they end up spending a bomb, right? So we give that product, and with a home service, and a lot of things are there. So this is the COVID actually impacted this category and started evolving also.
Taking cue from this, Mr. Bagaria, you belong to the same industry, the women health industry. Did COVID take a toll on you, or was it opening the many doors for you? Also, how technology was catalyzing this overall change?
I think we were one of the first brand into personal hygiene. And mid 2019, we had a brand called Pollution Safe. And 2019 Diwali, we were the highest seller of N95 mask in India, more than 3M. So I don't know, I think you can say that my team thought that, of course, there will be a lockdown or something like that. We imported three containers in January 2020. When lockdown happened, I had the highest number of N95 masks in India, right? We were only shut down for 3 days. We never shut down. I had COVID 3 times. And I think there was a line laga ke log humse leke jate the. COVID. So so what I want to say is there was a natural tailwind for us. We were into hygiene. Toilet seat sanitizer people started using as disinfectant, right? Because March and then by June, July, 80% of Indians were selling to 20% of Indians because everyone bolte the na mujhe sanitizer bechna, mask bechna. So I think at that point of time we stopped all those products and brands because it became a commodity. So for us, because we started first, it helped. So we were working. But yes, a lot of wrong product ideas came in, was pitched to us, and we launched, which after October 2020, we have to stop. That was a different brands. Coming back to technology, I think technology, just all D2C brand gain for it. We also, I believe, the distribution, the ease of quick commerce, which came in recently. And for us, because we were an offline brand, we used to take, cue that where all people are buying for us. And then we used to go in that area and open a distributorship. So Northeastern state where we have got the maximum success. So we have retail outlets like as a franchisee. The customer has in themselves became a franchisee because they said we will not wait for 10 days or 7 days, so we'll open a franchisee here. So this is all because of technology, because they connected us through social media. We had the pin code mapping. So this is how. So it's overall, I think technology definitely plays a role. We don't call ourselves a D2C brand because it's a channel rather than entire business. 5% of our business comes from D2C. Rest we use, of course, offline and third party.
Mr. Gupta, do you have any insights for us?
So, well, D2C is good, but paisa to banta nahi hai. So eventually what we have done here is we have capitalized D2C engine largely for insights. So my learning was in the last couple of years, we used to, to make money here. Eventually, you have to have a higher AOV. So, and now the kind of India as a market, when you look at, it's not that possible, कि हर product जो है 1000 रुपए का होगा और 1000 रुपए का नहीं होगा तो पैसा नहीं बनेगा. So I think the learning was primarily कि we will use D2C as a launch pad. We will get some insight. Whosoever is buying, 3 times a product, right? We just call these guys. So we have an internal team. उसको सिर्फ हम ये बोलते हैं जिसने 3 बार खरीदा उसको फोन करो और उसको पूछो क्यों खरीदा उसने. And eventually we map all pin codes कि कौन कौन से पिन कोड्स में हमारा D2C में डिलीवरी हो रहा है. And higher the pin codes, we have of course our internal formulas कि हम कैसे उसको स्केल कर रहे हैं. But eventually the learning was primarily अगर मैं 50 लाख खर्च कर रहा हूँ तो 50 लाख की सेल है. 1 करोड़ खर्च कर रहा हूँ तो 1 करोड़ 10 लाख की सेल है. 2 करोड़ कर रहा हूँ तो मे बी थोड़ा ऑप्टिमाइज कर लिया. एंड द काइंड ऑफ मनी यू आर स्पेंडिंग टू ऑप्टिमाइजिंग इट, राइट? कि एक के साथ दूसरा फ्री, तीसरे के साथ चौथा फ्री, बाय 1 2 फ्री. ऑल ऑफ दीज मैथ्स वाज not able to working out till the time there is no, for a new brand people don't trust. So the realization was कि 1000-1200 प्रोडक्ट का बेच नहीं पाओगे और उसको ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए जितनी मेहनत करोगे उससे बेटर टेक दैट इनसाइट, गो इन रिटेल and do a lot of BTL. The learning was eventually, we could scale we touched 100 odd crores in, kind of a 2 years time. Why? Because all pin codes we mapped wherever we had, reached, scaled. I think we could do a lot of BTL activity after taking those insight. I think that was my learning.
Mr. Rai, how is Nicobar really leveraging the technology that we have today? And how are you using that technology to, yield better numbers for your brand?
Can I ask the audience a question?
Yes, please.
A lot of you are looking a little tired. So I want to know, because we're talking a lot about retail and online, I want you all to just think of your last purchase. Let's say it's above 2,000 rupees. Can I just see a show of hands? How many of you your last purchase was online? That was above 2,000. Last purchase online. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Your last purchase above 2,000 was offline or retail. Again, a show of hands. Okay. It looks like it may be, I don't know, in this room, not everybody voted. But amongst those who voted, it looks like 50-50. So I'm going to make some controversial statements around this. Jeff Bezos was asked, just like she does, what's changing in technology and how are you going to prepare for it? And he said, that's really a good question to ask about what's changing and how it's evolving. But the more interesting question is what's not going to change. Because you can build your business around what's not going to change. And he said at Amazon, we decided that people will always want lower prices and people will always want faster delivery. So those are the cornerstones around which the business is built. So we are a premium brand in the sense that our clothes start at maybe 3,000, 4,000 and move upwards to about 8,000. You're saying that people don't buy, there's no money to be made. I believe the premium market in India is the fastest growing segment of India. So very interestingly, and therefore, what is not going to change in my market actually is people will always want an offline retail experience. So today, 1/3 of my revenue is online and 2/3 is offline. I think offline is going to continue playing a very important role, but where technology comes in is from day one, we're omni-channel. So you can walk into our store and if there's something online, we'll get it to you. Or if it's in another store. So, and each of our stores is a mini warehouse. So if you live in Golf Links and you order from something online, it's probably going to get shipped from Khan Market. So technology to enable omni-channel experience has been the number one. I'll talk about data and how we use data if that is the second part. But I just thought I'd leave this audience with something very interesting about the size of the different markets, which I was talking to Vikas about earlier. India has 1.4 billion people. 8 million of those live as if they're in London. They have an income of $40,000 per year, which is about, 45 lakhs or so, or above. which is purchasing power, is about $150,000. So those 8 million people live as if they're in London. Then there are 60 million people who live as if they're in UK. Not London, but outside London. Another 200 million live as if they're in Brazil, and 1 billion live as if they're in Africa. And the fastest growing is this London, India. And for this segment, we believe offline is very important. The customer experience in store is very important. And the last point I'll make, we use technology, from the beginning, we used a lot of data in similar ways. But I've told my team that Nicobar is a place where madness and data coexist. When we look at data, we often always try and draw a conclusion, even when there are no conclusions, because we're so tempted to say this is what the data is saying, and we can't control for so many variables. So what we started doing at Nicobar is insisting that there's intuition, so which is whatever you believe. You don't need data. If you believe this, let's act on it. There's data. But most interestingly, there's stories. So what I've tried to develop the organization into, because we're very good with data now, is to become better at stories. And I'll give you an example. So we saw in our data, I said, wow, this is a high purchase. This is a high purchase in Khan Market happening. And the data team came up with, yeah, this is a loyal customer. This is a loyal customer. So I went and asked the store team, what happened? This is a very high purchase happening with two different people. They said, sir, a lot of mother-daughter couples come to Nicobar. Now, none of the data could tell me that mother-daughter is a great segment for Nicobar to address, right? And that came through customer stories. So now in our communications, we use mother-daughter communication, for example. So I'd say technology, data, very important. But guys, I still think that the people touch is hugely important.
Can I just add one thing? So, I mean, though what he said is, I of course agree here. Only thing what I feel also is I mean, we can't take exception as a base. So, data, of course, helps you to give a lot of large level of decision. But of course, you can't, you can, of course, use human intelligence. And secondly, I think what my point was here is, when you look at a luxury segment, right? When you look at a Nicobar at Kleinsta or maybe any other brand, which is like we are in a personal care space. So what we realize is the majority of people have been buying at what price per ml basis, right? And if that, what per ml? So how do we do maths is that, for example, if X shampoo is, of 2 rupees per ml. So, and whether in India, he just pointed out Amazon fastest delivery and lowest cost, right? I think that's a market which is it's a mass market, and there's a majority contribution coming from that market only. So what we have tried to do is, as a brand, you need to, of course, look at a kind of in a crowded space, how and where you would like to position yourself. And I think with that thought, reduction of price, when you're going in a D2C standpoint, you are not able to make money. And therefore, it is super important to do a kind of a dual route, which helps, to make those right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, look, I think we're all in very competitive markets, right? But we can't blame the market. I think the point is sometimes we don't have enough differentiation in our own product. The sign of differentiation in our product is the ability to have a margin in it. So I think that sometimes, and I ask, so for example, Nicobar clothes, someone can go, this is a blue shirt I'm wearing from Nicobar, it probably sells for 4,000. You can probably go find a tailor, get this fabric, break it down, and maybe make it for 2,000 rupees. Or I don't know, 1,500 rupees. But now you're paying to Nicobar for the 4,000 for the experience, for the differentiation, for the design. You're not buying it per unit of fabric. So I think anyone who's buying shampoo for per unit or per ml, if the product is really good, has to start talking about the true value or the emotional connect or amazing storytelling. So I think that's the problem. When we start only selling based on clear functionality, then it gets broken down into cost plus.
My next question is for Mr. Bagaria, since you are one of the most senior leaders in this panel. How do you think marketeers can roll out technology in a more responsible and safe manner so that the trust, the privacy, and the accuracy of it is not compromised?
No, I think the integrity per question aa jati hai. If you are you have data of your D2C customers, right? So you need to manage that. Sorry. I think when you take brand responsibility, we are showcasing so many stories, so many information, content online. We have to be very, very strict on what we need to, tell to our customers. I think technology plays a huge role in accepting what a brand is saying. So if I take PSIP as an example, we have never used religion and politics. Either in even I see many brands, be it a personal hygiene or something brand, and they are putting a goddess picture and saying, "Hey, wish you this." So these are the things which we refrain ourselves from doing it. We don't say that our product will do a magical stuff. So recently, one news is going around about Maftil, a painkiller which people pops in. I have a product which is a cramp relief roll-on, but we don't use the word period into it or a menstruation into it because it's banned by the Ayurvedic authorities that you can't use period or menstruation because otherwise it's treated as a magical drug, right? But there are other Me Too brands who I won't say a brand but labels. They use the word period and menstruation. So once you reach a stage, I think you have to be very responsible in your communication. I think for us is all about communication, and that's where the technology plays a greater role. Because what you say, what you preach, people take it, and otherwise, of course, you have to have your data privacy. You have to have all the checks and balances in place. I think those were the regular health checkups what people need to do. Otherwise, we as a brand, we don't have a much of a technology rather than as Puneet said, so D2C brand, people explore us as a window. They do a window shopping, ultimately end up buying in Amazon or offline. And the repeat for us is maximum happening on quick commerce because our product is what people need in 10 minutes because they don't store it. So, yeah.
Great. Mr. Adlakha, the same question for you. So you are in the market for a fairly lesser time as compared
Yeah,
to
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. Okay. So how are you ensuring that your company is rolling out technology in a more responsible manner?
See, if we talk about the technology, in our case, the product is all technology driven, and the platforms that are we are using to sell, that's the whole overall technology that we come in. So if you talk about the product, right? So what we see, I find this really good. Like we were telling, actually the space, the mother-daughter thing that you told, you eventually find out. So that's what we do. We never hesitate in talking to our customers. We eventually call them, like if there is a customer who's taking a repeat buyer for the second time or the third time, eventually in our case the repeat is very less because we're giving doorstep warranties for 1 year. So we talk to the customers and like understand like the technology that we are introducing to the for the consumer, actually it's acting in a right way or not, right? And we tend to like to stay in this D2C market, we tend to like compete with our own products. Like if we launch something which is a technology driven and we don't really see like what is happening in the market, and we tend to beat our own product, like coming up with a new product which can actually be of a better use of it. So technology, we in our case, we a lot of imports is being doing from a lot of countries like China, Japan, and Hong Kong. A lot of import is being doing. So what people see is like we are importing a product and selling it. Like this is a question that Aman asked us in Shark Tank when we were there. Like eventually, तुम थप्पा लगा के ही बेच रहे हो. So that is not actually that we're doing. There's a lot of R&D, a lot of technology things on the back end. It is happening, but that the customer doesn't know. But we eventually take care of a lot of things that when we are delivering a product to a customer, which is actually technology driven, it has to work in a way that is supposed to be. Because if it's a bad experience for the customer is not coming back again to you. So that's what we take care.
Understood. Okay, so my next question is for all of you. We have the different age cohorts functioning at the same time. They're a part of the same mix. We have the Gen Z, Gen Y, millennials, alpha, all participating at the same time and actively contributing to the each of your communities, right? How are you making sure that your marketing tactics are custom for each of them and they're also yielding better results for your brand? So, Mr. Rai.
In our case, I think what Nicobar did, there's lots of things we've done wrong. By the way, I give up, we're doing well in the market.
and I tell my team and they get very upset. I say, I give myself a 6 out of 10 for what we've done, because as an entrepreneur, you always see the 100 things you can do better. But I think one of the things we did very well is we were very clear why we are creating Nicobar. And that was because we wanted to, we said, inspire India to modernize without necessarily westernizing. So we wanted to dig into our own history, culture, roots to create a brand that was uniquely Indian and yet global. And we said we'll never define it by a customer age. So our segmentation was always, our consumer is someone who is who thinks globally, who's reasonably well traveled, either physically or in their mind. They explore. They want to assert themselves and have their own unique style. So our communication is not age based. Our customers will tend to love pets, for example. So we talk about, we adopted a dog in our office. We talk about the dog. So it's always talking about interests. It's not. It's never about the age, and as is evident from this example of, mother and daughter both shop at Nicobar.
So in our case, it's very interesting. Earlier in grocery, everyone used to target the mothers or the domestic help. But in our case, what we have seen is, because it's a new age brand, so we try to target, Gen Z and millennials, because nowadays they are the one who take the decision which grocery or which brand will be used in a home. So this is not the case which was used to be earlier. And we have seen, I think, an amazing preference in buying. You'll be surprised, like we sell in Cred, and 70% of the buying is done by men. Yeah, the spices buying. So nowadays, I think the buying pattern has changed. These millennials, they know everything, because every brand is running ad in social media and they know about the brands. So I think it has changed, and I believe, like, in future also, they will be the one who will take the decisions. At least they can tell in the home that, okay, we have to buy this brand, this is features. So I have seen these changes, in recent times, and this has really helped a lot, in getting the e-commerce buying happening.
Mr. Bagaria.
No, I think age played a big role in PSafe. I think we made a mistake when we launched Menstrual Cup. We started promoting it to millennials above 30 and all those kind of age group. But we realized that it's not picking up because they are not the early adopters. Gen Zs. Because when millennial was, they were growing up, they was told that do not insert anything. You have a virginity issue and all those kind of issues. So we gone back to the drawing board. Hey, we were actually marketing to the wrong people, and we started doing marketing to the Gen Zs, because they don't want to use products which their parents are using it, right? They are more of explorer rather than a researcher, which is a millennial is, and that really helped. They not only adopted themselves, but they also went promoting it to their siblings or to the young mothers. So that really helped on us. So our age group for PSafe is between 15 to 35. And we really focus, because they are because PSafe is a brand, innovative brand for puberty to menopause, right? So we want to adopt women who are early in life, so that the LTV for us remains up to that 48 years. So I think for us, yes, age played a bigger role. Plus the communication which we used to do, body positive, sex positive, gender equality. I think that's what the Gen Zs want to listen, want to hear as a story. Yeah.
Excellent. Mr. Gupta.
So, well, we had different point of view early days only. So when we started Cleanstar, I don't know if many of you may not know, we started to address a problem called waterless situation. So the first category was waterless bathing. And that was a category created where people can take bath without water in a personal care category. So it was super important for us to be a differentiated in this category itself, because the whole idea was, 2 points I want to make. One is product versus outcome. So generally, the realization was very simple, that when you look at a long-term journey and you want to make money in this business, it is super important to have a higher repeat rates. And if you are at lower AOV product, so what we realize is we can have a great branding skills, marketing, but we can bring, best of the best marketing agency on table. But if the product is not good, everything will fall flat. So the first thing was super important. We took that initiative. We spent first 3 years into research and development where revenue was zero. That was one. Secondly, since it was waterless bathing was the first category, the realization was the lot of kids were buying for their grandparents, right? So it was very simple that decision making was happening at a, I think Gen Z millennials type only. And when we spoke to those, I mean, of course we were addressing that category for hospital defense use cases as well. But when you look at largely a derma-led personal care space, I mean, since we are in a personal care space, we realize people who are above 40, they need more validation. They will ask you more questions, right? However, if you are like 35 below, so the questions were not that. They were largely focused कि अच्छा तुमने बोला यार ये 4 चीजें काम करेंगी, उसने खरीद लिया. अब loyalty नहीं आती क्योंकि product अगर काम नहीं करता है. So therefore we worked in first 3 years only on the outcome, and we were trying to solve. I mean, we have done of course a lot of beta versions, how to measure whatever the claim you have done, for the consumer while selling it. अगर मैंने बोला अगर 5,000 की बजाय आपके 6,000 बाल हो जाएंगे, so if I'm not able to prove, right, so then he is not my customer. He will move to another brand who will have a better communication than me. So therefore, I think largely the learning is decision making was happening though at a age of course below 30 where they were largely decision maker, but the product played a very important role for all of the cases.
I would clearly agree with him. This is the same case that it happened with our brand. Obviously, we didn't do it for 3 years. We did it for 6 months, where we actually had a pilot run and we started giving products. And with the millennials, like when someone is entering into an age of 18 or 17, that is the right time for our brand to have that customer to pop in. So for us, it matters a lot, right? Having a right product for the right people and having a customer experience. Like in our case in electronics, the customer experience is way beyond. Like if a consumer is not having a good experience, they won't come back again. The customer repeat ratio depends a lot on the product. So that it happened with our case as well.
I did have a lot of questions planned for today, but in the interest of time, I will have to close this session. But I will take one question from the audience. Is there any question for any of the speakers on stage? Anybody? That's okay. Then we'll close it, sir, because we have the next panel waiting for us. Thank you so much for taking out time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you, Soumya, for making sure it's done well in time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead with the next umbrella topic. The crucial way to fuel growth is funding to tap the untapped growth areas. But the big question remains how. And the topic for this panel discussion is how to create and sustain a culture that encourages innovation and makes room for accepting slow growth before success in a constrained environment. And to talk about that in detail, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Rehan Khan, Managing Partner, Oyo's Ventures, Dr. Ritesh Malik, angel investor and founder, Innovate, Siva Panda, founder and Managing Partner, Valuable, Nandini Mansingka, CEO, Mumbai Angels, and this session will be chaired by Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt. Please. What happened to the other half of the hall? Thank you. Resham, while you take the center stage, please be careful of fill in the blank, you know that it's a timer.
Hello. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much. As we reflect back, the past year has been a roller coaster of opportunities, challenges, be it for investors, be it for startup founders. The year 2023 was a year of cautious optimism. We know that a lot of good things are waiting for us in the next year, but this year was about correction. We have a very illustrious panel today with us, and I have the responsibility to get most of your answers there. Now, without wasting time, we have a variety of people with us, and these are the very, very senior people of the ecosystem. When we talk about Nandini, Ms. Nandini Mansika is the founder of Indian Angels Network. She knows how Angels Network work, and now when it has got acquired by 361, she knows how venture capital works. Before we come to, we discuss the topic in detail. I will also come to Dr. Malik. When I first met Dr. Malik, I got to know that he is just 1 kilometer away from my home. So in some sense, he is my neighbor. Everybody knows Dr. Malik. He has built a good, successful company, Innovate, and then sold it to Oyo. And both of the Ritesh, Dr. Ritesh Malik and Ritesh Agrawal, are good friends. I'm now coming to Mr. Rehan Khan. He's the managing partner of Oreos, but he started his investment journey as an angel investor only with Dhruv, if I'm not wrong. We have Siva Panda. He is the managing partner for Oreos. And also now we know that we have Siva on the panel, but he has a partner who is Rahul, and he is ex-Axis Bank. And I knew him already when I was preparing for the panel, and I got to know and studied about this. And then I figured out that we are having another partner on the panel. So it's a great pleasure to be sitting all of you. And I'm a little under pressure. I'm not sure, but let's open the floor. With my first question, I would request all of you to kind of explain or summarize how was year 2023 from an investor's lens. We saw a lot of loopholes. We saw a lot of breakdowns happen, but we also saw many of the successful exits. Many of the IPOs happened in the year 2023. Can we have your thoughts? How was 2023 for Nandini, if you look at it?
So I think 2023 is the year when I would say the Indian startup ecosystem has actually come into its teenage. You know, I've been in this ecosystem for now about 15 years. There's a sea change on what I saw when we started out to now. And today, I think it's a good place to be in, because while you hear a lot of, sounds about correction and, things going down, valuations not happening, it is actually a time for us to sit back and pause and say, are we actually moving too fast? Are we building the blocks that are required for us to, it's not just enough for us to chase a ranking in the world global order and in the startup ecosystem. Is the robustness there? And I think this is the year when those questions have started coming up. And those questions are there for everybody, for the founders, for VC funds and platforms like ours, and individual investors who are wanting to get into this space.
Good to know. Good to know. Dr. Malik, if you quickly share your take on how was year 2023, how was some of the discussions with entrepreneurs, or let's say your co-investors?
I think 2023 was the best year. In my opinion, महाभारत में बहुत अच्छी चीज लिखी हुई है, तीर को जितना आगे भेजना है, धनुष को उतना पीछे खींचे. 2023 was a very important year for reflection, for founders, for investors, for understanding what exactly are we here to build. Are we here to only build a unicorn? Are we here to truly create value for everyone in the ecosystem? In my opinion, out of 113 unicorns that we have today, 78 of them are bleeding money. And they are not just bleeding money. A lot of them are actually scaling wrong product market fits. In my opinion, 2023 will enable a lot of good founders to reflect upon their journey, immediately catapult their journey, and ensure that profitability remains at the center stone of all their value creation. Apart from that, we are in the business of co-working. We have over 40 campuses pan-India. I get this question asked by a lot of founders: what is the best time to start a business? And the answer is, the best time to start a business was yesterday. The next best time is now. VC capital all these are byproducts. Create a good product market fit, ensure that your customers become your biggest cheerleaders, and don't run after valuations. Don't run after. I've seen at least in the past 2 years, in my opinion, almost 50% of companies that I have invested in are going to go bust, because I know that those were rounds of $30 million seed rounds. They won't make sense. So in my opinion, being very cognizant of valuations is now extremely important.
I somewhat agree. Now, Mr. Khan, we talk about early stage investments. The year 2023, please.
At some point here.
Please.
Hi. Yeah. So
Closer
I
to you.
think like everyone runs in their life, from school days to college days to doing something in profession. Similar in the startup space or the venture space, it's a learning phase which is going on. Everyone running their own cycle. While doing that, the learnings came from investment to how to run a business, how to run from look at different aspects like governance, look at different aspects like whether to run after accumulating more customers or focus on profitability. A lot of these jargons people were confused with, which they are learning from seeing various companies. That's what a phase what is running, which is now getting into positive zone. Now, if you look at 2023, why to talk about what happened wrong? I think let's build up on what went right and how to take it further. And 23 is the year where the most number of IPOs have been listed in India. Worldwide, India is the only country having maximum number of IPOs. Even 22 did not seen that much. 21 seen a lesser number of IPOs. Of course, from a funding perspective, different jargons are going on. But at the same time, look at the funding trend. The late stage companies who are at a profitability or doing well are not having a challenge in raising a funding. So let's look at some of these aspects which are positive and which can drive it further.
Good to know, Mr. Panda. And as Dr. Malik beautifully put it out, that we must focus on what has been positive in the year 2023, and it's good for all. Mr. Khan, when I come to you, Mr. Panda, I slightly touched upon some of the jargon, some of the buzzwords going around. How would you tell us, in your opinion, the explanation, the definition of these buzzwords have changed in the last year? And when you look at the journey of any startup, irrespective of the sector, from seed to any scale, let's say IPO, how would that pace of that growth has changed?
No, thanks for the question. I mean, just to so I think 23 is a good year, certainly when you compare to 2020, 21, and 22, because that was COVID and its aftermath. And you certainly had a lot of issues with exits. And as Dr. Panda pointed out, there were a lot of IPOs in 2023. I think what has changed and what my other panelists have pointed out is that there is a focus towards profitability. So I think when you design if you're starting out in 2023 and you design your business model, I think you need to focus on making it very efficient. In terms of trying to get to that profitability metric. I would say, not very soon, because you still have to build the business, but at least in the medium term, right? So what was currently happening is that people are saying, hey, even if I'm 8 years old or 10 years old, I still won't be profitable. And I think the market didn't like that, right? We saw in 2021, a lot of these companies went and they IPO'd, and then they sank to, by 60%. So that was certainly a signal, right, from the market that, listen, we don't like that and we are not willing to support this. So I think, founders are smart, right? They kind of work hard and they talk to people. So they've learned. And what founders are doing now is that they are sort of designing to get to profitability, let's say in the 5th year, 6th year, and that's a better strategy. Because then when you sort of get to the markets in, let's say, your 8th year, 9th year, at least you have a semblance of profitability, if not profitability, or at least you break even. So I think that is what has changed. In terms of the VC lens, I think VCs are also looking for that lens, because they were also bitten a lot, right? Because they went and they, companies IPO'd, and like I said, they sank, and then people who had invested couldn't get their money out, or they got very poor returns. So I think the VC lens has appropriately changed, and I think rightfully so. That you don't have a lot of wasteful expenditure, which is now taking place. So I think that is what has happened in shifting.
Fair point, Mr. Khan. Dr. Malik, most of your investments, you do it very passionately, and especially in their very, very early age. Mr. Khan is mentioning a point about compliance, and when some of the failures of startups kind of backlashes to investors. What is your take on this? How closely, how compassionately an investor and a founder needs to work?
It completely depends on the kind of model that you are running. So funds manage public capital. I can never be a disciplined investor. I have so much respect for venture capital firms and VCs, because managing capital in the startup space is, and people think a job of a VC is very simple. It's the hardest job on the planet. It's extremely, extremely hard. So the good part with people like me is we invest very small amount of capital and it's completely ours. The day, and I call it burnt capital. Jis din hum paisa dal dete hain, we write it off. We don't care whether it comes back, it does not come back. And truly, we can genuinely support founders. But for a VC, when you are managing public capital, you can't do that. So I think it depends on the kind of model. For me personally, at least how we invest, it's extremely founder friendly capital. We just invest a small amount of capital just as a cheerleader. We don't care about governance. We don't care about the returns. We absolutely, like example, Anirudh is here. Anirudh, we were in the first round of Anirudh's round. He runs a content AI company called Pepper. Now, Pepper just raised, I think, at a 510 crore valuation, and we had invested, I think, 7-8 crore valuation. So we do get lucky at times, but at the same time, even if we don't get, it's absolutely fine. So these are different models, but with a VC, you cannot play like that. So I think it depends on the kind of place that you are in the entire ecosystem. At the same time, I truly believe today, our VCs are also getting a massive catapult in the kind of way that they work. Earlier, VCs were completely gung-ho about just grow and grow at all costs. Today, when you talk to VCs, they are very mindful of the fact that you will not hire senior leaders without ensuring that there is a need of the role. I think people being frugal, and in my case, हमारे पास तो ऐसा कोई VC नहीं है हिंदुस्तान का जहां पे हम गए नहीं पैसा रेज करने के लिए, and सारे VCs ने मना कर दिया था. And we realized one thing, that the reason was, one of the major reasons was that our focus was that we are not a tech company. हम तो co-working चला रहे हैं. Now in co-working also, if you end up making a loss, that means there's something absolutely wrong with your model. So, and now we realize, and finally, we were fortunate that we sold the business at the right time. But the idea is, old things always work. I'm a big fan of Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett. It's very simple. Ensure that you charge more than, and truly speaking, there are only and only two models. In India, unfortunately, platform models are being valued in a different way. Example, Amazon is a platform. Now for a platform, you can charge and you can afford to not make a profit for 10 to 15 years. Whereas for a D2C brand, you are leveraging the platform. You cannot expect to get a valuation like a platform. And that is where the disconnect is. The PE ratios, we don't have E's right now in India, but the ratios are completely skewed. And this is a good thing that these things are changing now. And hopefully we will be in a better position in the coming years.
Very good point, Dr. Malik. Before we actually get deeper into what is angel investing is, what is VC, how many of you have absolute clarity on what is angel investing, what is VC, what is venture debt? Clearly not 100% of you. So anybody would want to take it up? Just clarify quickly, what is VC, what is angel investing, what is venture debt?
Before that, I just wanted to add a different perspective on what we just spoke on. I completely agree to what the point that you're making on. So we manage people's money, right? We are responsible for everybody who's investing. And I've actually seen a huge shift, like I was mentioning, in the last, say, 15 months or so, just on the same points that, we just discussed: compliance, due diligence, how seriously are the founders understanding the responsibility once you've raised money externally. So, like I was mentioning outside, my view is that if you have given off even 1% equity, and I want to re-emphasize that even if you've given 1% equity to an external investor, you are responsible. It is no longer your company only, which means that from being a founder, now you're a shareholder, and you're responsible to the board and to the investor. And if I look at our portfolio, so we have a portfolio of about, say, 250 companies and 100 exits and stuff. The key difference between the companies that did well and the ones that didn't do was how seriously the founder understood their responsibility in building the company out for growth. So, there is exuberance when you start out. There is, a very, very patient capital. There is cheerleading capital, which is absolutely critical, for you to just go out there and say, do what you can, right? The minute you come to institutional investors, people like us, people like, Rehan, who are saying, now can you talk to us about growth? That is the one thing you need to bring in. You need to bring in responsibility. You need to bring in intent. You need to bring in due diligence. And, by nature, what we do is risk capital. Right? There should be no, beating around the bush on what we do. It is risk capital, right? So there could be 100 reasons why a startup could fail. And an investor is absolutely okay with 99 of them. What they are not okay with is founder neglect and founder malintent. And unfortunately, I think both have started coming up, like, the frequency of that has started coming up through the entire range of, startups, pre-IPO right up to where we invest. And as an ecosystem, we need to actually sit back and say, what is required for both the founders and the investors to take that up very seriously.
Very, very important point, Nandini. I would also request all of you to kind of put light on how investors are investing, and in some way they're also entrepreneurs, and they also have, not only monetarily, they're completely invested in your dreams, your passion, your journey. What's in it for investors? In your respective spheres, be it angel investing, be it venture debt, be it venture capital. We'll come back to this later. But before this, Mr. Khan, what is your personal view on some potential exit strategies? What, in your opinion, would you suggest a good growth stage level founder to do a exit, maybe OFS, maybe IPO? What would you suggest? How do you look at some of the potential exit strategies? In 2023, we have seen Mithun Sacheti exiting CaratLane. I have done a huge in-depth story on that. But what would be your take on this?
So, see, there are two kinds of exits. There are exits for investors, and there's the founder exit. Founder exit is actually a very rare event, like in the case of Mithun's, where he went and he sold his company, and or in the case of Dr. Malik here, where they went and they sold their company, and now they're sort of not on the treadmill anymore. Yeah, but if you go and you IPO your company, you're still running it, right? IPO is actually just another round of capital in many ways. When it comes to investor exits, the story is different. Investors truly exit. And typically they would exit in stages, right? So while your company is not public, they would take out some money by selling it to other investors in the private markets. And of course, once the company is public, then they will sell in the public markets. So investors, and because investors are investing for the purpose of returns, they need to exit, right? They need to put in the money and then get a return out. Of course, you've got Warren Buffett style investors. We don't have those in India. But you've got Warren Buffett style investors which want to stay invested forever because they have a dividend based model, right? So they invest in the company and then the company keeps giving them dividend. That's why they only invest in certain companies, Coca-Cola, Apple, which are sort of very high dividend paying companies, because their model is different. So that's how it basically works in a nutshell.
Good to know. Good to know. Now I'm coming to Mr. Panda. We missed a very basic point, but that's necessary for everybody. Can Mr. Panda do this for us? What is VC? What is angel investing? Now venture debt as well, the newest one.
No, thanks, Resma. I think before I jump into that question, I'll add on to a point what Mr. Malik mentioned. I think from a founder lens, because the moment they get into institutional funding, they do enter into a lot of restrictions in their documents. So they effectively don't get an exit so soon. They do have a lock-in to what extent they can kind of free up their shares. All those restrictions are there in the document. So their exit is one way is slightly delayed, or it is a restricted exit. But at the same time, the other way to look into it is VCs wanted the founders to continue the business, to drive it and scale it up, which is more important from a business point of view, from a scalability or investor return point of view. That's the point just I wanted to add on to it. Now coming back to briefing about various stages of funding. We have Nandini here, who is expert, having 15 years of experience. Angel fund is typically when you look at your close knit of investor, who could be friends, families, or known circle of people who can come and invest, believe in you and your business model at a very early stage. We have Mr. Chaturvedi talked about his life story 2 sessions before. The example that he gave, someone believing in him for a 1 crore rupees, he trusted at an early stage. Now, equally, it comes to you as well to keep the trust maintained and to deliver a return to give more, which is a very important point. In fact, that's the reason I came in 2 sessions earlier to listen to some of our earlier panelists and take some, carry some takeaway for me as well. Coming to the VCs, when the business grows a bit, you actually proven your market, achieved certain milestones, you reach out to institutional investors or investors who can come in with bulk of money, are primarily categorized as a VC capital. Venture debt is the stage which comes in when any institutional investor already invested in your company, or you have reached kind of closer to Series A or above. Venture debt typically believes in kind of growth stage companies, because when you take a debt, it's a mix of the return is a mix of a fixed coupon plus a equity stake. Now, coupon, the companies need to have the ability to service the coupon, which is very important here. So those who think like, okay, I don't have an equity, but I can take a debt, might be they have to estimate what stage they are into. Now, in the venture debt space, the banks do not come in early, who can be a debt provider to the companies, but they come in at a stage when company reaches towards Series B or above or have a profitability. So banks' criteria is completely different while when it comes to lending. That's where venture debt comes out, plays an important role at an early stage. While it's providing a capital, it saves the founders from an early dilution perspective. That's the differentiator between the angel, VC, and venture debt. We as Valuable have partnered with a large private sector bank, where every investment that we do, companies do get a bank early on into their financial as a balance sheet lending. Thereby, we blend the lending side of it to reduce the cost to the founder, at the same time save the dilution. That's what the differentiator we bring to the market right now.
Great to know, Mr. Panda. Now, reading a lot of news articles, listen to a lot of industry leaders such as you, we kind of understand that the process of correction, this is cyclic. This has happened in most of the developed nations already, and this is for the good. But in your opinion, how much more time will it take for India to settle down, navigate well through this time? Point number one. Point number two, can you somehow put it in pointers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe one would also work. What can be some of the do's and don'ts when startup founders are stepping into 2024? Anybody can take it up.
I'd like to start with one. Don't start out by thinking you're going to build a unicorn. So, I always like to ask this question when I speak to founders on saying, why are you doing this? Right? And the answer has to be because I can't not do this. I'm that passionate about what I'm wanting to build or what I understand. I've seen that gap and I really, really want to do this. And there was this one founder that we met and I said, okay, why are you doing this? And that one question gives you a lot of insight into why people are doing it. And then that founder said, he says, because I was born to build a unicorn. And what I'm trying to highlight is you're not doing this to chase valuation. You're not doing this to become a billionaire. That is a byproduct of what happens, right? And what you need to decode as you look at this is actually when a company grows, the founder actually makes money the last. You're in the sequence of who gets the money when something grows. The founder gets the money last. And if you're doing this because of the money or because of the status, I think you've just not got the game right.
This is what 2023 has kind of taught us to go the right way. And we have many examples of valuation markdowns. Dr. Malik, please.
First of all, bang on. I think unicorn as a word should be abolished. And the challenge is our country's government is amazing, but they should not emphasize on the word unicorn. Unicorn is a mythical structure, and how are you valued in a private market does not make you valuable or not. So in my opinion, that is one. The second piece is, at least for founders, one of the key things that I always focus upon is there a theory of natural attraction in a business? Without putting money on Facebook, Google, is your customer coming to you back again with more customers and becoming a brand ambassador for your product? If that happens, then you have achieved something which most of the founders have not achieved. आज 40% Google और Facebook को हम लोग जो भी VC हम raise करते हैं, 40% goes to Google and Facebook. Now, that is something. If your cost of acquisition is high and if your cost of acquisition of customer is perpetually not going down, that means there's some challenge within your model. I always tell founders, and when we talk about stages, while there are stages pre-seed, seed, pre-angel, angel, and XYZ, for me, there are only two stages, MVP and PMF. Where do you enter? For me, entering at the ability is if you are able to build a minimum viable product and the journey from an MVP to a PMF, and then from a PMF going forward, these are the two things. If you raise capital, which is growth in nature, and you end up raising it from a VC who expects you to grow at say 15 to 20% quarter on quarter, you will never be able to raise the next round. So my submission to every founder is take it slow, be absolutely patient. By the end of the day, you are not here to impress any VC. Your goal is not to raise capital. Capital is the last thing that you should raise. I always tell them, raise the bar for the customers, raise the bar for the consumers, make magic happen on ground, make the product so drool worthy that people come again and again and again to use your product. And aap customer le aao, VC, and the interesting part is there are more number of VCs in the world than great founders. And VCs get attracted like a magnet to great founders. When I wanted to raise capital, not even a single VC would want to invest in my business. We ended up raising a 35 crore venture debt. And that was the best thing because at the time of exit, I had majority of my company with me. But today,
a lot of VCs keep asking me, यार अगला वेंचर कौन सा कर रहे हो, आप है ना सीड रेस करो. मैंने कहा कितने का? कहते हैं 5 से 10 मिलियन तो आजकल सीड सीरियल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मिल जाता है. मैंने कहा $5 million is 42 crore rupees, 45 crore rupees. मैंने कहा मतलब इट्स लाइक उतने पैसे में, मतलब उतना you don't need that. The idea is capital is the last thing that you should raise. Always raise the bar, make magic happen for the consumers, and be a purpose. And this is a very interesting point. A lot of founders tell me, "Yaar, tell me industries where I should start a business." मैंने कहा, who am I to tell you the industries in which you should start a business? Start a business in an industry in which the product you feel is inadequate in the market today. Start a business in something that you like. I'll tell you why we started co-working. I used to hate going to offices built by these conventional real estate people. And I realized there's such a large market to create suave offices in Connaught Place and with a community which is very vibrant. I used to go, I was an entrepreneur back in 2015. I used to take an extension cord with me, put it in a Starbucks, and पैसे तो होते नहीं थे, तो एक कॉफी के लिए 4 घंटे Starbucks पे मैं बैठता था. उनका वाईफाई पूरा कंज्यूम मैं कर लेता था. उनका वहां से बरिस्टा आता था, and he used to tell me that, dude, you really need to get out of this place. And I realized that can we create a Starbucks styled co-working space at as low as 5,999 per month? So I think once you have a problem, solve for the problem, not for raising VC capital. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Malik. Mr. Khan, we will quickly conclude this. In 2024, how would your investment strategy would somehow reshape? Would you reshape, or how would it change in 2024?
Sure. So yeah, it's always hard to make a prediction, but here I'll take a stab at it. So I think first of all, in 24, we're going to see a lot of good IPOs from the tech space, right? So what happened in 21 is that the companies, some of them IPO'd, and then, like I said, they sank. So that caused everybody to retool their numbers and their model. So I think you'll see a lot of those, right? Like you just saw Mamaearth came out with a grand IPO and has done very well. So similarly, you will see Swiggy and a lot of these other names which are out there. 2 of our companies are also IPOing next year. So there's going to be a stampede of these IPOs. It looks like, the government is going to be stable. So I think we're going to see a lot of them come out and IPO next year. And what that is going to do is that is going to drive a lot of positive sentiment back into the startup ecosystem, because VCs would have made money, angel investors would have made money, and they're going to be flushed with this cash, and they're going to be putting a lot of this money back into the ecosystem. So I think 24, 25, you will see availability of capital go up significantly in the startup ecosystem. And then now to talk about sectors. So I think, of course, you have the usual sectors, and the usual sectors are going to see innovation, right? E-commerce, fintech, edutech, health tech. There's a lot to be done in there. You've just about scratched the surface in all these sectors. I mean, you take e-commerce as an example, D2C brands, which are a subset of e-commerce. There's a lot of opportunity to build these brands because marketplaces, right, like Amazon, Flipkart, and so many other marketplaces are providing access to a lot of customers where you can launch your brand. You can get to 100 customers 100 orders a day very quickly, then to 1,000 orders a day, and then you can sort of take it from there, right? But in addition to the usual suspect sectors, you're going to see a lot of action, I think, in hardware, which is coming up. You already have a few hardware startups, right? Ola Electric is a hardware startup, Lenskart. You have Atomberg, quite a few others. So you're going to see a lot more coming up in hardware. I think you're going to see a lot happening in manufacturing because of the whole China Plus One push, which is taking place in there. And, you'll see many other sectors sort of bubble up. So I think it's very interesting times in 2024.
Good to know, Mr. Khan. Quickly, Mr. Panda, a piece of advice to young founders. What should they do in 2024?
Well, I should not tell them what should they do, but one fact remains is, the bootstrapped companies always strive for cash, right? But when you compare with a funded company, they strive for independent, innovative ideas. They always go with the VCs or the investor strategy to modify their product. The point they lose in between is what they're known for or what they pivoted into to do a business. By the time they scale up, they get into something else, not the business they have been doing. The more important point is stick to the core, remain true to your passion, deliver what you promised for to the investors from an early stage perspective, and carry that on, pivot wherever necessary, bring in the independent innovation on a continuous basis, remain more sustainable. That's more important from a business perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. And on this note, we would like to conclude this panel. I am highly grateful for all of your. Ji. Ji, please.
When you meet founders, Resham asks you the question, what can you guide them? But I meet founders, I'm not an investor, but I learn a lot from them. I want to know from Mr. Khan and Mr. Panda and Nandini, what have you learned? Give us an anecdote where you met a founder and you learned something. Because, I'm sure all of us can learn from people like Ritesh, right?
Yeah. So I'll go first, take the privilege. I think I always, get into the basics. So when someone starts a business, that's a typical problem. We started with the question, I'll take one aspect of governance, right? I'll give you a simple example. No one is an expert in multiple aspects. Even today, I do learn from many of the juniors who are at college or school level when I meet them. I heard from someone an example, a kid talking to Alexa, and Alexa did not adhere to it. And he said, shut up. The kid responded to the parent saying that, are you teaching a device a rude behavior? Now that could be something a learning. Machine is recording the behaviors that human is giving to them. What is AI today? And these are the small learnings we take every day in, day out from home or college or workplace, wherever we are. Let's take another example at a startup space. We do use consultants day in, day out. For a company sitting at the office, they don't know on a daily basis, there are 10 circulars which has been issued by multiple departments at a government level. Now, for a people doing a compliance or governance, he will look at a consultant who will do for 500 or 1,000 rupees, which is the consequence of 1 lakh as a penalty. Now, how do you expect from a people who is not fully updated, and you expect them to deliver you at a peanut and then blame him for not doing the compliance? Now, this is something, a small example, but something to be carry on. How do we do every task which is in hand? Are we using the right set of people to deliver? Are we right in our approach? For the founders at an early age, what kind of culture they carry to the other people makes a big difference on a continuous basis, because these organizations to grow.
Got it, Mr. Panda. Mr. Khan, a little more interesting anecdote.
So I've been very fortunate to be associated with some spectacular founders, Bhavish at Ola, Jaspreet at Dhruva, and so many others, right? Chakradhar at Country Delight. And I think each of them have, a lot of things that I've learned from them. But in the interest of time, I'll just talk about one founder. I'll talk about Bhavish at Ola. I visited, I met Bhavish when he was very young. He was 25 or 26 years old. And that's when we invested in Ola, right? 11 years later, he's still only 37. Right. And I visited him the other day and in Bangalore. I hadn't met him since COVID. And then I met him and, we went in the helicopter to his factory. He's built his factory outside of Bangalore. So the only way to go there is by helicopter. And, what Bhavish told me is something very interesting. He's still very humble as a person, despite a very, very large organization employing over, I would say, I think 11,000 people. He's still very humble. And, he said something which sort of stayed with me. He said, our grandparents' generation were freedom fighters. Our parents' generation was about roti, kapra, and makan. And our generation really needs to transform this country into a developed country. and that is my endeavor, right? And I'm going to do it through, I'm just 37, and I'm going to try and do what I can to transform this nation. And he said, whatever it takes, right? He said, and I think at that time, Narayan Murthy's 70-hour week thing had come out. He said, 70 hours, you should be working 100 hours. He said, I'm prepared to work more hours than there are in a day to make this thing happen. And that really stayed with me, after I sort of, I came back home and I sat and thought about it. And I said, yeah, when you really think about India, and there's still so much poverty in the nation, right? And a certain set of people privileged like us, we of course enjoying great lifestyle, but there are a whole lot of people without access to Medicare and basic income, that it really is a time to work to transform this nation.
So transformation at scale.
Transformation at massive scale. Yeah.
Nandini?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think if there's one thing that actually differentiates a good founder from somebody who's just trying, is grit.
Of course.
Just the ability to stand through ups and downs, and the ability to hear no over and over again, but still believe that what I'm trying to build is of value and it can scale. So whenever I meet any founder, that's the one quality that I'm always looking for. And in India, what we've seen is that, if you have grit and you have belief in what you're doing, sooner or later, something will come out.
Okay.
I think that's the...
Don't tell that to Rahul Yadav. The rest is okay. Resham, back to you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Back to you.
Yes. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead with the last panel discussion for today, which is on narrative of India's pivotal tech evolution, illuminating the highs, lows, and also the breakthroughs. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming our panelists. Up first, Vasudevan Chinathambi, co-founder, NinjaCart; Deepti Prasad, co-founder and CEO, Spine.ai; Anirudh Singla, founder and CEO, Pepper Content; Bhavik Vasa, founder and CEO, Advantage; Shahan Sad, senior investment manager, Jeffco Investment, Asia Pacific. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Business World Group, and founder, Exchange Media Group. Let's please collectively welcome them, though they are here. Get me louder, what happened? I absolutely appreciate how those two tables don't really care, but it's okay. Just saying.
When Chetan asked me, will you moderate a panel?
Hello.
I'm a loud Punjabi from Delhi. I knew I don't need a mic, right? Do you think, Shan, I need a mic? Not really. Okay. But on a serious note, when Chetan asked me to moderate a panel, I said I want to moderate a panel of 30 under 30s, because I genuinely believe that there's a lot to learn from younger people. There's a lot to learn from everyone. And I know at least two people well on this panel, so I can take little liberties. I just want to say that entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. Even funding is not for the faint-hearted, because you live an emotional journey when you invest. I do a bit of angel investing. I can say that. So let me start by asking everyone, what has changed in the entrepreneurship and funding ecosystem in the last 12 months? We'll start with you, Deepti, and then we'll go to Shahan. We'll go to everyone on the panel.
I think am I audible? Yeah. Okay. In the last 12 months, there are a couple of things which has changed. Definitely, like after the 2021 part, when there was a lot of money, like VC money, which was flowing in the ecosystem. So everything was on the high. And especially in the last 1 year, when, there has been so much corrections happening, especially like you will see the consumer tech company, the ed tech companies, which really went high into the valuations. Especially in the last year, like 12 months, all of these companies, when the VC money has dried up, when there has been a funding winter, so you'll see companies which basically were using a lot of these capital for just growing, and the valuations were growing like big time. But that's where the money is not there. But if you still consider companies which have their, especially the companies which have good fundamentals, who have
So
been
are you
focused-
saying the founders have gone back to exploring a path to profitability rather than just chasing growth?
Exactly.
So profitable growth is being-
Profitable growth, unit
that-
economics. That's where, companies are more focused there. And I think VC monies are still there. Obviously, the valuations are not that crazy, but for companies who are doing really well, focusing on the business, the fundings are right there.
Shahan, you and me have interacted many times, and where you sit, you have a vantage point of looking at many decks, meeting entrepreneurs. What has changed, and how are founders responding to it beyond what Nandini said?
So I think what has really changed over the last 12 odd months has been that founders, the skeletons have actually come out of the closet.
There were skeletons in the closet.
And I think because all those numbers and all those GMVs that they were sort of valuing their business on, I think that's seen a real adjustment. And I think the base has come down to gross margins and EBITDAs and adjusted EBITDAs. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is founders have started to understand the importance of diligence. So they are either doing it themselves.
Of governance leading to diligence.
Yes. So either they're doing it themselves now, or they're starting early. And number three, timeline to raise capital, regardless of ticket size, has increased anywhere from say 6 to now 12 odd months.
Okay. Thank you for being so specific. Bhavik, you again, you built a company, you sold that company. Now you are an angel investor, you're helping other founders grow. So what has changed in 12 months, and how are the founders responding?
Okay, so let's spice this up. When I was also asked to be on this panel, and I said, who's going to be the moderator? So they had to put the toughest moderator out there in Dr. Batra for us.
I just don't have a hairstyle like you, rest. I'm like you.
No, but I think in his way, I've been an observer. His journey's been inspirational as well, building this massive media empire and conglomerate. But what has really changed is not only in the last 10, 12 months. I think as an operator founder over a decade in India, I can share a quick small anecdote. I came back to India from the Valley in 2009-10. We had Rehan here earlier. And guys, in the last 10 years, right? In 2009-10, Dr. Batra, there were literally 5 VC funds and gin-chun ke angel investors. Rehan used to be one of those names, right? From that to now, in terms of this, the ecosystem and the maturity the ecosystem has gone through, I think that's the biggest change and the upside. Corrections aate rahenge, right? People keep asking for this. Last 12, 18 months, there's this just massive word of funding winter that's used, right? Everybody's using funding winter. And I said, this is nothing new, right? I think a lot of us in business have seen multiple correction cycles. So one thing that's changed according to me, and I think that's why I do what I do now as Getvantage, is the passion that what has really changed is now founders have become a little smarter, mature, and aware, where they know, and I would request all of you all also, please go and do a Google search in types of funding and fundraising, and you'll realize that it's actually 2 types. There's equity and quasi-equity. So this awareness and understanding that there are alternatives and many options. When we think of fundraising or capital raising, it's not only one form, which is traditionally thought as equity. So that's the big change. This awareness that every founder understands that there is a founder's financial toolkit and access to a lot of alternative forms of capital to grow, sustainably grow, to survive multiple cycles and continue to build a business.
Absolutely, Bhavik. I think the key is that, the rise of venture debt funds is an indication of that founders understand the value of equity and they want to preserve the equity and have control. Mr. Panda referred to that. Anirudh, again, I can say that I met you when you started, right?
Yes.
I know your mom, right?
Yes, yes.
Your mom and me were classmates in engineering school, right? So he met me, and this was about 4 or 5 years back. And you had a spectacular journey. So tell us, how has Pepper content pivoted in the last 12 months?
No, totally. I think, thank you, sir, first of all, for inviting me here as well. So we
I
started.
asked to be on this panel, okay? And I can decide.
So we started Pepper back in 2017. And I think it's been about now 5 years of building the company, 5 to 6 years. I think last 12 months have been months of resiliency, especially for founders who are in building mode. I think what it's allowed us to think of is less 18-month plans when we're going to raise our next round, was to more month-on-month, even week-on-week plans, right? So I think every founder, at least that we used to meet, used to say, let's plan for next 18 months, then we'll go out, raise and do 10 things.
So shorter planning cycle.
Shorter planning
You're looking at a
cycles,
quarter,
yes.
looking at 6 months, looking
Yes. So I think it's at least allowed all of us to run very efficient businesses. I spend a lot of my time in the Bay Area and India both. And I've seen that Indian founders have this one very unique trait of resiliency, right? Most of us come from humble backgrounds. So we know the value of every dollar. And I think this time just allows us to be more practical with capital, practical with how we think through what sustainable business looks like. In fact, we're getting to profitability in the next 2 to 3 months. So I think we're very well prepared for what the future entails. And I think every founder should technically have their destiny in their own hands. So I think how you can get that is an acceleration of the process that happened in the last 12 months.
And if I may say, looking at your journey, and you and me met when you started, and I understand that space. I told you my friend started a company like that 20 years back. They didn't do well for various reasons. Is also the focus on go-to market. A lot of founders are focusing on the core of the business. In your case, it's getting customers, right? Right. So I think that has changed. That is what I've seen in your case. I've seen in some other founders' case. Is that a fair assessment?
No, 100%. And I think these times also, force you to think about who your real customer is. Like in our case, we moved a lot from going after startups to enterprises, where we realized that long-term sustainable businesses will be built with long-term enterprises. And I think that entire rediscovering that customer market fit to also be able to match, what your P&L should look like. And this P&L is not just a very short-term P&L which can drive early growth and then die down. This P&L needs to be sustainable. So I think looking at that, our focus on enterprise has significantly changed.
Thank you so much, Anirudh, and congrats on your success. Vasudevan, again, you built a business that is successful, growing. Give us a sense of how your mindset has changed in the last 6, 8, 10 months.
Yeah, I think in our case, I think we went a little opposite to what Anil said. I think we started thinking a little long term. If you look at last 7 years, we've also been thinking, okay, hey, what do we achieve in the next 6 months, 12 months for the next cycle of funding, and also sort of, next milestone. But I think this is the last 12 months, we sort of took a step back and said, hey, what is it we want to build over the next 5 years, 10 years, which is more profitable, sustainable, rather than chasing some of these vanity metrics, right? Which helped us to shape a lot of our businesses. In fact, we have dropped a couple of models, we have picked up new models. I think for us, one big theme is about thinking a little long term and saying, okay, if this has to become an institution that can sustain itself, then what is that we can do? Yeah.
So you're thinking long terms in terms of sustainability.
Yeah.
Let me now start from you, because I started from this side. And Vasudevan, let me ask, we always talk about culture. And when founders are initially building companies, they don't think deliberately about it. Yeah. Subconsciously, they have a certain culture, other founders imbibe it. Have you consciously thought about what is the culture you want to build in Ninja Card? What is the way to it? Or, culture is a byproduct of how you act?
Yeah, I think largely it just comes from the founder, right? I think founders' own value system and then what the founder thinks is right and wrong. In the first 5 is just about I think largely with the founders, right? I don't think so. You can really regulate too much in the initial years because as a founder, you're also figuring out a lot of things. You want to get frugal at some point. You want to spend more money at some point. So a lot of those things, take shape. But I think for us, actually, we started thinking about culture over the last 3-4 years, after fifth, sixth year, actually, where we realized that the kind of talent pool is very diverse, and they coming from a lot more mature companies where they experience a lot more structure and a lot more common languages. So that's where we started putting together a culture. Until we have a culture book and said, okay, hey, this is how we behave, this is how we take decisions, these are our value systems, etc. Where it helps is when the teams become larger, it really helps to have a more common language to say people that, hey, this is how we think, this is right for us, this is wrong for us. For us, it happened, I think, post 5 years actually. Yeah.
Since this session is about highs, lows, and breakthroughs, tell us your biggest high till now.
I think for us, that core of creation, just building something. In our case, the organization where you employ almost 1,500 people at one end, other end you sort of creating value for our customers, which is making their life better. I think when I wind down at the end of the day, I think that's the most fulfilling part of my journey.
Give us a specific high.
I think the specific high,
like mine is getting the hairstyle that I have. That's the highest. I worked a lot hard for it.
Yeah.
But jokes apart, what is a high?
No, I think for me personally, I think hitting some of the milestones that we set for ourselves.
And what are those milestones?
For example, in our case, the number of customers we have crossed close to about lakh customers recently, where we add value. And for example, we crossed 300 crores plus monthly GMV. So some of those highs and almost 60-70% of the GMV is coming at a very operating profitable level, right? So I think some of those are really high for us today.
And lows?
Lows, of course, I think lows are typically with people actually, right? Culture and people, especially, when you have a good talent, want to move on, or when you really put so hard, so much effort with someone and then they didn't really work out for you. And over a period, I also learned that I think it's not that there are bad employees and good employees, right? Just that there are good employees who don't work for Ninja Card. And I think that's why, because you spend 6 months, bringing them in and then, investing in them, but then really they didn't really turn out well. That's a big low for me.
And one breakthrough, which all of us can learn from.
No, I think for us, of course, there are a lot of things, but for me, I think it will be very trivial, which is just getting the right KPI for us really helped us get a lot more focused on structure, right? I think we still struggle with it.
But because achieving a certain scale now.
Yeah.
So templatizing that is important.
Yeah. Because that's when you get a lot more cohesiveness with employees to sort of go after one particular metric.
Anirudh, what about your lows, highs, and breakthroughs? Give us your low. At Pepper Content, it's very fashionable to talk about what's working. But actually, somebody said to me 20 years back that you don't learn in success. You actually learn in failure and then become successful.
So basically, when we started, ours is a B2B marketplace kind of model. Earlier, to get into customers, we were doing a lot of project-based work with a lot of companies, right? So there was no focus on getting into long-term sustainable relationships. The goal was next month revenue scale up, next month revenue scale up. What ended up happening with us was top 5 of our customers were India's largest startups. And because the day funding winter and all of those things started, startup spend dropped.
Yeah.
And in 2 months, half of our revenue was gone. Right.
And then how did you bring it back?
Yes. And I think that was this, big reset into, how we look at the right metrics and the right way of building companies. So the first thought process was, hey, never depend on one customer. Right. I think you need a very diversified set of base. And I will still keep repeating this, that I think while people talk a lot about product market fit, I think what makes startup scale is customer market fit. Right? Who's the right customer selling for you? We figured out a very recurring retainer driven model, which now gets us to a point where no matter what cycle happens or anything structure, our customer base is very diversified.
So that was your breakthrough too.
So
Change in
was-
that business.
Yeah, I think changing that model into annual contracts, long-term value for customers. Even, instead of skipping the tactical thing with customers, our way of working with customers changed. We're talking about what are your top 5 business problem statements, and then marrying that with our solutions. And then saying, hey, this is what I sell, take it or leave it. I think that's a big change. Yeah.
Bhavik, you see in many cycles, you had a very profitable exit. What were your lows? Tell us a bit about lows, and then we'll go to highs and breakthroughs.
So the lows are many, and I think I'll try and keep this very personal and candid. And I think the biggest lows is expectations and taking things personally. And while there was a big exit, 2017, 2018, took a break. And Dr. Bhatt, I'm probably sharing this for the first time on stage.
You briefly shared it with me on.
I have. And, it was a great exit. It was perfect. I actually was at the highest of the highs as an individual. Took a break. I had my daughter as I took a step back and literally just took time off from what we call as professional life or the rat race we are in. But through all of that, the weight of expectations to achieve something bigger, taking it personally, where now the rejections were not about saying no to me, but everybody that we'd made money for, or the investors I had made money for in the last exit, when you saw that they were not standing by you or backing, and it's not all beautiful and glorious. As a founder, Ritesh was talking about you shouldn't chase capital, raise capital, but the mental side or the mental baggage that it took or the toll it took, for me, I think I hit rock bottom probably when my bank balance was the largest or highest. And it's a personal journey where really, if somebody asked me what was wrong, I don't know. There was no particular reason or an incident that was wrong. And that's even more vulnerable. Because, if you've had a personal loss or you have an illness in the family, you can blame it on something. Here, this mental well-being which was affected was purely because of my own expectations of what I thought people would behave with me or how I thought industry would work with me. And B, taking things too personally. Vasu spoke about this. We try about culture. We try and, doing it the second time around, I thought, from day one, I'll think about culture, people we hire. And you realize that you can't force culture. First 3 years, none of us know what is happening in the business. You're going to see a churn of the type of people in the first 3 years. And then you see a complete change of the type of people. And then when people leave you, taking it too emotionally or personally, he left me. No, he's leaving the company or say something else about it. I think that mental toll has been always the biggest low. And I'll tell you, and I'll not make anybody somber. This is a celebratory day. The high. Let's jump straight into the high. The biggest high was finally to be able to, the amount of no's we've heard in our journey, Vasu will agree. The biggest high I had was after an IC meeting to say no to the third largest or one of the top 3 VC funds. We said no and walked out. That moment was personally a big high where I could say no to the investor and walk out.
Fantastic.
It was not arrogance. It was surely
Sure. It's about what's on the table. And now, I read this couple of weeks back, and this is a room full of achievers, 30 under 30s and 40 under 40s, and people who building companies that are already impactful and will be more. But I read this, and I must say, Mr. Samandra is there. He's a chairman of law, a friend of mine, and he knows it. Somebody said, let everyone be rich and famous so that they know that's not the reason and that's not the solution. So ultimately, yes, we have milestones in my mind. I'm an entrepreneur always. And we do take things personally in every way. So it is difficult. As you grow older, you learn to accept it, but it doesn't change. Maybe the degree comes down.
And I want to take this stage to just spread this message that, when we celebrate achievers, and tonight we are celebrating achievements. You asked me this, how come I'm on a 40 on 40 list now? I said, it's like last 3 months before I turned 40. But one of the
Bhavik
byproducts.
was he was a unanimous yes. It doesn't matter. All the winners are equal. There is no grading, like we do grading or something. But maybe there are 10 unanimous yeses or 7, 8. I don't know, Chetan but he was, unanimous yes from all the jury members.
But Doc, the byproduct of being achievers, and all of us in this room who aspire to be achievers, the byproduct of being achievers is the price you pay for constantly having to be an achiever. And we often not talk
we have from ourselves, each one of us.
The burden we have on ourselves of wanting to be a constant achiever, finding perfection, getting, we achieve one milestone. That was the goal. We reach there and we suddenly are, not even embracing or enjoying it. We are already on the next big journey. And I think putting some spotlight on that, and I think you've done it, with your publication and well-being sometimes, but I think that's something that needs to be talked about. The pure byproduct and the price we pay of being achievers is also that.
Absolutely. I'll talk about it in my address, but I want to focus on Shahan. Shahan, again, I got to know Shahan personally, and I've spent 3-4 evenings with him in Bangalore. When I'm in Bangalore, I invite him and we have a meal and I learn from him. Thanks to him, I saved some money, didn't invest in one company. Because I asked him, why are you not investing in that company? I'd signed a non-binding term sheet and he said, this is becoming more generic, right? This is what you told me. And I said, he's so right. So I didn't invest in that company. So it saved me money. So Shan, tell me, you are a very young leader of an investment company. You lead Jeffco in India. You're 26, 27?
27.
27, yeah. 24th September, you turned 27, right? He shares his birthday with my son, so I know, right? Tell me, you, in the last 5-7 years, you've seen entrepreneurs. What is your advice to them? And it's very easy to give advice to entrepreneurs. Somebody who's in the arena has to fight.
So, sir, what I would rather say is I'd not give advice. There are far other people on the panel to give advice.
No, but you're wise. I interact with you. I do call you from time to time about things. So I do value what you say. So you can be humble and modest, but say what you have to say.
So I think given the way I look, I think I look 5 years younger than my age. So whenever I'm on a call with founders, my average target profile is 35 to 40. And I think the way we operate at Jeffco is that we are very blunt as compared to other funds. So other funds will, by design, say, hey, we will introduce you to our partner over the third call, circle back to you over 21 days. And that's their protocol. It works for them. But what we do, because I'm leading the fund in India, there's a paucity of resources, is at the end of a 45-minute call, we'll give them a clear response saying, hey, this is what we feel about your venture. If you can change A, B, C, we can really sort of move forward or not move forward at all. And sometimes being too blunt with founders doesn't really work. It rather backfires. But I think touch wood, I would say 95% of founders appreciate that. And based on the last year and a half at Jeffco, what I've realized is founders should take each conversation with a pinch of salt. They should sort of be open-minded when it comes to speaking to investors. And last but not the least, I would say that never pit one investor against the other. I think you would
never pit one investor again. A lot of this say, oh, I have another term sheet. Will you invest by Saturday? Because I have to. I tell them, go ahead. If somebody pushes me, I said, go ahead. I'm busy.
Whether you close that investment or not, you will not make friends in the industry. And the industry is very small. So
yeah. And I must tell you, Shan also introduced me to a media tech company, which he thought I could help. And I like both the boys. Very nice. But the environment changed. The media environment is very dynamic. And they decided to take up jobs, and they are doing well. So, but we're still in touch. Who knows, they may be entrepreneurial again. They have not given up on their dream. Coming to you, Deepthi, tell us a bit about your lows, highs, and big breakthroughs.
Okay. So I think in the last 2 years, there has been a lot of lows, but especially I'll talk about one of the context. Definitely touches like two of the major points which they've already touched upon. One is definitely the hiring piece. Especially when you hire people once when you have raised funding. So we basically raised funding in March 2000, like last year in March from Axel. Post that, like earlier to that, since we had a very lean team, we had people mostly like who were mostly like up to 3 or 4 years of maximum experience. Then we gone on to build a team which had like majorly like 8 to 10 years of experience. And then we realized that, getting people when from different companies and then trying to get into again that culture thing, it doesn't come when you are this young a company, right? And it gets very difficult, and we are also first time founders, and it's not something that we have learned dealing with, people of all different kinds of,
Yeah, human
different
beings are
kinds of,
very
yeah,
irrational,
yeah,
emotional.
yeah, like there are different kinds of people, right?
Of
And
course.
there it becomes like in the last 1 year we found it's very difficult, getting them everybody aligned on the common goal that you see for the company.
Absolutely.
Because working with people specifically with, who are early on in the stage, they have the vigor, they want to experiment with tens of things. And especially in the industry that we are working in, we are like some of the one of the early companies who are working in the generative AI space, trying to solve for cataloging with the use of technology. So there we are bound to fail. It's not that whatever that we are going to build, the models that we are building, you will not get it right in the first go. It's like you have to train, have millions of data, train, you will fail, then you will come. But the young crowd, relatively, they are relatively easy to adapt. They understand, okay, if things are not working, we'll find tens of different ways. But then if you work with people who have massive experience in the industry, it gets very difficult to, you know, get through that kind of a mindset. So that was like one of the challenges. But uh, but again, I think we have been lucky enough to have people on board who have believed in us, who have worked with us, and who are helping us build on to the technology. So that is one. Second, if I talk about the lows, again, like being a typical B2B SaaS company, the first goal is always Indians don't want to pay for a SaaS product.
So
So
be
US
global.
go global, and US becomes like the first market. Everybody talks about, if you want to go to US, you need to have an AE there, you need to build a team out there. I think that is one thing where we have hired people and honestly we have failed. Getting the people right, getting them to work, the work culture different, the cultures are different and it's very difficult. So we realize that if we really want to build a team in the US, it's very important for the founders to move to the US. Otherwise, you can have any senior person on the team, but it gets very difficult for them to drive the vision, the motivation that you have. Now, if I talk about the highs, again, in spite of all these things happening, I think one of the best things that we have done is in the last like 8 to 9 months, with constant effort with our India team, we have been able to get into the US market. Right now, like in the 6 months, honestly, like if I talk about last year, we didn't had single US customer. Right now, almost 50% of our revenues is coming from the US. And it has all been done organically with the team who has been done,
Brilliant.
working out from here. So that's the high.
Right.
The US or somebody else?
Maybe after the next round, but not now.
Yeah, fantastic. I hope you enjoyed the panel. They've been very, very forthcoming and authentic. Please give them a big round of applause. We can take one or two questions. We would like to keep to our time. Today, both the 40 under 40 cohorts and the 30 under 30 cohorts are here. So meet each other. You never know who you'll collaborate. If not, you'll make friends. So the idea to do them on a single day, there are some of the people on the panel are on the 40 under 40 list. Some of the people in the panel are 30 under 30. You can guess which one. Bhavik is on 30 under 30.
I wish.
Kidding. But we can take one or two questions. Any questions? Nobody has a question. Okay, then I'll ask a question. Let me start with you, Ms. Prasad. If you had to predict one trend for the future that founders should be very conscious of, what is that? One short answer.
I think one trend, which I personally believe founders have to be like perseverance. And that's
Resilience.
resilience.
Moti chamdi ki honi chahiye.
Yeah.
Moti chamdi ki.
Exactly. And it's not something which is of the future.
Thick skin.
This has always been there, and this is one trait which will always be there. Evergreen trait which will be there in the industry.
Yeah, I've been a founder. I founded Exchange for Media, an acquired business world, and I've had a journey. I can tell you this is the single. I asked even in interviews, how do you deal with uncertainty? The ability to deal with uncertainty as a founder is the biggest quality in a founder. If you can deal with uncertainty, you can deal with pretty much anything. Shahan, one piece of advice.
One advice. So
Yeah.
trend.
Trend advice एक ही बात है, advice trend से ही linked होगी.
So I think during like when LLMs are sort of becoming big, I think we've lost creativity. So I think if
What are big LLM क्या होता है?
large language models.
Large language model, yes. तो हमारे टाइम में होता था एक लॉ की डिग्री, वो LLM होती है. So clearly it gives away your advice.
So yeah, I think creativity is something which is lost. I think technology is trying to standardize that. So if founders can be creative, I think.
Some people hire planes to save time on VC money. So very creative, yeah? Just to save money, they hired a plane without taking, you know who I'm. Pavik, thank you for saying that, Shahan and Pavik.
So I think trend. I don't want to crystal gaze. I think there's so much around, but I think one trend for sure is look around. Everything that's happening around us is going to change. One very, very near trend is, for the first time this decade ahead, allows India to find products that we will export or innovations that we will export to the world. I was fortunate in fintech to be part of a change of where we can truly say India gave UPI to the world. We've changed the way payments and money flows globally now. The next most immediate trend that we are all working on, and it's happening. So look at what we've done in payments. It's going to happen in credit and in capital markets. There is protocols and standardization. That's something we are doing for the first from India. And I hope under the, this बहुत myth चल रहा है, AI and all of that. Everybody's talking about trends and that India will probably adopt all of that. Hoga, but there's a lot of innovation and trends that we are going to give to the world. That's what I'm truly passionate about. So there's a lot of stuff happening on that front. And an advice, very simple. Don't take yourselves too personally, or too seriously. बहुत ही simple है. I made this mistake it took me a decade to understand. Taking ourselves too seriously. It's just chill. That's what I give an advice to every fellow founder.
Anirudh, one trend or advice?
Yeah. I think we'll see a continuing trend of Indian founders building global businesses from
Fantastic.
India. I think all of us have it in us very clearly. I am very excited to see us becoming, say, the next TCS or Infosys sitting out of India in this generation. And I can tell you that this is going to be a very different company. This is going to be a very technology-led company. This is going to be a very forward-looking company. And I think I was fortunate enough to be there at Washington, DC when Mr. Modi went to the US. And there was this hall where there was Secretary of the State and the Prime Minister. And there were 500 diplomats from the US standing for one Indian standing there. And I think this trend is just going to scale up. And I think as entrepreneurs, I think that should be our dream, which is building, like Rehan had mentioned, right? I think Bhavish said, we have the opportunity to become a developed country in our lifetime. So I think at least at Pepper, we are trying to do that.
Finally,
yeah, I think I have two things to add. One, I think from the way of building the business, I think India is going to be a fantastic market for the next 30, 40 years to come, right? With the per capita going up, our GDP is going up, etc. One is just chase craftsmanship. I think that is what is going to get each of the founders high gross margin, right? I think if you're going to chase quantity, I think the gross margin is going to erode actually. India is going to be a fantastic market not to chase a high gross margin over the next 30, 40 years. One. Two, I think as a founder, it's more important to focus on your health because I think because it's a long journey. I was just talking to Bhavik. It's not a 3-year journey. It's not a 5-year journey. It's going to be if you get lucky, it's going to be a 20, 30-year journey, right? I think getting your health on point is going to have a huge impact on the business outcome. Just your cognitive ability and your decision-making power and your energy, right? I think one of the things that I regret today is like not focusing adequate on my health for the last 8 years. But yeah, I think that's one piece of advice I would sort of give.
Thank you so much. Please give our panel a big round of applause. They've been very, very wise sharing their journey and their inputs. They've been candid. If I had to sum up, I'd say that the three things that the panel said is, one is the ambition of the Indian entrepreneur is becoming bigger. Entrepreneurs and companies are growing global at an early stage than they used to. And third is every business will be a tech business. It has to be a tech-led business, even if it's solving problem at a scale. That's what's happening. Indian businesses will go global, and that's the future. I can just say that finally, 20 years back, when we used to do conferences, we used to talk about that no Indian companies are really product companies. I think that's changing. We'll finally have product companies from India. I want to end by saying my favorite author called Randy Pausch. He wrote this book called The Last Lecture, and there's a YouTube video. He said, there's nothing called failure. Everything is an experience. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So in your journey, if you have experiences, and sometimes we respond to experiences in our own unique ways, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But eventually, all experiences pass. Whatever we sleep, our jury chair for 40 under 40, Aman Gupta, who won our 40 under 40 4 years back, also has a lot of focus on sleep, if you know him personally. So really, biomedical advances will ensure that we can easily live till 100, because everything is replaceable. There is gene therapy, and there is tech which will enable you to replace a hip, joint, whatever, and a limb, so you live longer. So it's the quality of life you have to worry about. I hope someone solves the air issue in India, someone solves the water issue, somebody solves what is happening to our urban cities in terms of transportation, because it takes much longer to get from point A to point B. So I think some entrepreneurs have to focus on the quality of life in India. While there is a huge market, I think we also have to put some onus on quality of life. On this note, I'll end the panel. Please give our panelists a big round of applause. And we have the 40 under 40. Okay, anybody wants, he's saying I should be asking the audience to ask questions. Anyone wants to ask questions to them? No one? Kazim, you have a question? Can you get a mic to Mr. Samandri? He's a very wise man. His story is very fascinating. I've had the good pleasure of hearing his story. He helped Israeli companies go to market in Asia Pacific, right? And a certain health tech company he was involved, which became very big, and he had a very big exit, amongst other things. So, Kazim, your question to panelists or advice?
Rather comments, Dr. Batra, if you allow. Yes. I have been attending this forum since this morning, really, since the beginning. And I wanted to congratulate you. It's not just because you're my friend, but I learned a lot. I was very happy that some of the things that I have learned over the last decades were mentioned by very young people who have less than half my age. And I really would like, if I may share one thought. India, nobody doubts anymore about the potential of India, what India is capable of doing and what it is doing. My only submission, one, is that when you create value, this creation of value should not be limited only to financial value. There is the environment, there is social justice, there are inequalities. Let's show the world that in India, we are able not only to create unicorns, but unicorns that also contribute to the betterment of society, and that we can take everybody along, not just very brilliant founders like you are. And again, congratulations for everything you have done.
Thank you, Mr. Samandri. How many of you go to La Opera? How many of you go to La Opera? 10, 12 of you. Good. So he's the founder of he's the chairman of La Opera, and it's an authentic French bakery. Do go to that. They have a new outlet in Gurgaon on the MG Road. They are in the Bikaner House. They're in Def Call. These are three places I know, but they are in multiple locations. At this point, Mr. Aman Gupta, who is the jury chair of our 40 under 40, the founder of both, is also here. Please give Mr. Gupta a big round of applause. And all the winners in 40 under 40 have been selected by him and he had a certain view. He's built a company at a certain scale. So he saw some companies which were very good, but they didn't fit his scale criteria. So some didn't fit the scale criteria. In fact, there was a certain company that, I like, but really we go by a jury process. So he's here. And so thank you for giving time, Aman, to us. And thank you for putting your name on the jury. With this, a big thank you to the panelists, and we'll start the awards. Give them a big round of applause. You can start. Aman, we are running absolutely on time.
Yeah, no, we just extended ours.
A picture before you leave. Also, thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for making sure that we are well on time with this one. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We have the last keynote address after this, followed by the award ceremony. First, we'll have BW Disrupt 40 under 40 2023 awards, and then that will be followed by BW Disrupt 30 under 30 2023 as well. We'll just have the stage to be cleared, and then we shall move with the keynote. Also, Karthik, are there any more chairs here so people at the back can? I wanted to invite a couple of you in the front to get your seats, but abhi sab bhar chuke, so please, wherever you can find one for yourselves. As a team will help you with getting more of them, so be rest assured. How many of you are here for the 40 under 40? 40 under 40, how many of you are here for that award ceremony? See, 16 under 16 now. Okay, 30 under 30. I see only a total of 10 to 12 winners of nomination, etc. here. आप में से कितने लोग सुबह से यहाँ पर हैं? Since the morning who've been here. Let's give them a round of applause here. They've been, I'm being very honest, the nicest audience since the morning. It's only been once I have to ask them to clap. Baki Hamisha they were with us. You need to ask them with every session. Thank you. Okay. The last keynote for this summit, please join me in welcoming on stage to deliver the same. Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO, both. आपको hand चाहिए? Hand mic. आपको हैंड माइक चाहिए? चलो नोट करना मुझे पता ही नहीं था। हाँ, आधे घंटे का है। आधे घंटे का। ज्वाइन यू पूरा।
हेलो भाई, मुझे कीनोट करना मुझे पता ही नहीं था। हाँ, आप वैसे बोल सकते यार, आपको फाउंडर्स के बारे में पता है।
Join him later. I want him. Also, Mr. Aman Gupta just went to the US. He represented the Indian sharks at a global shark ecosystem. So he's very active in the entrepreneurial community apart from building boat. He's very active in supporting the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Please give Mr. Aman Gupta a big round of applause. He should feel welcome.
This was, वो स्कूल में नहीं होता था एक्सटेम्पोर स्पीच देनी पड़ती थी, वैसा वाला लग रहा है. So guys, good to see you all. My name is Aman Gupta. I'm the co-founder and CMO of Boat. I haven't prepared, so I'll just talk about my life story. We started Boat in 2016, and touch wood, God has been kind. Today, we sell. We started off with cables and chargers, and then we started selling audio products, and now we sell watches also. So that's been our journey. We've grown well. First year. It's been a 6-year journey. We start 2016. We did around 7 crores as our top line, and yeah, scale is important, unfortunately or fortunately. Then we did 30 crores in the second year. This third year we did around 100. Then we did 700. Then last year, last year we did 2000, and this year we closed at 4,000 crores. So God has been kind in terms of sales also. We've been profitable mostly every year except last year, and it's so unfortunate that now the whole world is looking at profits and we went for a small loss.
it was mostly our DNA is profitability. It's like one quarter, what do you call it? One quarter down we had mostly because we were investing a lot in Make in India, and Make in India has been our big journey. Last year, if I tell you before COVID, around 2020, we had 100% we used to import from outside India. But this year we have around 70 to 75% we've made in India, and that's a big commitment we've made to ourselves, and even to even to the government, who's been very supportive in helping us make in India. And also, it's been a big change when in terms of consumers, because when we started, there were not even any brands from India. People were not trusting Indian brands, and suddenly people, when we started, there was nothing known as D2C. D2C, as I always say, used to be buses in Delhi, but nothing more than that. D2C kuch nahi hota tha. Ab D2C bhi emerge ho gaya. It's getting an industry status as we go. And we were called by a lot of different names. We used to be called online brands. Then we used to be called Amazon brands. And slowly, how the industry was evolving, it's becoming like from D2C to online, online to D2C to now omni-channel. So if you look at where we started, we were a brand born in India, and then consumers started asking that, boss, aap Indian brand ho, lekin maal to aapka bahar banta hai, types, right? Then that's a big change which is happening in India, that we all are loving Make in India as one of our big themes for a lot of brands. So yeah, we are on that journey. And what else? Or kya bolte hai keynote mein, sir? It's we love India, right? India loves us. And I was a part of Prime Minister Modi's delegation to France. And the best part was, there were a lot of people on that dais, wo ek table hoti hai jisme sab log baiठते हैं. And I was very honored and I was very happy that I was invited. But when I went there, I was like with all the big guys sitting there, and people were like, some people had factories who were had 6 factories in Europe, and there was another guy who was sitting, who was the Airbus chairman, and then there was the the Mr. Rahul Bhatia, who was the chairman of Indigo. So I was sitting with all these big guys, right, who've got like big industries. Some had 6 generations into business, and there was this one startup founder, which was me, who was only 6 years into existence, right? And everybody was giving their speech, and when they were giving their speech, they all spoke about how how in the past they've done, Europe has helped them, or India has helped Europe, and how they've been growing. And I was like, boss, that I'm so lucky to be here, and I'm representing the new India, which has very high aspirations. And if you look at people like us, we don't want to stop here now, right? When I was there, I was like, we all love French brands, and it's high time that people outside India start loving Indian brands. So that's what my dream is. That when I used to go outside, I used to see, जैसे इंडिया में भी होता है ना, वो एप्पल स्टोर होते हैं और एप्पल स्टोर के बाद लाइन लगी होती है. सो माय ड्रीम इज कि किसी दिन बोट के स्टोर इंडिया के बाहर हो और फिरंगी हमारे स्टोर के बाहर लाइन लाए. So
thank you. And I was
hoping to keep the that's, they used to call it American dream. We are a part of the Indian dream now.
Fantastic. Come, Mr. Gupta. It is also my honor and privilege, because I take pride in growth of Indian businesses and boat's growth. Boat is now the world's #2 brand in wearables. The world's #2 brand, right?
Yes, sir. I also say A for Apple, B for boat. So B is so we are now the second largest. I'm happy to and I always say कि हमारी population इतनी ज्यादा है कि हम बिना इंडिया में बेच के second largest बन गए, right? अभी तो बाहर जाना बाकी है.
Absolutely. And I must tell you that, of course, 3 years back, he on a Diwali sent me his products. And I have young children, her teenagers, and they are very choosy about what product, what brand they wear, and they are a little spoiled in the sense for choice. Otherwise, they're very well mannered. And I said both, and whatever gift comes, the children look at it and they have a point of view. Yeah. Right, And I said boat. He said, yeah, we'll wear boat. So I told him that. I met him 10 to 15 days after that. And I told him that's a huge consumer validation. And I'm talking of first hand, seeing my children respond to it. So clearly, he's got the products right. He's got the brand right. He's got the story right. Aman, we've been talking throughout the day about what has changed in the environment in terms of funding, how have Indian entrepreneurs rewired them to change themselves to the funding winter, if you may call. तो आपके हिसाब से क्या चेंज हुआ है पिछले 6-8 महीने में, and how should Indian entrepreneurs really rewire? What I mean, they're resilient, they're doing well, but what is your advice to them?
Sir, I think if I see there is still a lot of money in the market. I think good entrepreneurs are still getting money, but free money time is over, is what I would say. 2020 everything was getting funded. 21 जो भी आ रहा था market में उसे funding मिल रही थी. I think those days are over, and only the right businesses which have the right probably unit economics, the right scale factors will get funded, and route to profitability is become like the biggest. If you look at all these consolidators जो आए थे ना बहुत सारे, some were SoftBank funded, some were I think India में भी बहुत सारे funded थे. तो ये जो आए थे ना सारे, ये क्या नाम है उनका, गोट वेंचर्स और कौन सा था एक वो,
मेरा इंडिया का दोस्त है गोट वाला.
हाँ अच्छे लोग हैं, मतलब आई लाइक देम ऑल. मैं मना नहीं कर रहा, मेरे भी दोस्त हैं. और कौन सा था वो जो बेसीबी, अपस्केलियो, हाँ, global brands and all that, right? Global bees. So I think they were all, there was a time of house of brands which started emerging 2 years back, and look at where Thrasio is. They just filed for bankruptcy. So
the Thrasio model, people come for pitches and they say, we have the Thrasio model.
Correct.
In every business.
Yeah. So I think those days are over, sir. It's about building through fundamentals of business. Back to dhanda. जैसे वो वो एक गुरु पिक्चर में नहीं कहता कि कि सामान इतने का खरीदो, बीच में मुनाफा, right? It's all about profitability now. If you look at even the Zomatos and Paytms who went public, they were valued at crazy multiples, and when they went public, we all know what happened to them. And as soon as they delivered profit, we know now how they are doing well, right? So it's, even if you look at Mama Earth, when they went public, they were 30%, they are 30% up as soon as they delivered a first quarter of profit. So I think it's all about profits, and it's all about EBITDAs rather than revenue, chasing the revenue multiples.
So boat का IPO कब आएगा?
बोट का IPO सर अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर, आई होप. ये जो अभी क्या हो रहा है ना, अगर अभी हमने IPO फाइल कर दिया होता, वो कहता है ना बहती गंगा में हम भी हाथ धो लेते, राइट? अभी तो हर चीज इज गोइंग वेल लुकिंग एट द IPO मार्केट, बट unfortunately we've given ourselves another year. I think we should be ready by next year or next to next year.
Okay. And Aman, मैंने देखा आप जब jury meet में भी थे, so you put a lot of emphasis on scale. You made comments, and right comment, that we should select companies that have a certain scale. Not everyone has to have, but what is your obsession with scale, and how can founders in this room who are both part of the 40 under 40 list, how can they scale up? What is your advice to them in terms of scale up?
Sir, जब हम choose कर रहे तो scale was not the only criteria. I think it's all also about the entrepreneur. But scale, why is scale important is obvious, right? If you are in a very small industry, आप कितना भी फोल्ड लोगे, एक लेवल के बाद आप नहीं बढ़ पाओगे, right? जैसे अभी मैं आपको एक सिंपल बताता हूँ, एक कोई जैसे एक niches can become masses, that is for sure. But if your industry itself has a very lower TAM, how can you grow further, right? So I think it's at the end of the day, you have to do something which is probably, like, even if you look at any agency business, you look at more scale, right? If you look at a brand business, you can't look at without scale. If you look at the best company, if you look at even the Nifty or the Sensex companies, everybody looks at scale after a level, right? So it is unfortunately or fortunately you can't do anything without scale. So you have to have some scale, and it's not that शुरू से ही आप पहले ही आप मतलब एक level पे जाओ, तो obviously you'll grow.
Scale up कैसे करें? 2-3 ऐसे inputs की, if someone is at a say 100, how does one go to 500 in a short span? So because sometimes entrepreneurs prefer profitability over growth. How do you strike a balance between profitability and growth?
Sir, that's a good question, but frankly speaking, I don't think that today's market, like if I was earlier, everything was all about growth. But if you look at how we are going back to our drawing boards, and if you read the Economic Times article day before yesterday, it's not that the companies are being judged, as I said before, also judged on only the one multiple. It's both together. For companies, if I tell you about 100 to 500, I think the most difficult journey is 0 to 100, right? And if you are able to get there, then 100 to 500 is not as difficult as 0 to 100 is in at least in the D2C brand era. Even in the tech space, if you see there is a tipping point which all these brands get through, and if you get into the tipping point, then you just keep growing. So every scale is tough, but getting your first consumers to buy you, for me it's been the most important thing. क्योंकि क्या होता है ना कि पहले आपको कन्विंस करना, पहले कंज्यूमर्स को जो आपको खरीद ले और आपके बारे में रिव्यू लिख दे, वो बहुत टफ चीज है. क्योंकि अब क्या हो गया ना, अब तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट पीपल नो बोट, राइट? इतना बेच लिया कि अगर अच्छे प्रोडक्ट है तो अच्छा बिकेगा. लेकिन जो शुरू का 100 crore थे ना, वो सबसे ज्यादा, आई थिंक इट वाज द टफेस्ट पार्ट for me. After that, it's been relatively easier, but the 0 to 100 scale has been the toughest.
Aman, everyone knows about your highs, about the scale of what you built. You're being on Shark Tank, you being a poster boy for Indian entrepreneurship at a scale. People don't know about your lows. Not lows. People, like you've told the story of how you went to Khan Market and how you sold your wares, how your wife helped. It may be a new story for some people in the audience. Tell us a bit about some of those things.
You guys have heard the Khan Market story, right? अब तो सबने सुना.
किसने नहीं सुना थे?
सर, इनको मैं बाहर सुना दूंगा, 4 लोग हैं.
चलिए, कोई बात नहीं, 20 लोग थे, but कोई बात नहीं. What I'm saying is, it is, you got here, and it is a lot of hard work. It is betting on the right products. It's sourcing. It's marketing. You still write CMO, so you're very passionate about how you attract customers. You want profitable growth, but शुरू में बहुत struggle होती है. तो एक दो ऐसी stories बताओ जो struggle वाली थी, उससे कैसे बाहर निकले आप?
सर, स्ट्रगल तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि स्ट्रगल तो हमारे पास शुरू में तो अलग टाइप का था. अभी भी अलग स्ट्रगल चल रहा है, बट हाँ, शुरू के स्ट्रगल्स का आपको मैं बताता हूँ कि हम लोग जब इन्वेस्टर्स पे जाते थे तो हमारा एक बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिटर, हमारे एक इंडस्ट्री में, एक टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री में एक बंदा होता था, माइक्रोमैक्स. सुना आपने नाम?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
तो हमारे को तो हर एक बंदा बोलता था कि तुम्हारी यू गाइज आर द नेक्स्ट माइक्रोमैक्स. व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड 5 years बैक, दैट वाज लाइक आवर, वी वर हमारे तो हाथ में लिखा हुआ था, तुम्हारा बाप माइक्रोमैक्स है टाइप्स. तो वी वर बीइंग जज्ड इवन बिफोर वी वर बोर्न, राइट? हम लोग आके अपनी स्टोरी बताते थे कि देखो हम ये करने वाले हैं, ऐसे ग्रोथ होगी, ये कंज्यूमर होंगे. और तो बट unfortunately, the investors had a lot of baggage, preconceived notions, right? And there were not many investors also. If you look at the previously there were only a few investors, and D2C was, as I said earlier, was not even in there. So हमारा तो सर पैसों की बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती थी कि आप वेंचर डेट भी इतना इजीली नहीं मिलता था. ये जो आजकल आई है ना सारी की बिल डिस्काउंटिंग कंपनीज, ये भी नहीं होती थी उस टाइम पे, राइट? और बैंक्स बोलते थे कि आपको अपना घर गिरवी रखना पड़ेगा उसके लिए, पैसे उठाने के लिए. पर्सनल लोन 20 लाख के ऊपर मिलता नहीं था. तो हमारी फाइट ये होती थी कि हमें पैसे कहाँ से लाएं, क्योंकि प्रॉफिटेबल कंपनी थी, ग्रोथ हो रही है, सॉलिड ब्रांड बन रहा है, लेकिन पैसों की फाइट होती थी, चैलेंज होता था. सो मैंने तो मतलब, माय फ्रेंड इज हियर, प्रतीक, हम लोग तो मतलब जिसको मिल जाए, हम मतलब जैसे होता है ना, कटोरा लेके आगे खड़े हो जाते थे, यार भाई पैसे दे दे, तू दे दे. कोई भी किसी को लगता था कि इसके पास ज्यादा पैसे, उसको बताते थे अपनी स्टोरी की, भाई तू दे दे. तो हमारे को पैसों की बहुत फाइट होती थी सर. तो इवेंचुअली जैसे फैमिली हेल्प करती है, तो मेरे डैड ने दिए. मेरे समीर was a rich guy, समीर के डैड से बहुत पैसे मिले. सो ऐसे हम लोग ढूंढ ढांड के कहीं ना कहीं करके हम लोगों ने अपनी
औकात में रहते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं.
हाँ सर, वो बट मतलब अपना घर पे घर गिरवी रख के पैसे उठाना ना, वो टेंशन होती है.
माँ बाप.
हाँ, और वो वैसे भी मेरा नहीं है, मतलब बहुत सारे लोग हैं उसमें. सो दादा का था। तो पैसे उठाने में फाइट हुई, एम्प्लॉइज रखने में बहुत स्ट्रेस होता था शुरू में, क्योंकि किसी को पता नहीं होता था कि यार इट्स लाइक अ फ्लाई बाय नाइट ऑपरेटर, और या फिर ये कंपनी चलेगी भी। तो आई रिमेम्बर द फर्स्ट एम्प्लॉय वी हैड, हिज नेम वाज ईशान, राइट, एंड ही वाज वर्किंग विद अस, और उसने भी हमें छोड़ दिया था क्योंकि उसकी शादी नहीं हो रही थी, राइट। तो हमारे इंडियन फैमिलीज में होता है ना कि अच्छा ब्रांड होना चाहिए, उस टाइम पे था। सो ही वेंट टू मेक माई ट्रिप that time ki I'll go to a better brand because I'll get a better wife, probably a better family or something, right? I will get married is what I would say. But तो हमारे को ऐसे भी लोगों ने छोड़ा हुआ था, तो हमारे को एम्प्लॉइज की भी फाइट होती थी, तो सारे काम मैं और समीर खुद ही करते थे। तो मुझे याद है कि जब हम लोग क्रोमा जाते थे, हम स्पीकर लेके जाते थे और खुद स्पीकर चलाते थे यहाँ पे, और चला के ऐसे बैठ जाते थे, उसकी शक्ल देखते रहते थे। अब क्या होता है ना, जब किसी आप परचेज मैनेजर को देखो, उसको नहीं भी अच्छा लग रहा तो उसको भी शर्म आ जाती थी, उसकी आंखों में देख रहे, सर कैसा लगा, कैसा लगा, तो वो भी कह देता था हाँ अच्छा है। तो वी यूज्ड टू डू डेमोज आवरसेल्व्स, वी यूज्ड टू fight for money wherever possible. Employees was a fight. Office also we didn't have, so we used to work out of a co-working space called Social. It was a cafe in Hoskas Village. So we had no office, so we worked out of Hoskas Village. एंड उसमें भी हमारे पास ये होता था कि 6 बजे ना उनका कोवर्किंग खत्म हो जाता था और बाहर शुरू हो जाता था, राइट। तो 6 बजे के बाद वो म्यूजिक बढ़ा देते थे, हम लोगों को बोलते थे तुम बाहर चले जाओ। तो स्ट्रगल्स तो हर एक की लाइफ में होते हैं, और मजा आता है वो स्ट्रगल्स के बारे में बात करके, क्योंकि it just feels that we've crossed a lot of hurdles, but it's not that the hurdles haven't stopped here. There are a lot of hurdles we are still facing, so challenges keep changing, but they still remain.
I mean, your life looks good. You're on Shark Tank, you're in demand in the speaker circuit, you accompanied the Prime Minister on the visit to France. Company is looking good, there's investor interest, the brand is solid, you become the number 2 brand. What next for Boat and Aman Gupta?
बड़ा वो था भारी सवाल। अच्छा सर, टचवुड सब सही चल रहा है, गॉड हैज बीन काइंड। या टचवुड कर लेना यार सब, ठीक है, नजर ना लगे। So touchwood, God has been kind, as I always say. ठीक चल रहा है, but sir, एक अंदर से ना एक वो है, क्या बोलते हैं ना, खुजली बोलते हैं जैसे, right? एक desire है कि you want to keep growing, right? Touchwood, God has given me a lot of money. I don't need to work for life, but it's not about money for me. It was from day one, it was about happiness. एंड अब इसके बाद जैसे अब हमने 4000 करा है, अब हमने नया पड़ाव बनाया, इस साल 5000 करोड़ करेंगे। 10,000 करोड़ की कंपनी कैसे बनेंगे इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू?
Turnover is not valuation.
Yeah,
this is the sales. 4,000 crores of sales.
Yeah,
that's $500 million of sales. Okay.
So next, we want to do 10,000 crores in sales. In terms of people, we now employ, earlier, as I said, we started with 1, Samir and I were 2. Now we employ 6,000 people. We have our own factory in India, and we want to reach to 20,000 people in India. In terms of, IPO, as I said, our first investor was Kavaljit Singh. He invested in us when we got 6 crores from him at 100 crore valuation. And we already returned 100 crores to him from secondary, and he still owns 3%. We have Warburg Pincus. We have to deliver superlative results for them also. As a fiduciary duty, we have to do that. In terms of employees, all my employees, I feel, the top management, I keep telling them that, you work 4 years in Boat, you don't need to work for life. We want to ensure that we all grow together. In terms of customers, we've just reached, as I said, offline, we've just started. We haven't penetrated offline at all. We just have, 20% of the offline market still with us. We have to grow there. Wearables, this watches ka segment is just a new segment. Last year we entered into it. There are not many brands. There is 2-3 of Indian brands there. That's a huge market growing. So there is so much room for growth left in Boat itself. Personally, sir, I like to keep myself busy because अब मेरे को ये तो है नहीं कि अब मैं कहीं जाके रिटायर हो जाऊं, right? मुझे अच्छा लगता है अपना टाइम स्पेंड करना. And secondly, in Shark Tank, I think it's a as you said, it's a side hustle for me now. And I never had mentors all my life. Kaval was the first mentor we had 3 years back. So I feel that if I can help these small young entrepreneurs somewhere, I feel happy about it, and that's what my joy comes. I don't do a lot of charity, and if I can give, my wife does a lot of charity. If I can give my time to these founders, I think that's a part of me giving back to the society.
Please give Aman Gupta a big round of applause and sending a blessing. We can take one or two questions. You know, you have Aman here. Don't want to be between him and you. If you have a question for him, the lady there, get her a mic. Just keep your questions short, huh? We'll take one more question. So, any more hand? Yeah, Bhavik.
Hi, Aman.
Hi.
I know your story, and it's very inspiring for entrepreneurs like me as well. Particularly someone like me who is working in the climate entrepreneurial space. I want to ask you this question: Ki boat is doing great, and Indians are proud of boat. But going next, are you looking to integrate sustainability into boat? Because as you said, कि जब हम बाहर जाएं, आप चाहते हो कि बोट के स्टोर के बाहर लाइन लगी हो. But what youth and individuals like me want कि हम कह पाए कि हाँ यार हमारा बोट बना है, eco-friendly material से, sustainable material से.
Yeah, that's a very good question, ma'am. I'll tell you frankly, जैसे मैं आपको पहले बता रहा था ना कि market ना बहुत जल्दी change हो रही है, right? If you look at any market, if you look at, I'll give you, not just the boat example, I'll give you a generic example. अगर आप शैम्पू मार्केट देखो तो पहले ना किसी को नहीं फर्क पड़ता था कि शैम्पू में केमिकल्स, पैराबेन और टॉक्सिन्स वगैरह है या नहीं है, और आज वीगन, ये सब किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ता. लेकिन आज की डेट में आप सारे ब्रांड्स को देखो, दे आर ऑल सेल्ड एज toxic free, vegan free, not vegan free, sorry, free vegan, chemical free, paraben free, right? So I think it's the market which changes. If you look at 5 years back, 7 years back, people never cared. If you look at the generation which probably I belong, also was not as environment conscious as the new generation is, right? If I'll give you another small example. हम लोगों के यहाँ पे ना जब दिवाली होती थी ना तो लड़ियां लगती थी, लड़ी बोलते थे उसे, 1000 की लड़ी, 5000 की, तो वो ना लड़ी लगाते थे हम लोग, गोल गोल लड़ी होती थी, और वो 10,000 की लड़ी बहुत दूर तक चलती थी और पूरी कॉलोनी में आवाज आती थी, और किसी को पता होता था कि लड़ी हो रही है तो सब उसके आसपास होते थे, पटाखे बजाते थे. दिस वाज यूज्ड टू बी लाइक कि दिवाली यूज्ड टू बी. एंड इफ यू आस्क आई हैव my daughter, if you ask her today, she's like, how can you do this to our environment, right? It's so bad. They've been taught, they are brought up in a very different environment, right? So if I as a brand, like if I tell you about Make in India, last year, Make in India has been the toughest journey for us. It's not easy because China was a factory to the world. China पूरे world के लिए बना रहे हैं, उन्हें आता है बनाना, उन्हें efficiency level बहुत अच्छी है, हमसे अच्छी होती थी. लेकिन जब हमने start किया था, अगर आपको COVID याद है, तो इंडिया में तो पीपी किट भी नहीं बनती थी, राइट? बट हमें बनाना तो है ही ना. तो हुआ क्या कि आपको पता है कंज्यूमर्स भी मांगने लगे कि बॉस तुम ये बताओ कि तुम मेक इन इंडिया कब करोगे. हमारी जो जर्नी टुवर्ड्स मेक इन इंडिया, इट इज also responsible because of first the government, second also the consumers, because consumers started wanting. Now if consumers like you start asking these questions on sustainability, that what is boat doing, and if I don't do what you guys are asking for, the new generation is asking for it, right? You may have asked this question as a question, but if you look at the new generation, they will not buy anything which is not sustainable. So if I don't change as a brand, I'll die. So there is no option but for brands like us. It's not that we are not doing our bit, we are, but if we have to move further slowly, we have to go for it before, otherwise I'll also be the next Micromax, which I don't want to be.
Bhavik, you want to give Aman a big round of applause. Clapping is good for art muscle. Bhavik wants to ask you a question.
सर किसी को नहीं मारनी ताली, आप उनको बेचारों को बोलते रहते हो कि give Aman, मारनी होगी मार देंगे ताली.
Okay, here's a fun one for you, Aman. तो at 4,000 crore तो it's easy to say A for apple, B for boat. But तुम्हारे दिमाग में था क्या? बोट कैसे नाम रखा? And would you brand it in 2023? Would you, if you were to start now, would you name this?
I wanted A for apple, but it was not available, right? But it's a very easy word, yaar. Matlab, if you look at brands around us when we were starting, they were mostly all these Chinese brands. So if you pronounce them, they were like Huawei, Xiaomi, and all that. So it was not easy, right? Sennheiser was also not an easy brand to pronounce. Boat was a very easy, boat is like common noun, right? It's a normal word, right? मतलब common word. तो और सेकंड अगर आप देखोगे ना, ए के अंदर ना एक boat बनी हुई है. It's like a subtle boat inside. And just I just felt it cool that it's the name is cool. But if you see our tagline it was called Plug into Nirvana. So the reason behind that was also that if you go on a boat, if you go on a water, if you go on a cruise, you leave the land behind, right? You're in the water, you're enjoying yourself, you're plugged into your own zone. So same way, if you wear a boat headphone, you plug into your own zone, you plug into a zone of happiness, you plug into Nirvana. So that is how the connotation of boat and plug into Nirvana was there. And rest, some of these stories are true and some I've just built them up, right? So yeah.
Good. Last question from the gentleman. Good evening, Amanji.
Hi.
I just want to ask you simply one question. I will be beneficial for all of us. Sir, इतनी एनर्जी कहाँ से लाते हो? हॉल आपसे पहले भी था, अब भी है, और इतनी ज्यादा एनर्जी आ गई आपके बाद आने के बाद. ये एनर्जी का राज क्या है?
Red Bull, sir. Red Bull.
Sir,
now Red Bull without sugar, sir.
Good quality sleep. Talk to them about.
Yeah, sir, I sleep a lot, sir. अगर आप मेरे से पूछो तो मैं 8 से 10 घंटे सोता हूँ सर दिन में. और I don't put alarm, sir. So मेरी सारी मीटिंग्स लंच के बाद ही शुरू होती है. And I can go on to whatever time 11, 1, 2, 3 बजे तक काम कर सकता हूँ. But और क्या एनर्जी का राज है सर? मतलब सर मैं एनर्जी लोगों से भी ड्राइव करता हूँ थोड़ी सी. जैसे अगर आप देखो तो अगर क्राउड बोरिंग होता है तो मैं भी बोर हो जाता हूँ थोड़ा सा, राइट? अगर आप लोग एनर्जाइज नहीं होगे तो मैं भी एनर्जी नहीं होगा. तो मेरे को क्राउड के आसपास, मेरे ऑफिस के आसपास अगर आप मेरी टीम भी देखोगे ना तो वो भी बहुत एनर्जेटिक टीम होती है. तो मेरे को लगता है कि उसी से मेरी एनर्जी आती है. और इट्स लाइक फ्री फ्लोइंग एनर्जी फ्रॉम बोथ साइड्स, apart from Red Bull and black coffee.
Yes. Hello, Aman ji.
Hi.
So since
सर आप तो कह रहे थे 40 under 40 है, या तो सब 60 under 60 लग रहे हैं.
नहीं सर उतनी भी नहीं है हमारी.
sorry.
Since we are going to see you today, तो I was just googling. तो of course revenue तो बड़ा है, तो थोड़ा सा बिजनेस के रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन है. तो रेवेन्यू तो नो डाउट बड़ा है, लेकिन एक्सपेंडिचर भी बड़ा है और आई थिंक इम्प्रोपोर्शनेटली बड़ा है.
क्वेश्चन किया है दसो.
हाँ जी,
क्वेश्चन किया
है सर ये कि भाई थोड़ा फैक्ट तो बता दें किसके रिगार्डिंग. तो उसमें ये है सर कि आपको क्या लगता है हम क्या चेंज कर सकते थे कि जो एक्सपेंडिचर इतना ज्यादा बढ़ गया है, प्रोबेबली हैव रिफ्लेक्टेड, तो इतना ना बढ़ता तो कुछ क्या कर सकते थे? व्हाट वुड हैव बीन डिफरेंट एंड व्हाट इज द रीजन फॉर दैट? दैट इज द ओनली थिंग.
No, that's a good question, sir. In hindsight, we all introspect. जैसे अभी भी हम लोग भी यही सोच रहे हैं कि जैसे क्या हुआ ना, हमने I would say that there was जब हमारे पास ना ज्यादा पैसे नहीं थे ना सर, तो हम बड़ी फ्रूगल कंपनी चलाते थे. तो हमारे पास जब इन्वेस्टमेंट आई ना तो आई थिंक थोड़े से हम बिगड़ गए. सच बता रहा हूँ सर. I think we started doing much more than what we could chew. Right, we started hiring more people than what we could handle. We changed a lot of things in the company, and that is where I think we could have made less expenditures. Right, पहले हम लोग जब काम करते थे तो हम बहुत एक पैसे का सोचते थे कहाँ जा रहा है. लेकिन फिर जब कंपनी इतनी बड़ी हो गई, हमने सोचा कि बस बड़ी कंपनी चलाने के लिए बड़ी चीजें ही करनी पड़ेंगी. और एंड कुकी कटर क्या बोलते हैं उसे, वन साइज फिट्स ऑल अप्रोच लगाने लगे कि अच्छा बड़ी कंपनी है तो इसमें अच्छा ऐसे करना चाहिए कि ऐसे टाइप की टीम होनी चाहिए. अच्छा बड़ी कंपनी है तो इसमें इतने खर्चे होने चाहिए आईटी सिस्टम्स में बड़े बड़े. पहले हमने टैली पे ही काम कर रहे थे, फिर हमने सोचा नहीं यार इतनी बड़ी कंपनी हो गई है, सैप तो लगाना पड़ेगा. फिर सैप लगाया तो सैप लगाने में लग गई हमारी, क्योंकि सैप इजी तो है नहीं. सैप के लिए इतने लोग रखो, फिर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करवाओ. फिर हमने बोला कि और हम नई कैटेगरी में घुसने लगे. हमने सोचा कि अब जैसे वेरिएबल कैटेगरी है, बड़ी गंदी कैटेगरी है सर. अगर हम आज खाली ऑडियो में होता ना, मस्त हमारा धंधा हो रहा था और प्रॉफिट हो रहा होता. तो हमने सोचा नई ग्रोथ करनी है तो नई कैटेगरी करते हैं. तो हम नई कैटेगरी में गए, वो थी घड़ियां. और घड़ियों में आग लगी हुई थी. ठीक है, मतलब हर कोई एक दूसरे को काटने में लगा हुआ है. कभी वही चीज 2000 की 1500 में बिक रही है, 1500 की 1400 में, 1400 की 1200 में. तो ये इंडस्ट्री भी थोड़ी ब्लड बाथ वाली हो रही थी. तो उस इंडस्ट्री में चले गए. फिर हमने मेक इन इंडिया बहुत कर दिया कि चल यार सारा मेक इन इंडिया बना था. मेक इन इंडिया बनाने में हमें ये तो अब क्या हुआ कि हमें आता भी नहीं था कैसे बनाते हैं. तो उसमें भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी कि फैक्ट्री को सिखाएं कैसे, फैक्ट्री में एफिशिएंसी कैसे लाए. हमारी जो अगर आप चाइना देखोगे तो वहां 90% एफिशिएंसी थी, हमारी इंडिया में 50% एफिशिएंसी खाली। हमें आता ही नहीं था किसी को, ऐसा था नहीं कि फैक्ट्रीज को भी आता है। तो हमने अपनी फैक्ट्री डाली अभी कि भाई हम अपनी फैक्ट्री बनाएंगे, अपना ही माल बनाएंगे। तो ये सब सर अगर आप देखो तो इतने खर्चे जो मतलब बढ़ते गए। अब हमने इस साल कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह अच्छा इस साल अच्छा करना चाहिए हमें।
And just if I may say, it's investing in the growth. In simple, you're investing in your future, right? So sometimes you over-invest now to reap the dividends in future. I'm sure Aman Gupta and both will reap the benefits in future. Please give Aman Gupta a big round of applause, and we'll go to our awards. Thank you. Mr. Malik, back to you.
वो क्वेश्चन पूछना तो नहीं हो गए?
Is there? We'll keep it short, sir.
अरे कमाल है, सबके सामने।
Yeah. So the suggestion is, आजकल जेंसीज ने बहुत ज्यादा आईसीयू, they feel it, they listen to the music but they don't feel it. तो मैं चाहता हूं कि हर 45 मिनट में एक जैसे रिमाइंडर होता है ना कि थोड़ा मुस्कुरा दीजिए, तो अगर इस तरीके से रिमाइंडर आए तो दैट शुड बी वेरी ग्रेट, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज एआई बेस्ड, एवरीथिंग इज एआई बेस्ड।
मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए सर, सॉरी, माय फॉल्ट। ठीक है सर, कर देंगे।
But it works for one piece, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now from these discussions that you witnessed and also saw to the evening's celebration, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome all of you to the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. Today we gather here to celebrate and honor the future masters who have demonstrated exceptional business excellence and their dedication towards shaping the future of business, also for our country. Quickly thanking our partners for today: the Tech Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM, Buzz, Impact, Touch, Phantom, and Beamley Coffee. And क्योंकि अब 40 Under 40 Awards की तरफ we are moving, it's very important that we talk about the jury that discussed as to who should make it to the list and who not, and why not. हालांकि we believe that anybody who applies for these awards or nominates themselves is already a winner. But still there's a list, you have to make it there. Now what exactly went through this entire jury process from the nomination till the list that we've arrived at? Let's just have a look at that, please. Can we have the jury movie?
Congratulations to Business World and all the winners of the Disrupt 40 Under 40. You're truly innovators, you're truly path breakers, and may this recognition spur you to greater heights.
It's been an absolute pleasure being on BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 jury this year. The highlight for me was having to see such high quality founders come through the funnel. Extremely tough job for Aman and the rest of the jury to select amongst this August group, but I want to congratulate all the founders who won this year. You are now amongst a very select group of high achievers. So all the very best. Wish I could be there, but my best wishes to you guys. Can we have a round of applause for jury members, please, for the mehnat that they did? Thank you. It is award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. We request you to please join in the celebrations of the evening. And if you upload on any of your social media platforms, please use the hashtag BW40under40, where 40 is numeric. A couple of information for our winners. Once you receive your award, please step down from stage left. We'll need your picture for the magazine. Also, please stay back till the very end again for a picture for the magazine. That's for the online and offline editorial both. Also, please make sure all the winners that BW TV team members, Shweta, that's video bites happening here, right? All the winners, please also make sure to give us your video bites right outside the hall here. Team is there to help you with the same. Yeah. Okay. First we'll do 40 under 40 and then of course 30 under 30. But before we move ahead with both the award ceremony, officially welcome all of you to talk a little about this entire process. Ek baar fir, please join me in welcoming back on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder for Exchange for Media Group.
Good evening. I don't want to stay between you and the award. First of all, congratulations to all the nominees. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you and gratitude to the jury chair and jury members. Some of the jury members are in the room. So thank you, Aman, for giving time and being involved in the process of selecting the winners. It made a difference. Mr. Sudhir Mishra, who's been part of many of our endeavors. Ms. Jyoti Khetrapal. I just want to say three things. One is that for me, I take this very, very seriously. I'm involved in terms of shortlisting, seeing the entries. Aman was kind enough to accept it because he's kind enough to acknowledge the fact that he won our 40 under 40 4 years back. And that was absolutely an honest process. So he's saying that would be nice, but I do want to acknowledge the fact that when we started the jury meet in the morning, he looked at certain entries, he made comments, he's very real. So he asked very real questions. It's not an academic. And by the end, when he left at 3:30, he was satisfied that his time wasn't wasted because he met some quality entries. So we had done them alphabetically, Aman. We didn't do it that we saved the better ones for last, as you said. So that's the one. Second is, every year we believe that we can improve the process. I want to give you two instances. There is a certain person, I asked him to apply. I wouldn't take his name. And he didn't win. So on Sunday, he texted me saying, I got a regret. So I called Chetan on Monday morning and said, what happened? So he told me we reached out to him. He did not present. So if you want to win an award, you'll have to respect our jury process. You'll have to respect our jury process. You'll have to respect our jury and you'll have to present. We even gave some of you the opportunity to do video because, sometimes we overrun. So third, I want to tell you, the person who gave me money to start my first company, Exchange for Media, is very dear to me. His father expired on Friday. And he reached out to me after the first day of the jury meet about a certain company. And I told him that, he's already been, Aman has said no to him. I won't, and we have as a jury said no to him. All of us, it's not just Aman. I won't take the name of the company. Then he reached out to again this Monday. And I said, I went to his home, explained to him why we can't choose him. So we take this very, very honestly. That's what I want to say. I wish you luck. I only want to talk about three things. One is sleep. When I was younger, I didn't sleep enough. I was working, building companies. So one of the reasons Aman is successful is one is his hard work, his acumen. I know that because a lot of young people don't sleep enough. A lot of old people don't sleep enough. So he sleeps, he may work till late, but he does sleep 8-9 hours. That's the point. So do sleep enough. It is pivotal for your health and you'll do better in life. Second is kindness. Aman is kind with his time. Aman is kind with his patronage. Aman is kind with his trust on us. So I only want to say the most important thing in life is kindness. I have grown because of people who were kind to me, kind to us, you know. Third thing I want to talk about is what that young girl talked about is sustainability. Uh, COP28 finished yesterday. Our latest issue that hit stand is about energy finance and climate finance. And really, India is a coal-based economy. There's a lot of coal that gets consumed. And of course, it won't get phased out. But in whatever you do, you all are leaders, you're founders of businesses, entrepreneurs, some of you are in manufacturing, you have a voice in the ecosystem. So make sure whatever you do, build sustainability at the core of your business. It will eventually pay off dividends. And it's our duty to contribute to saving the earth. It'd be very arrogant to say that we will save the earth. Mother Earth nurtures us. So I just don't want to stand between you and the winners. I also want to congratulate the families of some of the winners are here. Congratulations to you, parents and the extended family, your siblings, in some cases, husband, wife. They're equally important in your journey. So congratulations to you. We celebrate your success, and we'll do a lot of editorial coverage, both online and in our magazines. With this, I hand it back over to Mr. Malik. Please give our jury chair and jury members a big round of applause. Some of them are here and some of them are likely to be here in some time. And we'll do the 40 under 40 and the 30 under 30 back to back. And, you know, I hope you can collaborate with each other. And that would be one of the value adds of this initiative. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Before we begin, my only question: आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो 8 घंटे से कम सोते हैं in a day? And you can be honest about it. I am one of them. You sleep 8 hours, more than 9, more than 10. कोई 12 घंटे का सोता है संडे को? अच्छा चलो संडे को सर संडे. Okay, chaliye, let's begin with the 40 and the 40 awards. And to felicitate the first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage again Dr. Anurag Batra, Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO of BOAT, and joining them is Narayan Mansanka, CEO. Please. Once for them, everybody. Our presenters. Also for all the winners.
So you know this award, I'll tell you what Dr. Batra was saying कि मेरे को ना मतलब in school college वो होता है ना awards मिलते हैं कि class में award मिलते हैं और head boy head girl बनते हैं लोग, right? तो मैंने अपने school में आज तक कोई मेरे को award नहीं मिला और ना consolation prize मिला और ना ही मुझे कभी monitor बनाया, you know, class का भी. So मेरे को सबसे पहला award actually BW Business World से ही मिला था, and I put that if you go to my LinkedIn 3 years back. I got the first award was from BW guys. And so that's why even this award is special for me and, you know, BW Business World. Uske baad to touchwood, you know, I got a lot of awards, but these were the first ones who facilitated me. So मैंने in LinkedIn में लिखा कि बचपन से award नहीं मिला, certificate नहीं मिला, तो पहला award मिलके मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई थी. So it's like, thank you sir, thank you so much. And once you win this award, then you know other areas become easier. You know, you can go to. They all copy BW.
I don't want to make two, but I really, you know, I feel bad for the 2 people I couldn't select. One I believed in, but the jury didn't select. Yeah. नहीं अब तो उसको अगले साल के लिए. And luckily both are 35, 36, so they can apply next year. So I looked at their age. No, it's not about you. The other one didn't. He's a close friend of yours. He didn't present. And if, you know, I just want to say that really a lot of people, I go to social gathering. Oh, you are the guy who does awards, right? I used to be maybe 5 years back on the back foot. I'm on the front foot. And I don't, you know, I'm comfortable in my skin. It doesn't bother me too much, whatever anybody says. I'm doing what we know what we are doing. How honestly everyone, Chetan. So please give a round of applause to our team. Primarily Chetan, Shivam, then there is the marketing team. They do a lot of good work. You know, Karthik, Shweta, then is the editorial team. They all work together to be able to put this together. And I shared this famous story that I have a very close couple friend. They live in Hyderabad. They're a large industrial.
And their son last year applied for a 30 under 30 and he didn't make it. And I was in Hyderabad for a social gathering and they asked me, so वो award कब है? अब मुझे पता था उनके बेटे का हुआ नहीं. तो मैंने कहा कल सोच के पूछ के बताता हूँ. पता था, but that was like, I was being polite. And then I wrote them a long mail saying that Sachin Tendulkar is a great cricketer, so is Virat Kohli, so is Rohit Sharma. But someday they get out at less runs. So it's how you play that day. That day your son didn't play well. He's only 28. He can win again. And, I know the boy personally is very, very good, but he didn't present that day well. So, how you play on that day to the jury matters. And the jury is an involved jury. We have data, I'm happy that we encourage so many people because any kind of encourage in a world that's trying to pull you down is welcome and through the right process. I want to end by saying that in our CFO awards last year, there was a CFO who came who had won 3 or 4 years back. He wouldn't leave the mic for 10, 15 minutes. He cried. He talked about how he got a promotion because of our award. I mean, he was giving us far too much credit. It was predestined. But he talked about how it changed his life. It's about how you take awards. And we, again in our 30 under 30, our jury's only selected 28. They've not selected 30. And I told them, if you have to select 15, select 15. You don't have to select 30. There's no pressure to select 30, right? So there is a certain quality, and we are an editorial product. So we were lucky enough to editorially feature Aman early. Then he's been on the cover and so on and so forth later. So really, it's an honest process. In another case, Sunday, someone reached out to me, how is this boy won in 30 under 30? I said, must be honest process because I don't know. I don't know the boy. And they was curious. How had this boy won? I won't take anyone's name, but really it's an honest process. And I keep saying, nothing is perfect. We are human beings. The only two things that are perfect, Sudhir bhai, is Lord Shiva, I'm a Hindu, and my wife. Rest, everything is imperfect. Right, Laurent? Wives are almost perfect, right? Wife or wives, right?
Okay. On that note, let's start. Whenever please don't forget, after receiving your award, from stage left, you step down, get a picture done, also wait till the end for a group picture. And I hate to say this, but we'll only give you 20 seconds for your acceptance speech. And they bold mentioned it, and I had to say it. Okay. First person to join the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards this year is
Thank you so much, Jerry. It feels really great to receive this award. This one goes to our team. This one goes to our co-founder Shubham Gupta. This one goes to my family as well. And we are building a B2B marketplace, showroom B2B, which is into fashion apparel category. And we are also helping young entrepreneurs, helping out their supply needs. We're building a supply chain solution for them and going to the tier 2, tier 3 cities across the country. And we would want to continue the same journey as we have been doing so far, so forth. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to join the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards this year, please. Please, Michael.
So I would like to thanks all the juries and one more confession. So even I won first award of my life of BW, not today, few years back, which was the youngest entrepreneur. उसके बाद journey एकदम अच्छे से चालू हुई. This is very special for me because somebody who started as a bartender as a career. When I used to make a cocktail, when I said I'm leaving my job, my general manager started saying, "अरे तेरे को cocktail बनाना आता है, company बनाना नहीं आता है." But मेरा luck अच्छा नहीं था, तब अमन सर ने एक dialogue famous नहीं किया था, नहीं तो मैं भी बोलता था हम भी बना लेंगे.
Congratulations, 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 Abhishek. आगे बढ़ते हुए the next winner is on the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 this year, please. Akash Agarwal, Managing Director, Forbes.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, Jury, for selecting me. This award is very much special. Getting this from the Gupta, my first investor in the company, apart from my parents. Secondly, this is more special as my parents witnessing me getting this award. When we started this job, it was an initiative to intercept the tension with authenticity, and we believe like we can change the way spices was being consumed. Thank you.
So we met at Shark Tank, but just as he said that, when his selection was happening, I was not there at the panel. So just to be clear.
Even if he was there, anybody had to do a certain votes, no certain less no's for to win. So if Aman said yes and 5 other jury members said no, he wouldn't make it. So anybody who's won it has won through many levels of filter. And Aman was, when he presented, Aman wasn't judging. So I just want to tell you that. All the best. Please give a bigger round of applause to him and everyone. When you are here, you need just applause. So build a karmic balance.
Also, Akash, के parents कहाँ हैं आप? You mentioned that. Congratulations also them also. The whole done that, Akash is. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations, sir. Our next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards. This year, please. Akshay Verma, co-founder, Pitma.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this award, everybody, to the jury. First of all, I'd like to thank my parents who sacrificed a lot to educate me. We come from a very small town in Bihar. We worked our way up the ladder. I would like to thank my sister, who's also my co-founder. It was her personal journey that made us start FitPass. And my wife, Arpita, and my 1 year, 3-month-old son, Aviraj, I think his birth really turned the luck for us because the last 2 years of COVID were very tough. But today we are 52% market shareholder for the Indian fitness market. And we've been fighting a lot of these guys who are well-funded. And I think all of that strength and resilience came from the fact that we had started for a reason, and we've been true to that reason. So today, I think the reason we have so many distribution channels and so many different ways of increasing market share while being a profitable company, we're now a 3-digit crore revenue company. And we're growing at about 70% CAGR. And that is largely because of the passion and the strength that we get from home, our team. And like I said, one thing I forgot to mention was my team. 2 years, March 2020 to November 21, we were locked down, and that was zero revenue for us. But the team stuck together. We innovated. We went back to the drawing board, and then March 2022 is when we really opened. So we've been closed more than we have been open. And the reason we dominate the market today is the team and the family and the love we have from all our consumers. So thank you very much. This is really for the team and everybody at home. Thank you.
Congratulations on the picture. A humble request, once you see your name there, please come with the same excitement. Jaldi, jaldi. Photo either, sir. Either. And also, acceptance space 20 seconds. Please don't try and extend that. Just a request. Yes? Okay. Next winner, 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 under 40 list. This year, please. It's very also like limited. Yeah.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor. So Skipper operates in the telecom, power, and agri-tech space, wherein we do mass manufacturing for a lot of our products. It was great to hear Aman talk about bringing manufacturing to India and creating jobs for Indians. And I think that's something that we are also doing. And we're not just manufacturing for the Indian market, but we are exporting to more than 60 countries now. So we're really taking Indian manufacturing to a global stage. So I think that's something that we are really proud of. Thank you.
Congratulations. Please come. Thank you so much, Nandini. Everybody, once for all, please. Awards. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I please request Sudhir Mishra, founder, Trust Legal, to join us on stage and help us present awards to our next winners. Are you, sir? Thanks for making it the 7th edition of PW 40 under 40 awards list this year. Founder and CEO, Legend Garage Company. Team back Garage Company.
I would just like to thank Business World. There are a lot of D2C events happening, and a lot of every month we see a lot of D2C events happening. And when my team told me that there is an award that you've been nominated for, and there is a jury, I was really surprised because none of the other awards had jury. So this is very special because we really went through the process of getting selected. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And here, the picture. The next one to make it in the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards. This year, guys. Founder, we got the founder and CEO Smartphones. Everybody, please.
Everybody played Monopoly? There are three utilities there, right? Electric utility, water utility, railways. So we are building the fourth utility, which is for cooling. And why we are doing that is more important than what we are doing. So in India, cooling alone is going to add 2 full Indias of power demand in the next 20 years. Only 8% of Indians have air conditioners. So if we all go that route without making this cooling very sustainable and efficient, we are going to burn another hole in the planet. So that's why we're trying to reduce. We work on cooling efficiency, and we have saved about 40% of energy consumption for about 50 buildings till date. Next year will probably be 100. Thanks.
Congratulations, Arjun. And to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Please. Technologies. Please.
Thank you, Business World and jury, for this recognition. And this one goes for the team, without which it would have not been possible. We work towards, as ZEAL, we work towards helping the emerging middle class in India, in Bharat, to achieve their aspirations. And with this recognition and this platform, I hope more people get inspired to work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Don't forget the picture, please. Quickly moving on the next, we have to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Co-founder and CEO of Enterprises.
Thanks, BW. Thanks, Yuri, for this award. At Basic, we are trying to digitize affordable housing loans in India. We started in 2020 when during COVID, I was asked to fire my team while working in a company. Instead, I moved out, raised some funds, and now, this one is for the stick together. And also a special thanks to my, it's all about my parents supporting me. And obviously my wife who has always supported me in achieving all this. Thanks you all.
Congratulations, Syed. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. Please, sir. Co-founder and director. Sandy Solar.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, jury members, for selecting. Come from Goldie Solar, powering New India.
We are into solar panel manufacturing, started with 10 megawatt. By March, we'll have 4,000 megawatt capacity, a leading company in India. We started in 2010 making small panels and powering villages. Today, we are making a gigawatt scale panel and powering global. Our mission is to transform tomorrow's energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Bharat. Quickly moving on to the next one to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Hello, Corporation.
Thank you so much. This is so empowering, and thank you, jury. And I just want to say thanks to my family, my husband, to support me to stand in front of you all, and my 3 kids. And I want to say that we started this group. My husband started in 1986, but during COVID, we realized that, we are in bulk market, but we are not at people's house. So we launched this brand called Yadu Sugar, and we've been doing great since ever. And as we say at Yadu Sugar, humse meetha koi nahi, and we are building more products with sugar. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, moving ahead, the next one to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Okay, founder and CEO Advantage.
Very quickly, literally, I turned 40 in 3 months. So BW, thank you. Aman asked me this कि अब तक क्यों नहीं मिला था. I think journey अभी शुरू होनी है, Aman. So hopefully fortune's turn. This is also a first for me in many ways. And this one absolutely goes to families of mine. My parents, my wife Nandita, my 5-year-old daughter Eva, because of course, as you see all the bracelets on my hand, she's the support that keeps me calm in this crazy rat race. And my Getvantage family, क्योंकि एक ही mission और passion है. As Aman said, there's so many more brands that are going to get started. And if we can fund and fuel all of their growth, give them that capital that they don't have to struggle for anymore. That's the Getvantage mission and passion. Thank you. Thank you for empowering.
Thank you. Congratulations, Bhavik. Moving on, the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Founder and CEO. Don't take it online. Hey, everybody.
Thank you, Business World and the jury for giving us this award. First of all, I would like to thank Sripad, who stayed with us, my co-founder, and my family, my wife Chandana, who stayed with me all through the lows. She actually gave her career for me. entire Confirm Ticket team. I think with just 40 people team, what we've achieved is incredible. Largest train ticketing private player. And I would like to thank everyone else who are part of Confirm Ticket team. And lastly, my kids must be watching this, Advika and Adit. I hope I inspire you to achieve greater things.
Congratulations. Okay, well, the next one, 7th edition PW 40 under 40 award is Trigger Ball Foundation and everybody.
Hi, it's an absolute honor to be receiving this award, and a big thank you to everyone who's made this entire journey possible, and the biggest gratitude to my underserved community for giving me the opportunity to serve them. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition PW 40 under 40 award this year. Okay, good for our co-founder and CEO, Judo.
First of all, thank you, BW team and jury members for recognizing my efforts towards this industry. So at Tunacoin, we are actually a 10-year-old company providing a trading platform and an exchange for cryptocurrency services. So I would say I just got lucky enough to identify a good disrupting industry, which has now have the potential to capability and capability to disrupt the industries like savings and remittances and investments, etc. And I hope my journey keeps going. And I also believe that this is a very special award for me because when I got nominated, I was still 40. But yeah, this is my last 40 under 40 for this.
Congratulations, Satik. Quickly moving on, the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. This year. Aurora, co-founder and CEO of Max. Everybody. Thank you. And the next round to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards this year. Co-founder, Spin Electronics.
Yeah, thank you, BW team, Jury, and Anurag sir for this opportunity. And I will also thank my wife and my 1 year old, 1 month old daughter, so blessed with a baby girl. And it makes me more special to have it from Aman. I still remember Shark Tank ke andar, he told me that I see myself in you like 6 years back. So keeping up the pace. Thank you.
उसके आगे का सफर हम शुरू आपको मालूम होगा आप कभी नहीं 40 under 40 award games. Okay, we open co-founder Imodra.
Thank you, Business World, Judy, my family, and the entire team for me to sort of help get here on stage. Many of you may know eMudra sort of for being a digital signature company, but we've been integral to the building of the Digital India program and helping build a presenceless and paperless society for India. And today, what we are taking what we call India's digital public infrastructure to many parts of the world as a Make in India product company building for the world. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next honor to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Lauren, co-founder and CEO of No, better.
All right. So, hello everyone. Thank you so much, BW. I would like just to say that this whole venture started 15 years back when I moved to India for even family reason, and in the whole history of my career in India, we have been awarded many times, but this is the first time that I received an award for as the founder of the company. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And of course, this company started in 2008, and we are most of you most probably are coming from Delhi, so we are in the pastry and bakery segment. And yes, so thank you so much. And yes.
Thank you. Congratulations. And with that, thank you so much, Suzuki, for helping us with the awards. Awards for him, please. Also, session chair today. And I'm please request Siva Panda, founder and managing partner, valuable to please join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Please. The next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Award, please. I am founder and CEO of Money.
I'd love to thank Business World and the jury for having recognized me for this award. Needless to say, this award is as much my team's as it is mine, and not just my team. The entire families, our family and team's family, who let us do what we do. We put in into a lot of blood, sweat, and tear to get to the company to the stage. We're a cross-border payments company who help Indian students remit their money abroad. We've remitted close to $250 million by now and saved them $5 million in fees at least. This is a personal problem I had faced when I had traveled abroad for studies, and I wanted to make sure that nobody else goes through it. I'd love to especially thank my wife, who let me leave a rather coveted job in London and move back to India to pursue this. And yeah, thanks a lot for this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Please come. Please come. Please come. Winners, a reminder, please stay back for the group picture after this. Very important. Moving on, the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards, please. Well, we got the co-founder and COO, Super. Hi, everybody.
Thank you, Business World, for running an authentic awards event. I think it's rare to find such authenticity these days. This award goes to each of my colleagues at Zopper. We traveled a journey where we did 15 crores per annum 4 years earlier. And this year we are doing 1500. So 100x growth in 4 years could not have been possible by each of. And my family is here. I want to start by thanking my daughter for being my inspiration, my motivation, and my stress buster. My parents for making me who I am, my creators. And most especially, I want to thank my wife for, sacrificing her career so that I could double down on my professional aspirations. And I think without her contribution, I could not have been here. So yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. One to you, to ma'am, your family, and everybody backing up with us. Well, congratulations. Moving on to the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40, please. Co-founder and CEO. You can check on that. We'll move ahead, yes. And the next one to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40, please. Krishna, co-founder and CEO, Yodna. Hey, everybody.
Thank you, BW, for the award. Starting as a son of truck driver to reaching to this stage where right now I deploy around 8,000 vehicles onto my platform on a monthly basis. At Lodna, we have always believed that we are in this business to create a sustainable business and create impact for the people like my dad. And that's how I have built this business. We have been PAT positive since inception. have grown our revenue 200x in last 5 years, and it's just a start. We have not raised any capital from the market. Everything is bootstrap. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next honor to make it to the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. This here, please. And then with my founder and CEO, Motion Education.
This award is dedicated to students. मैं शिक्षाविद हूं और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र से आता हूं, तो एक बात आपको बोलना चाहता हूं, जब गुरुकुल परिपाटी थी तो कस्टमाइजेशन था, हर ग्रुप विद्यार्थी को जाना करता था। जैसे स्केलेबिलिटी आई एजुकेशन में, जब हमें लगा कि शिक्षा शिक्षा सबका समान अधिकार है, तो हम क्लास सिस्टम में चले गए जिसमें आज हम हैं। उसमें हमने शिक्षा में स्केलेबिलिटी और अफोर्डेबिलिटी तो लिया है, पर वो जो कस्टमाइजेशन कहीं था वो खो गया। हम उसी को अचीव करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम जानते हैं कि एजुकेशन में अगर कस्टमाइजेशन, स्केलेबिलिटी और अफोर्डेबिलिटी लानी है तो टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद के बिना ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। इसलिए मैं प्राउडली बोल सकता हूं कि हमारी कंपनी ने अब रिसेंटली एक मशीन लर्निंग और एआई पे बेस्ड होमवर्क मशीन बनाई है, जिसमें हर बच्चे को कस्टमाइज होमवर्क मिलता है उसकी वीकनेसेस के हिसाब से। हमारे साथ 51,000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, उनको सबको डेडिकेटेड है, और ये मेरे पेरेंट्स को डेडिकेटेड है, मेरी वाइफ को डेडिकेटेड है, मेरे बच्चों को डेडिकेटेड है, एंड एट लास्ट दिस इज डेडिकेटेड टू माय मोशन टीम। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one of the 7th edition BW Disrupt 40 under 40 award this year. Award with founder CEO Better Half. Award everybody.
Better Half is India's first end-to-end wedding planning and fulfillment company. I think अर्बन कंपनी ने कर दिया है, लिव स्पेस ने कर दिया है, हम लोगों को भी करना चाहिए। शादी का सीजन है, एनीबडी हु वांट टू बुक ऑल वेडिंग सर्विसेज विद फुल एंड टू एंड ओनरशिप, घर बैठे बैठे कीजिए, बेटर हाफ को बुक कीजिए। I want to thank my wife, my parents, my wife's parents for backing me very early when we were starting up. Now we have a pretty good 150 people team, 5 crore की बुकिंग करते हैं पर मंथ और बढ़ रहे हैं, तो सपोर्ट करते रहिए एंड बुकिंग्स बढ़ाते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
Who's the better half? You or your wife? Your wife is the better half. That's why you won. All the best. But return policy है कि नहीं है? नहीं है. Maybe you should incorporate that. Your sales will go up. Okay. Just a tip. This is better now.
Thank you.
You know, you should clap more because you will need it. The 30 under 30 wins will come. Build your karmic balance, please.
Anybody getting married soon? No one? Pawan was so happy. कोई नहीं. Chalo, moving ahead. The next winner of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 award. This year, please. Pankaj Sharma, founder and CEO, Sunshore Energy. What's the point, everybody, please?
I will try to stick to the 20-second rule. Uh, Thank you, BW Disrupt, for the award. I believe we are in a seminal decade, and India is going to lead the global growth. And all this growth is going to come from the new startups, and young entrepreneurs have to build that. And this award is a validation and encouragement for all the young entrepreneurs. So thank you, BW, for, as he's been saying, a very fair process and the awards. At Sunshore, we work in the Indian energy space, and we're trying to build a very unique organization which helps industries reduce its energy bills by holding. We hold large assets, and we are also helping them on tech through AI to improve their buying decisions. I really want to dedicate this award to the team, their families, parents, wives, husbands, kids, who have helped us build Sunshore. My parents, my wife is here, and a lot of credit goes to her, because when we started this company, and in fact when I got married, I was unemployed technically, so I had nothing. So thanks for trusting me for so many years.
Shukran to you. Thank you very much, well, and everybody back home. Moving ahead, the next winner of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Award, please. For Pampal, Managing Director, Magic Beat, Building Steel.
For conferring this wonderful, prestigious recognition upon me. Since my college days, I have been an avid reader of Business World. And one of the reasons this award is really special for me is that, I have been inspired by the success stories of entrepreneurs in the magazine. And in fact, that is something that also prompted me to start my venture once immediately out of college. For last 15 years, we at Magic Read have been helping people build their homes better, faster, and cheaper. We believe that homes should be built in factories like how cars are built. And we are trying to change the way construction happens in the country. As much as this award belongs to me, it also belongs to my co-founders, Siddharth and Puneet, my entire team, and my investors. All these people who joined along the journey have really worked hard for us to reach where we are today. They've shown great trust. They stood by us in most difficult of times. So thanks to each one of them. And once again, thank you for this incredible honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And thank you so much, Sivasev. Thank you so much. Everybody wants for him, please. For helping us. I please request Jyoti Ketarpala, entrepreneur and chief and founder, Trust Check Solutions, to please join us on stage and help us with the awards, please. Very quickly, moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of the 7th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards this year. Gosh.
Hi, I'd like to thank Business World and the jury for giving me this honor. I'd like to thank my parents who gave me the opportunity to take the reins of the business at a very young age. I expanded, brought change, rebranded all at the age of 21, and I've still been doing it. We've been the pioneers in the field of kitchens and wardrobes from Germany for the past 25 years, and this award gives me the motivation to keep bringing change and doing more for the Indian discerning clientele. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Winners, please don't forget group picture after this. So that the next one to make it to the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 this year.
I saw that Aman is on the jury panel. I was like, oh shit, because a person who has matlab dhanda banana aata hai, he understands the person in and out. So I was really scared, but thankfully and graciously I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Business World. And I hope this is the first from many awards from you, Aman. Thank you, everyone.
Our jury is really the core part. We're tempted to, sometimes there are people I believe they should be in the list, but the jury, all the jury members have said no. And I don't tinker with it. Mr. Mahendra Sarup is here. He's a founder of a venture garage. He's somebody I go to advice for. And Venture Gurukul, sir. Sorry, I corrected it. It is a venture. And again, he's the early founders of a technology company. He was the CEO of founding CEO of India Times and the digital business of Times, and he's reinvented himself. So Aman was saying that when Udita was being selected, he was not on the panel. So again, that is important because people make, even if Aman was on the panel, unless until everybody liked that, he would make it to the list. So I just want to say that and welcome Mr. Sarup for helping us decide the 30 under 30 jury. You, in fact, looking at Business World Awards, कई लोगों ने अपने बच्चों के नाम A से रखने शुरू कर दिए ताकि उनका अवार्ड्स में पहले नंबर आए. Really bad joke, but anyway.
Okay. The next winner of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards is
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. This award goes to the relentless execution from the team Milo. And also I want to share this recognition for everybody who believed on vision. So at Milo, our vision is very simple. We want to help every young parent raise a happy and healthy family. And towards that, we have built a unique mix of technology and consumer products. On the technology side, we are the leading consumer app in the country. Every minute, a baby is born to a parent using a Milo app. And on the consumer brand side, we have launched a couple of brands only on top of our community, and we have scaled to 3-digit crore revenues in less than 3 years. A long way to go. 1 billion babies will be born in India in 30 years. And we're going to be at the forefront of that, helping those parents. Thank you.
Congratulations. I think the better half team should lead them. Okay, moving ahead. The next winner of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 this year, please. With the co-founder, Reconnect Energy.
Thank you, BW, all the members. I represent Tari Connect Energy. If you have seen any vendor solar farm, 40% of India's assets, they use our software. We are a company which builds AI grid automation software. The ambition is today we are building for India. Tomorrow, large portion of global grid we want to operate through our software. And special thanks to my co-founder Vibhav, all my team members present and past, my family, and my wife Tamanna. Thankfully, she didn't leave her job so that I could start and be a jobless for a couple of years. And my two boys, Yaksh and Yug, they are my inspiration. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 days. Congratulations, Anjali.
I would just like to say thanks on behalf of Mihir. And this is Kulpreet. I'm from the PR agency.
Congratulations to Anjali and to Mihir. Okay, the next one of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. Please. From Dr. Co-founder and CMO Incut Lifestyle. We have that straight now.
Thank you, Business World and jury. On Sangram's behalf, I would like to thank each and everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. It's an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead. Next one of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 awards. Please your applause. Banani, co-founder, Smart Work. We have with us Anita Sharma to receive the award on behalf of Harsh. Next, we make it to the list of the 7th edition of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 award, please. Suraj Gupta Founder, 2700 BC.
Thanks, Anurag sir, I think, and BW for doing this.
I think I don't know how many people know 4700 BC. We are a snack.
How many of you know 4700 BC?
So good. I think we are doing the right job. I think in the jury discussion, Aman was like, "Yeah, तुम्हारा revenue इतना ही है." I think that's a good perception which is built that we are doing the right job. We started with popcorn. We do a lot of snacks. Our mission is to build a mass premium snacking brand, deliver more quality, innovative products to the consumer, and you might see a lot more products coming from our side in near future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations. And all the 40 and the 40 winners, we request you to please join us on the stage with their trophies only for the group picture. And उसके बाद 30 under 30. All the winners of the 40 under 40 with their trophies only, please. आइए. Jury members as well, if you're here, we request you to please join us on the stage for a picture again. All the 40 under 40 winners, please, आइए with your trophies only. Request you to make it quick. And if any winner is outside, then team, can you please check?
Yeah, please do it.
40 with your trophies only on the stage, please, for a group picture. We'll do first with the jury and then one only of the winners. Any other winner with the trophy, if they are left, please. Trophy. And please wait. One without the jury members. Please wait. One without them. Can you have the chairs removed, please? Please vote. Winners. Right after this, we begin with the 30 under 30 winning winners. The ceremony after this. Please come back. 40 under 40 winners for your picture. All the winners. Quickly. Now, how many audience come? 40 under 30? 40 under 30 audience. I only see 5, 6. 3 of you, 4 is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 12 there. So are you sure, no? You raise it up high, no? And you as well, 13. Wonderful. I would request you to please take your seats after this so that we can. Please wait. Winners. One. वापस we missed one. Sorry, just come back. Please stay. एक और picture. सेम उसी जगह पे वन नो Okay, thank you. Congratulations on the rounds of 40 under 40. With that, let's begin with 20 under 30. Have you request you to take your seats? So we can now start with that. Well, it will be good to be under 30, but yeah, under 37. Okay, let me request everybody to settle down so we can begin with the 30 under 30. A humble request so you can begin. Thank you so much, Aman. Everybody once for him, please. Okay, 30 under 30. For all our friends at the back, if you see seats in the front empty, you can come. Let's celebrate your achievement. Surely. With that, welcome to the second edition of PW Disrupt 30 under 30 awards. We all gathered here to celebrate you, young Turks, your hard work, and also the exceptional body of work that you've shown in your workspace. I quickly thank the partners as well, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Touch, Fandom, and Greenlee Coffee. Once again, I would like to show all of you the journey process of 30 under 30. Can you please have the 30 under 30 journey? I've been associated with the business until the last couple of elections. One distinct difference which I noticed this time in the contestants was their emphasis on impact and sustainability, which is such a welcome and refreshing change from the earlier emphasis on what they achieved in terms of revenues, profitability, and investments, etc. So I would congratulate the contestants to have had a refreshing new vision for their own ventures for the good of the larger community and society. I congratulate Business World for getting such excellent contestants this time, and I wish all the contestants all the very best and congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
had a great time evaluating all these entries, and these entries were of such high quality that at times we were facing a challenge in determining whom to edit and whom to turn away. In any case, all the jury members were unanimously on the same page while selecting and evaluating these entries. One small piece of advice for those who couldn't make it this time, that keep in applying, because your entries were of worth considering, and someone might have done a little bit more than you. That's it from my side. Thank you.
I think our jury members deserve a big round of applause for the hard work they put in when nominees like you nominate themselves. Very quickly, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including a social media challenge and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW30under30, but 30 is numeric. The same day for all the winners who receive your award, please step down from stage left, get a picture there, and also stay back in the end for a picture again for our magazines, for the online world as well, for all our websites and for the promotion of the same. Winners, please don't forget to give us your video bites right outside the hall for BW TV. Time to unveil the winners of the second edition of BW Disrupt 30 Under 30 Awards and to present the first set of winners. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business and Founder, Exchange of Media Group. Joining him is Mahendra Sarup, Founder, Pancha Gurukul and Ankurit Capital. And also joining them is Tasha, Co-Founder and Managing Partner of Ankurit Capital. Please. Aye.
Award ceremony before the 40 under 40. So the 40 under 40 guys get to know what the 30 under 30 guys. But this year we've done my special welcome to Mr. Sarup. I've known him for a long time, more than 22 years. And I go to him for perspective and advice. And I really mean that he knows. And, he's founder of Ankurit Capital. He's also runs a venture Gurukul. Natasha is the co-founder and managing partner of the Ankurit Capital. Mr. Sarup de facto worked like the jury chair of 30 under 30. He's been part of many juries. And really, I just want to show a photo. And I want to ask all the people in the room, there are some that are out. Do you know this guy? How many of you know this guy? Anybody who knows this guy? Which IPL team does he play for? What's his name? Yes, this is an Israeli who in 2012 was very close to reaching the Mount Everest, and one of his friends died. He had the choice either to go to Mount Everest and become the youngest Israeli to ever climb the Mount Everest, or he had a choice to carry his friend who almost was dying, one had died, to bring them back to the base camp and save someone's life. Guess what he did? Guess what he did? He saved a life. See, awards and entrepreneurs are about achievement. They're about personal achievement. And that's nothing wrong with it. You're doing the right thing for yourself, for the country, for your shareholders, for your customers. But in this race of being ahead, don't forget others. Be kind. This is a great example because you all are young. You hopefully have still moldable in your thoughts, because what we see is happening in Israel, what happened in Israel 2 months back, what's happening in Gaza. It is heartbreaking. I watch CNN every night. I watch CNN for 20 minutes. I watch BBC. Then I watch Al Jazeera. Because CNN is the American view of the world. BBC is a little more balanced view of the world. And Al Jazeera is the Muslim view of the world. It's funded by the Al Thani Qatari family. So I watch it, and after 10 minutes, I switch off CNN because I see images of children, of parents. So I think be kind. Try to save lives, and saving lives is not giving time to people, being kind to people. So because the age of achievement is getting younger, That's why we're celebrating the 30 under 30. You all are very wise at your age. I guess I was as good as your age. I want to show one or two photographs. So, I talked about, I didn't make a presentation. I talked about sleep, how important sleep is. Young people have phones, they sleep with their phones. Some old people also sleep with their phones. But I don't sleep with my phone. I keep my phone in the other room. I don't bother my team ever in the night. Never, rarely. Maybe my EA, I have some text, and once in a while, urgently, I call her. But I don't call anyone after 9 is difficult. Okay, right? Because I read this book 10 years back, and this is the latest edition I read. You should sleep enough, because if you sleep, you'll be kind to yourself, you'll eat well, you'll treat people well, you'll make better choices in life. When we are rested, like today, I'm very rested. So I have the stamina to stand for another 30 awards, so on and so forth. So one is I talked about sleep early. Second is I talked about kindness. And I want to recommend a book. I normally give Mr. Swaroop books. Go to the next slide. This is a book I read in March. I was coming back from Chandigarh, and a friend of mine was in the car. He's the CEO of a large news network. He was reading it because Murdoch was reading it, so he picked it up. And it's one of the best books I've read this year. It's Humankind. I give it to Shahan. There are people in the list I know because I asked them to apply. I shortlisted them, but they can only win if the jury likes them. I can ask people to apply. I can vote for them. But if 5 of the jury say they can't, Shahan I know, and is a unanimous yes from everyone. And today we don't have 30 winners. We have 28. The brief to the jury is you don't have to select 30. If you like 15, select 15. If you like 20, if you like 30, select 30. But you don't have a pressure to select 30. Maintain the quality. So we have 28 winners today. 26 of them, I'm told, are here. So really, this is a book I read. And then I read his second book, is a Dutch philosopher called Rutger Bregman. And he basically says human beings are very kind. Those of you who read Hariri, he says that human beings claw into each other. They become the base form of each other. They have their animal instincts take over. This is a very contrarian viewpoint. And he's done empirical research. He's gone and met people who have been quoted in other researches where human beings have been shown in unkind light. So he said, it's a lovely storytelling, so you'll enjoy reading it. So I don't want to, because you're young, you'll have a larger impact, a longer impact, you're the future. Second is that girl asked Aman a question on sustainability. Some of our winners in 40 under 40, 6 of our companies are purely contributing. Every company, but 6 are directly in that domain. And we are conscious about who we shortlist. 4 months back, was reading the Time magazine. I was at the India Habitat Center Library Lounge, and I was waiting for a journalist friend of mine. And I read this. Though I subscribed to the magazine, I had not read it. It had come at home. And it's asked the question on the cover, the most important place on earth. And that is, ironically, oceans. The oceans are shrinking, which means the mammals in the ocean are not absorbing the carbon dioxide. The excreta of the mammals, the big mammals in the ocean. And really, that's why across the world, there are wildfires. Summer's coming 4 months ahead. Our winter is disrupted. Yesterday, for the first time in Delhi, you felt winter in December. Normally, immediately after 10 years back, immediately after Diwali, you have winter. So really, like Donald Trump is wrong on lots of things, he's also wrong on climate change. Climate change is a reality. As young leaders, in whatever work you are doing, in your communication, in your impact, in your focus, devote some consciousness to it. So really put a lot of effort in your quality of sleep, be kind to people around you. I know it's a world where it's a lot of me. Awards are a lot about me. We say it's all about a team, and we mean it also. But at the end of the day, we like the spotlight. So it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But also contribute in other ways to other people's growth. I don't want to talk to you more. We look forward to the awards. We have 28 awardees today. Mr. Swaroop was there throughout the jury process, and we've selected winners. Again, the winners are from various sectors. They're service sectors. Mostly they're founders of companies, but there's 1 or 2 entrepreneurs, because it's called a 30 under 30. It's not called 30 under 30 founders, but mostly are founders. Ms. Jyoti Khetrapal was again on this jury. She gave time. We try, whether in our jury or in conferences, in our cohorts, we try and do 50-50. But I believe merit is not about gender. right? So really, luckily in this list, there are much more women than in the 40 under 40 list, but they are there because they competed at a, nobody gave them marks because they were women. Really, again, typically there is a 1 to 6. 6 people have applied, definitely more than 5 for us to select one. We, if 300 entries, we get 80 to be presented, or 60 two times in 40 under 40 and almost 2 times in 30 under 30. So it's really, out of the 6 people that applied, one has won. So that's a very high rate of rejection. And awards are like that, as I said, so I won't repeat. But please give Mr. Mahendra Swaroop a big round of applause. He's spent all his time selecting the winners, and I'd request him to say a few words, sir.
Thank you, Anurag, for organizing this great event. I think I've been part of Anurag's journey for a very, very long time, and I think I've admired him for what he does and what he believes in. I think he does what he believes in. That's important, and that's should be true for all entrepreneurs. You should do what you believe in, rather than what VCs tell you, like us, that you look at opportunities in the market and then cater to it. But no, I think I urge people and entrepreneurs to do what they believe in and what they like doing and have fun with it, right? And stop, if you don't enjoying it, you're not enjoying it, you're not having fun, then stop doing it. Right? And I think Anurag, I may be having around 300 books in my library, out of which almost 150 are gifted to me by Anurag. So he's a voracious reader. I'm very impressed that every flight, whenever he comes to my office to visit me, he always presents me with the book that I was just finished reading this on my way to your office. So there are two things. Either he's a quick reader or he gets stuck in traffic very often. I think coming to the jury, I think it has been very tough. And each time it is a very tough task for all jury members to select from almost 70, 80 people to bring it down to 28, 30 is not easy. And I've been part of many juries of many reputed awards. And then many jury members follow that process of elimination, right? You eliminate rather than pick winners. But I think Anurag and we believe that you need to pick winners and forget the process of elimination. It's not that you have to do 30. If you only find 15, 20 of them who deserve this award, I think that's the way to go. I think one refreshing thing which I found in this group of people we have selected is that over the years, because I've had a lot of experience in looking at young entrepreneurs, the emphasis of why they are entrepreneurs and the reason why they are doing what they're doing has changed dramatically over the last 1 decade. What was very refreshing especially for me to see, is that most of the people are working for actually having an impact in the community or in the society they live in, right? One of the things which Anurag brought on the Time magazine front is the sustainability aspect of it. A lot of people are working towards there. They're making sure that whatever venture they are in are sustainable. They're contributing in some fashion or the other. They're not only just giving multiples to their funders or their investors, but they are looking at a much larger impact on the community, which is a very good thing for going forward for entrepreneurship. And I think one of the factors which we did consider while we were selecting the winners was this aspect, right? How committed they are to the societies and the community which they are part of, and are they thinking in terms of long-term sustainability, environment, governance, those kind of issues. And I think I must congratulate the 28 who have won this. It was difficult for us. And I think the 28 people who are here with their families and their friends, I think they truly deserved it. Right? Another round of applause for them. And I think, Anurag, congratulations for carrying this thing forward. And I wish you, business world, all the great success in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. And with that, let's begin with the winners list for 30 under 30. The first one to make it to the list of Disrupt 30 under 30 this year, please. Ravi Director, BK Industrial Corporation. Everybody, please. अगर आप नहीं बजाएंगे किस वक्त आपके वक्त पे शायद ये मिस इट.
Firstly, I would like to thank my parents, mom, dad, my sister, my entire team, Business World, the jury members for believing in the vision that I believed in. While the last decade for me was about disrupting the steel distribution industry, I look forward for the next decade where I will want to disrupt how steel interacts with the planet. Thank you.
Congratulations on that journey as well, and all the best to you. The picture, don't forget. Quickly moving ahead, the next one to make it to the list of W Disrupt 30 under 30. That's here. Raju Sawadi, managing partner, Crocodiles International.
Thank you so much, Business World and Dr. Batra and the entire team of, firstly, I would like to tell you guys that I have a flight to catch in the next hour, but I wanted to wait back here because this is also my first award that I'm receiving. And I appreciate you guys to acknowledge it. So CryptoTax International is India's first cryptocurrency taxation firm based in Mumbai. I incorporated it in 2021, now having footprints in LA and Dubai as well. So thank you so much for this award. And I look forward to serving as many crypto investors as I can. Thank you.
Yeah, you make it you remember one tip for awards and conferences: don't keep a flight, stay back, meet people, network, collaborate. This is one tip. I'll put it in the next time the invites came. Don't keep flights so close because awards can be late sometime, for good reasons. But anyway, I'm sure. I thought we gave awards to people who own jets and all that. How come we gave him an award? Not yet. Not yet.
I gave you my jet to someone else for some other function.
Next time I need one, I'll call you.
Anytime.
Okay. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30. This year, please. Abhishek Agarwal from Saudi family.
First of all, thank you, Business World and the entire jury members for recognizing the efforts. This one's to the entire family team, my family, my co-founder Akash, and my wife Divya for keep believing in me. At Family, we are building India's most loved healthy snacking brand, giving our consumers healthier options to snack with better taste and innovative products. Thank you.
How will we know? Okay. Okay. I thought you were gonna give a hamper to all the winners. It's a pakka basis. There is a search for it. Okay, moving ahead. The next one to make it to the list of W Disrupt 30 under 30. Yes, yeah, please. Abhishek Sharma, the founder, Global Champs by Bright Champs. Bright Champs Tech.
Uh, Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Business World and the jury members for recognizing the efforts that I've made. This award goes to my family, my parents, who, despite being from a completely farming and military background, have always supported in the business decisions that I've made, which probably they couldn't even understand. This award goes to my teammate Bright Champs, my friend and my mentor Ravi Bhushan. This award also goes to the co-founders of my first startup, Stempedia. And this award, last but not the least, goes to my lovely team at RoboChamps, who have worked day and night to make this the biggest live learning business in robotics based out of India in less than 2 years. Right? So, yeah, thank you everyone.
And Modi ji? Modi ji को नहीं thank you किया आपने?
मेरी existence के लिए thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Congratulations. Let me get the picture. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30 this year. Hello, Kumar, founder and CEO of Stock Daddy. Jacket on the stage to see everybody.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. So, just I'll say, blessed is the man who trusts in the God. And thank you so much, BW team, for this award and the complete Stock Ready team for their commitment. Thank you. Yeah.
When you grow up and you get married, you thank your wife. Same. God and wife is same. Not, otherwise you would have thanked his wife. Yeah? Plus he's smiling. I figured out he's not married.
So I don't know the drill yet. Congratulations. The next winner to make it to the list of the BMW Disrupt 30 under 30. Next happening. Anirudh Singla, founder and CEO of Pepper Content. Congratulations, Anirudh.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the jury to validate us and Pepper. I would love to first of all thank my parents who are here and my grandparents. I think they've been the biggest pillar of support in building the company. So Pepper started back when I was 17 in the second year of my college at BITS Pilani. 24 right now, I just turning 25, look a bit old. But it's been an amazing journey building the company where about 120 people. I have Tushar and Pratik from my team as well here representing us. And I think we're big believers that every company is a content company. And we have this ambition to build what the next TCS or McKinsey from India would look like, but for content. So this award is a big testimony to the path ahead for us. So thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations. Parents and grandparents, where are they? Congratulations once for them also, please. In the grandparents are here. 3 generations are here. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30, please. Co-founder and CTO of Supply Note.
Listed only Singlas and Mittals. There are lots of other equal representation.
Um, first, I would like to tell a little bit about BW. So BW has been an active part of our entrepreneurial journey. So right from the beginning of Accelerator batch that I joined, if you remember, and two panel discussions, and today receiving an award on the stage. I would like to thank my co-founders, our customers, investors, and all the team back at SupplyNote for trusting us in building a sustainable supply chain for restaurants, which we are doing today for all the top brands in the country. The journey has been full of challenges, doubts, problem, solution finding, but it has been a very grateful journey for me, and I hope that more and more companies jump into food supply chain, which is today a very big opportunity. We are, in fact, working on reducing wastages, making the carbon footprint lesser for restaurants. So we continue to build in that direction. And, this award is a validation that we are doing something good. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations. Don't forget the picture, and also please stay back, winners, in the end for a group picture as well. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30 this year. Ritika Singh, founder and CEO of Stanley Communications. Everybody.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much to everyone here in Business World. But this award truly belongs to my team, a very strong all-girls team of 77 girls. And our motto has always been to grow together, and this is just the start. And this one's extra special, just 6 months to 30 for me. So thank you so much.
If I'd known you discriminate against boys, I would have not shortlisted you, but I'm just kidding.
Congratulations, Jessica. Moving on to the next winner to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30, please. Co-founder and director Shirin Jewelers and Nidhi and Mihir PR Consultancy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to thank BW and E4M Group for creating this great ecosystem of entrepreneurs, creating a platform where we can come and showcase our talent and our work can be recognized. This award is a little bit extra special for me. I found out about it just a couple of hours before my grandmother passed away. So this is like her last gift before she left. So this is always going to be very, very special for me. I'd like to thank my parents who initially didn't support me, but supported me when I really needed it. So it's to them, to my business partner, Nidhi, who's not here. And just thanks to all of you who I share the stage with today. Thank you, everyone.
He's a jeweler from Jaipur, so he's promised jewelry for all the winners. So please don't forget collecting it from him later on. You just have to go to Jaipur to his store. That's the only condition he's put.
Congratulations, Mihir. Now moving ahead to our next one, who's split to the list of BW Disrupt 30 Under 30 award for this year. Now, our Chief of Staff, CEO Office, Stock Grow.
Firstly, incredibly honored and humble to be here. Thank you, BW and the jury for the recognition. I'm one of the few entrepreneurs to have made it to the list, so it's extra special for me. Firstly, I would want to thank my founding leadership, Ajay, Madi, Shreyesh, to have trusted me and made me part of the team. This incredible growth journey where we are making impact for millions of millennials across India who are learning how to trade and invest in the stock market in using our experiential platform in a very safe and comfortable space. I would also want to thank my parents, my extended team, and also my extended support system for supporting me throughout. And finally, lastly, congratulations to everyone else who are winners today. Thank you so much.
You're not married? Girlfriend भी नहीं है, उसको thank you बोल सकते थे यार. क्या? Girlfriend ने ऐसा क्या किया कि तुम thank you नहीं बोला? Okay, I'm like this. I'm just doing it for fun. He's blushing, huh? Can you see he's blushing, yeah? Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you for being a sport.
Congratulations, Nawa. And thank you so much, Natasha, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody wants for who, please? I once again request Jyoti Khetarpal, Entrepreneur and Chief and Founder, Post Tech Solutions, to please join us on stage. Next one, delegate the list of BW Disrupt 30 Under 30. This year, please. Investment Asia Pacific. All everybody. So are you getting louder, everybody? Thank you.
So I think super grateful to the jury, Business World, BW Disrupt for giving this honor. Grateful for JAFCO Asia to giving a 26-year-old an opportunity to lead a global fund in India. And last but not the least, this would not have been possible without a the pillar of support that my family has been all throughout. And I think what you see here today would not have been possible without that. So once again, thank you all.
Anybody whose name was San1. I'm not kidding about that. Okay.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30 for this year. CEO and Executive Director of Mausoleum Information Technologies.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, BW, the juries, for recognizing my effort. I would like to dedicate this award to my parents who are here, for always believing in me, inspiring me every single day. And also my husband, who is not here today, but I think is always there to support me and believe in me, encourage me every single day. So thank you, everyone. And thank you to my entire family, my entire team at Mangalam. Thank you.
You get extra marks for thanking your husband. I'm just kidding.
Congratulations to you and to your family also. Your parents are here. Moving ahead, the next round to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30. Please. Shweta Damia, founder and CEO of Innovators.
Firstly, thanks to BW, and like to dedicate this award, I would just say that Climapenor is a climate media and an education startup. And when we talk about कि India इतना grow करेगा या फिर green growth इतनी आएगी, what we often forget is that उस green growth में हर इंसान उस growth का part होना चाहिए. वो इंसान एक village से भी आ सकता है, एक city से भी आ सकता है. And that's why we at Climapenor marry aspiration with climate action by providing people access to climate education, giving them the knowledge, the skill set to build something positive for the environment while empowering their pockets. And lastly, I would say thank you to my co-founder Supriyo, जो शायद आज भी मेरे लिए कैमरा पकड़ के बैठा हुआ है, because he always says कि श्वेता, the show must go on, and श्वेता शायद बहुत पहले हार चुकी होती है अगर सुप्रियो नहीं होता. So thank you Supriyo, and thank you BW for doing this for me.
Congratulations to you and also to the camera friendly Supriyo. Congratulations. Moving ahead, please bring up the pictures, winners and also the group picture in the end. The next winner to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30 this year, please. I'm Gary, managing partner and CEO of KSP.
I would first like to thank the jury and BW for having such an honest process for the selection. And secondly, I would like to say that KSP is one of the fastest growing exporters of home improvement goods. We supply to over 3 continents spread across the world. And I would like to say that I'm not a founder, I'm a second generation entrepreneur, but I just honestly believe that being a second generation entrepreneur is equally tough than as compared to being a founder, because you're dealing with a person who's come from a different generation completely. But because of that, I would like to thank my dad for giving me this positive base and giving me the freedom to run the company however I wanted to. And I would also like to say that going back to sustainability, we are the only carbon neutral manufacturing facility in our industry. And for that, I'd like to thank my family and more importantly, my wife.
You get dinner twice. By the way, we are not BW, BW Business World. I have to tell you a story. About 5-6 years back, I work, I sleep, I get up, I work, and sometimes a social engagement. But I was at a party and I met someone and she asked me, what do I do? So I said, I work at BW. You work at BW? I go to BW every day, but I never see you. I said, but I also don't see you. I know everyone I've hired. I figured out, then I got talking. Guess what was the BW she was referring to? Black and White, the nightclub in Surya. Clearly, I don't go there every day. And it's a real story. I didn't make it up. I have said this to my team before. So we are BW Business World. BW can be other things, but that's just for fun.
Congratulations. For that, thank you so much, Jyoti ji. Everybody once a man, please. Jyoti instrumental with us. And also helping us. I please request Siva Panda, founder and managing partner, valuable to please join us on stage, and also Pranav Chaturvedi, founder, Papsi Venture Builders, to join us on stage and help us present awards to our next and the last set of winners. List of BW Disrupt 30 under 30. This year, please. Gupta Sharma, co-founder and CEO of Universe. Also, please, everybody.
I want to start by saying the day I got the call from BW, I was actually sitting with my friends and asking and wondering what's going on with my life. I don't know what's next, if I'm doing good work or what's going on. Thank you, Business World Award, for giving me the validation when I needed the most. I actually needed this award to get myself moving and making myself believe that whatever I have achieved, it's good enough, and there a long way to go. I would also want to thank my team, Universe team, who are right there, standing like my cheerleader. Thank you guys for believing in me. I'd also want to tell everyone that Universe is a company which focuses on software quality. So we have 50 team and all of them are under 30. So all of our employees are under 30. No. We have equal, we have gender equality. We have both men and women, but we are moving we are believing that if you see in most of the IT companies, everybody asks for experience, even junior QA or everything. But my boss believed on me when I was a fresher, and I started this company to believe that freshers can do good work and experience. And if we have good attitude and good skills, everything can be achieved. And for last not the least, I want to dedicate this award to my business partner, Eddie Harford, my boss who helped me believe in myself, Naushad contractor, and my family. Thank you so much.
I run a media company. People come to me for advice. I remember Anirudh's mom is my classmate. I'll meet her after many years, maybe 30 years. He came to me for advice. I should have convinced him to give me equity, but I'm a greedy person sometimes, especially if it comes to media. I want to say to you, a lot of people say, what do we do for coverage? I say, do good work, we'll discover you. Just keep doing. Some people make so much effort at engaging with us, which is good. So I just want to say that awards validation is good. Any encouragement is good. As I said in the morning, in the afternoon, there's this saying that I read a couple of days back: let everyone be rich and famous so that they know that is not the answer. So really it is giving your best, whatever happens. We all like encouragement. I wouldn't say even as a media owner, I like encouragement. I don't go to too many awards, maybe 4 awards in 22 years. But because you're enough and you're doing good work, validation and encouragement is good. Visibility is good from the right platform to the right process. But anyone who's not won is equally worthy. And anyone who's won, of course, it is because you made an effort. When you take the action, universe supports you. So you filled in the form. There's a very close friend of mine who should have been possibly the best company according to me in our 40 under 40. He didn't come and present, so we couldn't select him. I mean, he's very close friend of mine. He's 36, so he has 4 more years. So you filled in the form, but you're worthy and you're good in spite of the award. So I just want to say that. I mean, Shan, I know there is another Shan who's won. He's not here because he's in New York. His sister is getting married, I was told. And I was wondering yesterday when Chetan told me, well, he's my favorite person. And everybody in the jury said yesterday to Shahan that both the Shahans, they were unanimous. Because I met him when he was 21, he's 27. I met him, he works out of Bangalore. You've just gone to Bangalore, but lives in Bangalore. And I would say to him, don't you want to party when he was 22, 23? No, I want to go with you to the temple. No, I want to meet a client with you. And so I'm just saying that we've selected winners because you applied, you presented well. So keep showing up for things in life. You'll do well. Thank you. Bye.
Congratulations and thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for that. Surely needed. The next one, to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30, under 30, please. Co-founder and CEO of What's Up? Wellness.
हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं सो मैं व्हाट्सएप वेलनेस नहीं सारे इंग्लिश बोल रहे हैं ना मेरे को भी आती है पठानकोट से हूँ सो मैं व्हाट्सएप वेलनेस चलाता हूँ हम एक सप्लीमेंट कंपनी है वी सेल सप्लीमेंट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ गमीज अगर जैसे आपको रात को नींद नहीं आती यू कैन टेक अ स्लीप गमी आपको 30 मिनट में नींद आ जाएगी दिन में काम में स्ट्रेस हो रहा है आप स्ट्रेस रिलीफ गमी है हमारे पास 15 मिनट में नींद आ जाएगी सो दिस इज व्हाट वी डू फॉर लिविंग हाँ जी उसके लिए छुपना पड़ेगा तो this is what we do we have also hair fall supplements kids supplements and we have been doing this for the last 2.5 years my co-founder is here with me वो products formulate करती है वो communication design करती है मैं उसको थोड़ा amplify करके sales ला पाता हूँ जिसकी वजह से आज ये award ले पा रहा हूँ thank you
Congratulations to you and आपके co-founder Next, to make it to the list of BW Disrupt 30 under 30, please. Yes, Prakash, founder and director of Avalon Labs.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Business World, Anurag sir, and the jury for this facilitation. Avalon Labs Private Limited is a deep tech startup that has curated a proprietary AI engine. When we wanted to decide which vertical we would enter with our very first product, a lot of people within the team were pushing us to go into healthcare, but we decided to drive ourselves into the impact-driven verticals, and therefore we decided to put this in education. So fundamentally, this is an AI engine that identifies learning gaps in students and helps with data analytics to the teachers, so that before they even enter the classroom, they know what are the learning gaps of the classroom, and therefore have those 30-40 minutes to curate it and remediate those gaps. And hopefully when the gaps are closed, these students don't need to go for third-party support systems when they go back home. Thank you.
But I'm so futuristic that I hired a tech guy in exchange for media, my first company, and he's called Deep. So we have Deep Tech. That's true. We have a guy in tech who's called Deep. So that's Deep Tech. 20 years ahead. Really bad one. You can clap for my PJ there. It takes a lot to crack PJ.
Congratulations to Yash. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30, please. Aditya Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Google. We have with us Sushant Satish for the CP Award on behalf of Aditya. Aditya and also for Sushant receives the award. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, Aditya couldn't make it today. But from on behalf of the entire People team, we'd love to congratulate him. Interestingly enough, a lot of people and Mr. Aman Gupta also spoke about sustainability and young people demanding sustainability. I'd like to point out that was the genesis of the brand Petal, because it started as a college project, right? And right now it's one of the most premium brands for sustainably made copper, brass, and Kansa kitchenware and cookware. So onwards and upwards, and congratulations to all three founders.
Congratulations to Aditya and also to you and the entire team. Moving ahead, the next winner to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30. This year, please. Ayush Media, we have with us Zeba Khan and Ayush Monga to receive the award on behalf of Ayush. You are also to Ayush. You wish you're going to be here, but now, right. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30 this year, please. Yeah, we have with us Ashish Sinha and Sonia Khanna to receive the award on behalf of Danish. Are they here? Ashish Sinha, Sonia Khanna for Danish? No? Okay, you do the next one. The next one to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30 this year, please. Exactly. We have Sabantika Sharma and Nikita to receive the award on behalf of Gaurav. Congratulations. Once I hold after the team read everybody. Congratulations. And the next one to make it in the list of PW Disrupt 30 under 30. This year, please. Of Petal, we again have Sushant to receive the award on behalf of QET as well. Let's make it come on. I think everybody deserves the recognition. Can't let it go because congratulations, Sushant. And last one to make it in the list of pre-W Disrupt 30 under 30 for this year. Please. Founder and CEO of Bubble Network. Yeah, with us, Nakul Jain and Joshika to receive the award. Sean.
Unfortunately, Sahan couldn't be here, so I'm here on behalf of him. Thank you, Business World, for the recognition. And for you, Sahan, I'd like to take this moment to let you know how much we appreciate you. Your dedication and passion for Bubble Network inspire us to be better every single day. You truly are the best bossman ever, and we're so lucky to have you as our leader. Bubble Network is a marketing and consultancy firm based out of Bangalore and London. We help businesses launch, scale, and manage. And once again, congratulations, Sahan, and on this great milestone. And like you said, it's only upwards from now on. Thank you, guys. Sahan could not be here because he's attending his sister's wedding in New York. And Dr. Batra is very sad about this. It would be really nice. Thank you.
I'm not sad, but it's a good reason. Normally, I remember we used to do a MQ in E4M. So the winner said, this year I won't come. I said, he said, I asked him why. I said, I'm getting married. I said, marriage to second bhi ho jati, third bhi ho jati. Quiz to abhi hai. So, but in this case, I won't joke that, I don't wish that. I mean, so really, I'm happy his sister is getting married. Of course, I was looking forward. Again, he was a unanimous yes. And the jury members were asking about him after his presentation. So really, there are people who reach out to me and I tell them apply because I believe in them, but they can only win. I can shortlist them, we can shortlist them, but they can only win if all the jury members like them. Shan, again, I've had the good pleasure of knowing him for almost 6 years. He must be 27 now. Yeah, I met him when he was 21. So outstanding candidate again. And everyone is special. Everyone is equal. Everyone who's in the list is equal for us. We follow alphabetically. We gave the award to that lady because she had a flight to Jaipur. That's why, we brought her first. Otherwise, you know what to do for your children. When you have children, name them with A. So they'll pretty much get, if they win awards, they'll get it early. Okay. So my parents are very smart. So they've named me with A. Right. So congratulations to all of you. I think we want ek bacha hua hai.
When they said the time is right, it's right. We have one 40 list who's just arrived. So we'll also take this moment to facilitate that. So the next member, just in time. The next member to make it to the list of PW Disrupt 40 under 40 list for this year, please. Gaurav Bugari, Group CTO of Enoplex. Thank you once more, Julie and Anurag for this honor. This award is for my team, and apologies for the delay for the last minute entry, but I can say a bit. 40 is the new 20, so maybe I don't fit even in and 30 under 30. So it's good to be here. I'll just take 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes exactly, but Innoplexus. So what we are solving for in 2020, 10 million people globally died of cancer. Yeah, but still each drug takes about $2.5 billion to come to the market, and that is what we are solving for. How we can solve for cancer, how we can solve for getting this cost of drug development down. So we work with top 30 pharma companies globally. We are amongst the top 15 companies globally in life sciences AI, with a leading IP portfolio of almost 175 patents now across US and Europe in artificial intelligence, computer vision, and other areas. Thank you.
Drug to grow. I was told you have. That's why I made you win. You don't need that. Please give Gaurav a big round of applause. I think it's time to get all the winners on stage of the 30 under 30 and get a foot group photo for 30 under 30. We'll put you in the photo. There's something called Photoshop, so don't worry. For those who are missing, you can come with your trophies. Mr. Malik, you can reinforce that.
Yes. All the 30 under 30 winners with their trophies on the stage, please. We'll first have a picture with the jury and then only of the winners. Please. If anyone is outside, can you please help them come inside? 30 under 30 winners with their trophies. Aye. Is Jyoti ji here? Last call, 30 under 30 winners, please with your trophies on the stage. For a picture first with the jury and then only of yours. Followed by dinner. First the main camera. After that you can do your phones. Please. One more with the. Is it done? Just the winners. Chairs हटा दीजिए. We've got more photographers and the winners on the stage. Just realizing. Now you can click. Please join us for dinner after this. Once this is done, thank you and also have a safe night.